Alrighty then. We are back with the top 32 cut of the GG store. How are we doing on this lovely Sunday, Eric? Mm-hmm. Yeah, worked out quite nicely mathematically. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think we're going to start off with something rather interesting because we are going to show off a Mega Skarmory Mega Glimora team. Our top 32 feature match is going to be Drew versus Davy. Brazil mentioned. Brazil, all the Brazilians may rise up now. But yeah, let's look at the team real quick. We have Mega Glimora, Mega Skarmory as the Mega options, Choice Scarf Alola Ninetales, Overcoat Como-O, Adaptability Citrus Berry Basculegion, and Lumberry Incineroar. There's a lot of tech going on in there. Can you walk us through this, Eric? Very, very much. Mm-hmm. Yeah, dude, the people talk about good as gold on Mega Skarmory were a bit much. I would have been very, very happy with Tough Claws, but Stalwart it is, and that is an interesting ability because there is a good amount of redirection in this format, so I do not hate it. No, I don't hate it at all.
Up a lot in
Oh my
popularity.
god, I think you were muted.
Is both of ours muted?
No,
I don't
no, no,
know.
you should be audible now. Let me just check something real quick. Can you say something, Eric?
Hello?
Oh
Are
my
we
lord.
are we
Yeah, I was just talking about myself. Eric, yeah. I'm gonna fix this. There should be audible now. I'm just gonna fiddle around in the OBS settings real quick. Give us a moment.
Can they hear me now?
Should be, yeah.
Okay. Chat, just let us know. We're you know, start of the stream, always going to be some hiccups, but we'll hopefully have it straightened out by the time we actually get into the gameplay. But basically what you were missing was me yapping about Mega Skarmory and how it's an interesting choice for sure. I guess where was I? Basculegion. Yeah,
Yeah, but we should
this
be
like
normal now.
yeah, this like bulkier
Technical difficulties.
Basculegion. Yeah, this bulkier Basculegion is something that's been picking up a lot in popularity. Because I think people are starting to value Basculegion's like survivability rather than it just being like, oh, fast Pokemon go like on last respects. Like I think
Mm-hmm.
people are valuing Basculegion to like its more long-term potential. So like it's kind of a similar thing where you kind of have to take a hit first before you can click last respects, but maybe keeping Basculegion healthy is a lot more valuable than sending out a choice scarf mon with kind of a middling speed tier that may or may not outspeed things.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, the citrus berry Basculegion is a very interesting adaptation, and I'm curious to see how many
Yeah.
players will catch on to it.
But yeah, let's see what it plays again, because we don't want to let our players wait too long, will we? Do we know?
Yeah, the matchup here is against a pretty standard-looking Mega Floette team. I mean, this one's just Calm Mind. You have Tailwind support with Aerodactyl. You have a Garchomp. Just a lot of like regulation MA classics here. The Gengar set is really interesting. It's Trick Choice Scarf Gengar, so you have like another alternate mode of speed control. And I think Scarf Gengar is really interesting because it's just like one of the fastest choice scarfers in the game. Like you're faster than like basically everything with a choice scarf. And Ghost poison coverage is also pretty nice. And also having Scarf Icy Wind is a really good secondary mode of speed control.
Yeah, okay, let's see how it's going on our players' end. Oh wait, no. Is Pokemon Champions giving us trouble again? Let's check real quick.
Scam.
Yeah.
It's an interesting choice. I mean, like, Furchop has a lot of utility. It is weaker than Kowtow Cleave, I'm pretty sure, but, I
mean... yeah, a bit. Because it's, like, I think it's 5 points weaker than Darkest Lariat, which would put it at 80.
Yeah, it's only slightly weaker than Kowtow. I thought they were both 80 for a second, but Kowtow's 85, so you lose a little bit of base powder. Yeah, a little bit of base power, but a little more utility.
Alright, Champion sending us back to the title screen. What a repeat of yesterday. I hope this is the only round where we have those issues.
Yeah, hopefully it does repeat yesterday, because then it looked pretty fine after that.
Alright. Again, new software, we're still waiting on the patches, but probably will be fine over time. Or, I mean it's fine. Drew seems to have just arrived in the room anyway, so thankfully our timing hiccups worked out, so we shouldn't miss anything for the on-stream match. If Champions would be so merciful as to cooperate with us real quick. You know, on a side note, with all those technical things going on, I do quite appreciate the fact that Champions has this feature to reconnect. That has always been a thorn in people's eyes, that especially during online tournaments, one slight issue with your internet, be it your service provider or your router or anything, could have led to you being disconnected and no ability to reconnect. So Champions just being able to throw you right back into those games and continue where you left off is quite a huge improvement. Shoutouts to the Pokemon Works for that. That is a fantastic feature that I didn't even think we're gonna get.
Yeah, it does make the JCs feel a little bit more honest now. Power Snipe on the Switch, I don't know, just every turn it on and turn it back off, so you shouldn't.
Let me just restart the game. Look, I'm trying to stay optimistic, but that was ridiculous.
Are we back? Pokemon Champions, please?
Please?
Please, for the one time?
The people are yearning for entertainment.
We need gameplay on the screen.
We need the video game. Oh yeah, right. I should probably not show the code on screen. That was a bit of a faux pas because we were a little strapped for time, but thankfully it's good now.
Somebody guesses the rest of the 4 numbers. Honestly, I think they've earned it.
Yeah. All right.
We're in.
All right, we're finally seeing some games going. All right, what do we think in the team preview? Because there is some interesting stuff. We're talking about the stalwart ability on Mega Skarmory, but that isn't really necessary here since Davy doesn't have any redirection, but it's still a rather viable choice since it is the strongest option that Drew has here of dealing with the ever so dangerous Mega Floette. Do you think that's going to be the Mega of choice, or do you think Mega Glimmora with its strong adaptability poison types is good enough for this?
So as far as Glimmora goes, I think it has kind of a hard time, especially without Earth Power. I feel like it kind of has a hard time hitting a lot of these Pokemon for any significant damage. I mean, for Floette, it is definitely a huge pain for Floette to deal with. But like, if you look at Sludge Bomb and Power Gem into like the rest of the team, it's not the greatest coverage. I think Skarmory actually has a very valid
thinking about it,
niche here.
Skarmory with Steel Flying looks really great into Aerodactyl, into Floette, into Sneasler. Garchomp can't really hit it too much, so I do want to say, at least for game 1, I definitely want to say Skarmory. Maybe there's going to be some emergent things that are going to be out there. But let's see and jump right into the leads, because it is in fact Aerodactyl Gengar versus Incineroar Skarmory. So leading the Mega right from the get-go, and representing Incineroar and Skarmory here is quite interesting, because after the Mega, Skarmory will be faster than Gengar most of the time, allowing you to threaten the Sash with a Fake Out and just start by establishing speed control with something like a Fake Out Tailwind, or trying to go for pressure right away and hitting the Gengar slot with Iron Head or Brave Bird just to try and hit it before it can do shenanigans with its Icy Wind or Trick to try and stay ahead in the tempo game right away. And outside of that, maybe going crazy and trying to call up Protects with Protect and everything. But no, there's no Megas and there's just an Icy Wind.
Yeah, Icy Wind going to go into both of these Pokemon. Interestingly, also no Fake Out either, so Aerodactyl is going to have the opportunity to throw off a Rock Slide here. Fortunately, Rock Slide does its thing and misses at least one of the targets here. It does hit the Incineroar, not going to do a whole lot of damage because of the Intimidate, but Skarmory dodging that is pretty nice just to prevent the extra chip. Yeah, interesting, we saw no Mega Evolution here, so that maybe indicates that Glimmora may be in the back if the Tailwind is being set up here, but Incineroar going to Parting Shot, so we will have an answer on what Pokemon is lurking in the back here. This would not be a bad place for Ninetales to come in, because the Gengar is locked into Icy Wind, and now you have, Aerodactyl at -1. The Rock Slides are not going to be doing a lot, especially with the Snow Boost to Ninetales' defenses, but now we're going to see Como
instead. So this is a quite unexpected bring. Honestly, I don't think either of us really had Como much on the radar, but it does have some interesting utility in the form of the Clangorous Soul setup. So if you can establish speed control and threaten the Gengar with like perhaps a Brave Bird Choice Scarf, Gengar shouldn't really be able to tank Skarmory's hits, and even at -1 with the Tailwind boost it should be enough. But we see the swap out right away, just trying to stack on those Intimidate drops on the Aerodactyl. Quite an interesting choice.
I do like the swap back out into Incineroar here, because like I guess Como is technically still under a little bit of threat. Icy Wind will still be doing a lot of damage, and dual Wing Beat is still pretty good damage into Como, but now we have Mega Skarmory on the field. I think I understand the reasoning of not Megaing turn 1, because you have Sturdy, so like you just guarantee live a hit regardless. But you have now another Icy Wind coming out from Gengar, so that will lower Skarmory to -2 speed, put Incineroar at -1. Skarmory going to throw an Iron Head into Aerodactyl's Protect, and Aerodactyl will be able to hang on to its Focus Sash for at least another turn, but it has to watch out for Fake Out potentially.
Yeah, there's the Fake Up pressure now, the double up pressure, since apparently with the Como game plan it is more imperative to deal with Aerodactyl, since Como, even if it's decent physical bulk, does not like tanking those dual Wing Beats, which explains why there's this game plan of just trying to mitigate it as much as possible, while not caring too much about the Icy Winds from Gengar right now, since there will be a game plan to try and set up for later, so you can ignore it a bit. But we do see the swap out from Aerodactyl on Davy's side.
Aerodactyl going to swap out here, this time into King Gambit. The Gengar going to throw off another Icy Wind. Again, no Fake Out from Incineroar here. The Icy Wind just slowly racking up chip damage on both of these, almost bringing these two Pokemon down to half, as Skarmory going to fire off a Brave Bird here into the King Gambit slot. So that was interestingly the Aerodactyl that was going to be the recipient of that Brave Bird, so maybe potentially calling a swap out to something else in the back there. But instead, we're going to throw off Darkest Lariat. This Gengar does not have Focus Sash, so that is going to be a knockout. So the Icy Winding Menace that is Gengar is finally been taken out, and I think that would be some good news for Como in the back, just so it can actually maintain its speed.
Yep. Honestly, quite the interesting switch. King Gambit had a lot of things that it could catch. The Darkest Lariat, Iron Head, the Brave Bird all don't deal that much damage. And the best case scenario for Davey would have obviously been a parting shot into the Aerodactyl slot, which would have brought King Gambit to a +3, because remember, parting shot triggers abilities like Competitive and Defiant twice, giving it a massive advantage. But now, if you're in the position of Drew, you might be thinking about swapping out the Skarmory, because you might want to set Tailwind up again and get rid of the Speed Rocks, which is exactly what we're seeing.
Yeah, Como is going to re-enter the field. I think it's in a lot better of a position now, especially if Aerodactyl decides to lock in something like Rock Slide here. As Aerodactyl is going to go for Rock Slide, going to do substantially more damage to Incineroar, and that it is not intimidated. A flinch would be, okay, critical hit on Como, that kind of makes up for the resisted hit there a little bit, but Incineroar unfortunately flinches, and that probably prevents a parting shot, so that is going to put Davi in a bit, or sorry, Drew in a little bit of an awkward spot here now.
Yeah, honestly, about as good as this turn could have gotten. The Como with the crit getting a little bit of extra chip, but Incineroar flinching, meaning the potential for reposition, makes this next turn significantly harder for Drew, because now you're susceptible to the dual wing beats. Maybe dual wing beat plus Sucker Punch from the Como could do more substantial damage than you would like to take, or even opting for a swap here while just trying to chip away the Como, since that seems to be a primary game plan for Drew, with how much that Como has been tried to be positioned in with the Intimidate shuffling, with the switching around. So now with the position a bit reset and pressure on both sides, very curious to see. And Incineroar swapping out of all things was not on my bucket list, and the fourth one being Ninetales has been revealed.
Yep, Ninetales is going to be switching in here, potentially wanting to, you know, save Incineroar for cycling Intimidate, maybe Fake Out, trying to set up Clinger's Skull later in the game. But this is going to catch Sucker Punch on the switch in, as Dual Wing Beat does go into Como. The awkward part about now having Incineroar in the back is that if you want to switch it back in, you may end up risking giving this King Gambit a boost to its attack stat. And I believe this King Gambit is Choppleberry, so yeah, Aura Sphere, an unboosted Aura Sphere, it might tank with relative ease.
Oh yeah, like an unboosted one, yes, but if the Como gets to set up Angry Soul one lot, but we do see just the Protect instead, so no damage into the King Gambit this turn.
Yeah, Protect probably scouting out for that Aura Sphere there, as Freeze Dry going into the Aerodactyl, instead opting for the single target attack, as Aerodactyl is going to take this opportunity to set up a Tailwind. So now Davi's side going to be taking advantage of the increased speed, as Como does fire off an Aura Sphere. That's going to hit King Gambit's Protect. And I think Aerodactyl, you know, it's got its Tailwind up. It had to take a little bit of damage, but I think Aerodactyl, you know, kind of has its pick on how it wants to go on the offensive here.
Yeah, now it comes down to, like, if you're trying to reach the Protect on the Como or not, since Dual Wing is going to be good damage, but bar like anything like crits, King Gambit and Aerodactyl should not be quite able to threaten the KO onto the Como, so this might just be an effort to chip things into range, getting rid of the Aerodactyl with the Ninetales Freeze Dry, and proccing the berry on the King Gambit with the Aura Sphere to just set up more damage for later, since Skarmory and Incineroar can deal quite a lot of things, and we do see Como going for the Protect right away, anticipating the Dual Wing Beats.
Yeah, Como going to protect itself from that Dual Wing Beat. Aerodactyl fires off Dual Wing Beat into the Protect, as Ninetales is able to get another Freeze Dry into this Aerodactyl and pick up the knockout. So that's a pretty big knockout for Drew to get. Now it is a 2v4 situation, so I think now that you've eliminated the Aerodactyl and now the Gengar, I feel like Como is going to have a little bit better of a time, but it does have to worry a little bit about Floette in the back if that is an option. But King Gambit throws off an Iron Head into Ninetales. That's an easy one-hit KO. And now we'll have to see what Davi's last Pokemon will be.
Yeah, it might just be the Floette, just because it feels so bad to not bring any Mega into your team at all. But we do see it is instead the Garchomp, making this slightly more interesting because now Skarmory is in a much better position with being able to threaten Garch without taking too much damage itself, which compensates for the fact that it's only at half-life. So now the name of the game might just be try to focus on Kingambit to the best of your ability, so Incineroar and Skarmory can deal with this Habanberry Garchomp in the back. So Pokemon not necessarily the Pokemon that you want to deal with. So the question becomes, how well can Kingambit tank like something like a Brave Bird Aura Sphere double up through the Choppleberry, since it does already have lost a quarter of its life, and Choppleberry preventing damage, but it's still a 4 times effective move, meaning that that is something on your mind. And we do see the swap into the Incineroar instead with Kingambit on the board, so that is a brave play from Drew.
Yeah, Incineroar switches in here, giving Kingambit the Defiant boost as the Dragon Claw goes into the Incineroar switch in. Not enough to KO, thanks to the Intimidate here, but Skarmory going to use its potential last turn on the board here just to set up the Tailwind, and it looks like Kingambit going to fire up a Throat Chop at +1. That is an easy knockout into the already damaged Skarmory, and now with Tailwind up, we'll have to see how much of this game Como can put on its back. With the Habanberry, I think Garchomp feels pretty safe here because it probably will be able to survive a Clanging Scales, and then the downside of Clanging Scales is that you're going to be lowering your defense, so you're making yourself even more susceptible to these two powerful physical attackers, even if one of them has been intimidated.
Yeah, that is quite the interesting position, because at this point, the fake-up pressure is going to be quite crucial, since Como could also just try and set up with its Clangorous Soul. You're sacrificing a third of its health for a boost stat in all with stat, which would allow it to definitely KO Kingambit through the Choppleberry, but the question would be, could it KO the Garch for the Haban? And there's, instead of trading the fake out flinch for the remaining health pool that it had, turning this into a 2v1.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Como decides to go for on this turn. It is going to be the Clangorous Soul, so it is going to be cutting its HP just to get a Omni boost in all of its stats. And we'll have to see how much this +1 Iron Head from Kingambit will do. Still a very respectable amount of damage, despite the boost from Como. And, I mean, judging by, both of these Pokemon still have their resist berries intact, so I feel like both of these Pokemon are pretty well set up to handle the Como now, even despite the boost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the awkward part in this position is that Como can't really get rid of both of them at once, so even just the Sucker Punch, Dragon Claw being threatened into that slot means that with the only 52 HP remaining on the Como, it should not be enough to tank those hits. And when the moment to, like, it might be like a matter of like trying to stop attack, trying to get as much leftovers recovery as possible, and maybe hope for a crit, and that is exactly what we're seeing this turn.
Yeah, maybe a critical hit or two could seal it, but I think I don't know, the Como just feels like it's too low HP. I mean, the Protect here makes a lot of sense just to try and get some extra turn of leftovers recovery, but I mean, we saw how much that Iron Head did to Como, and, it's kind of tough to target because both of these Pokemon, you either have to take the super effective Dragon Claw from Garchomp, or you have to take the boosted Iron Head from Kingambit, so, and there just isn't a way the spread damage can KO both of them.
Yeah, so at this point, I think bar like a Mespon Navy side with like some unnecessary protect plays, I don't think there's anything. But yeah, we do see the Aura Sphere. At this range, +1 Aura Sphere will always kill, even if it was at full life, unless it's like some very tanky one. Yeah, we do see that turning into 1v1, but it's gonna be a hard time surviving that Dragon Claw that's presumably incoming.
Yeah, we'll see how much this Dragon Claw is able to do. Oh, the Como survives! So that means Como will have another turn to attack into this Garchomp, and I don't know, I mean, I don't know if +1, I'm sorry, I don't know if the Habanberry will be enough for single target +1 Clanging Scales from Como.
Yeah, that is honestly unexpected. I suppose the Intimidate from Incineroar was doing more work than we gave it credit for. Habanberry, Garchomp, so not like it has any potential to be boosted, it's still quite a surprising lift to see, but yeah, Clanging Scales comes in, Berry triggers, let's see how much damage this is.
Yeah, it's going to come down to whether or not this is able to KO. Garchomp survives on 6 HP. So Garchomp now being the one that survives on a single, sorry, not a single point digit of HP, single digit of HP, which allows it to get the Dragon Claw into this Como, and it looks like Davi is going to get the first win in this set.
What a game one to start our top 32 off. That was quite cinematic.
That was a roller coaster. I honestly did not know, because like once that Aura Sphere KO'd Kingambit, I was like, oh, okay, and then Garchomp just barely missing the KO. I was like, wait a minute, is there a chance that Drew can win
Mm.
this now? But no, the
Like,
single target clanging scales just not enough to pick up the KO into Garchomp.
I'm gonna throw something out there. At 6 HP, it could have been a damage roll. Like,
It could have been a damage
plus
roll
one,
both ways.
with plus one and single target, the rolls go quite hard. 6 HP is within the range, so that could have been an even worse heartbreaker than we even saw. Because, you know me, I always like to revel in the chaos, don't I? But game
is
2,
very
so
true.
is there going to be some adaptations here is the first question, because you could go for Glimora, but as it's been represented, no Floette has been brought, which is a big reason to bring Glimora back, since especially without any Earth power, it doesn't threaten King Gambit, it doesn't really threaten Garchomp, it's only quite good against Pokemon like Aerodactyl, really, so I do suppose it's probably going to stick with the Sneasler, but it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen, because Como-O was an interesting game plan, but we saw it lacking a bit of impact, and funnily enough, Davies' team having quite the coverage for it, with specifically Choppleberry King Gambit and Habanberry Garchomp, that turning out to be the endgame was just absolutely masterful planning from Davies' side, like with shades of Sedgemoor Park, one might say, but what do you think the adaptation is here?
I think there's an argument from Davi's side to potentially go Floette and maybe over Garchomp, just purely because we saw Como was able to endgame so well. And if you're able to deal enough damage to the Aerodactyl and get rid of the Gengar, you just see how effective Como is in an endgame situation versus a Garchomp that can maybe be intimidated, or even a King Gambit that's boosted. But no, we're going to see the same lead coming up from Davi's side, the Aerodactyl and Gengar. This time we're going to see Skarmory paired with Basculegion.
Yeah, that is the first adaptation we see, because Basculegion obviously has not been brought in the first game at all. And this begs some questions, since we do know that it is the Citrus Berry Basculegion. It makes you wonder if it is calced to survive maybe a Mega Gengar Shadow Ball, which makes you more confident to bring it into its Choice Scarf Gengar. Like, that is always like the fact of like Basculegion having decent bulk from the get-go, and especially a variant like that being more reliant on the Tailwind that the rest of the team can set compared to like the very common Choice Scarf variants, makes you really wonder what the plan here is, because perhaps just something like Tailwind, Wave Crash could be it. And this obviously Skarmory Knight from the get-go, so perhaps no protects.
Yeah, Skarmory just going straight away for the Mega Evolution, not afraid to drop the Sturdy ability, because it's not really in danger of being one-hit KO'd here, as Basculegion goes for Protect. Good tool to potentially set up the Tailwind here and scout the Gengar move. It is going to be Shadow Ball, so the Shadow Ball was launched into the Basculegion. Gengar will now be Choice Scarf locked into Shadow Ball, as Aerodactyl is going to set up Tailwind here. Let's see what Skarmory goes for. Skarmory going to go straight on the offensive, goes for the Iron Head. That's easily able to bring Aerodactyl down to its Focus Sash, and now, you know, Drew's just deciding trying to get the damage on Aerodactyl before, you know, and maybe favoring, you know, Tailwind setup for later.
Yeah, like, this is quite an interesting one, because you would usually expect the Tailwinds to be matched, but now the Aqua Jet from Basculegion has become much more of a threat, and perhaps Drew trying to call that is switching out the Basculegion, perhaps anticipating a swap out from the Aerodactyl, which is not what's going to happen, and it's instead the Shadow Ball into Skarmory.
Yeah, Davi coddling the switch into the Incineroar here. Very nice Shadow Ball getting down into the Skarmory. We saw the Rock Slide going to do some reasonable chip damage to both of these Pokemon, but the Intimidate obviously going to be doing a lot. And Rock Slide does, unfortunately, the Rock Slide thing again and flinches the Skarmory.
Yeah, did you ever get this feeling of deja vu? Rock Slide once more pushing Davy into much more advantageous position, because now with Basculegion not out, the Aqua Jet would have actually been able to pick up. As I said, this might have been a read on Aerodactyl protecting or swapping out, trying to bait something out, and Davy quite frankly not buying anything, because especially with the special defense drop, Skarmory is now extremely susceptible to this. Shadow Ball will be enough to KO. The question is, can you reposition into it? We'll use Incineroar to try and threaten the Fake Out into Aerodactyl, which would KO at this point. But no, it is the Gengar swap of all things.
Yeah, Gengar not taking the bait here and instead just swapping in the King Gambit. A good switch into the potential Dark-type move coming out from this Incineroar. Skarmory is going to protect itself, not wanting to get KO'd by that Shadow Ball. Aerodactyl once again free to fire off a Rock Slide. One more time, no Fake Out coming out from Incineroar here, so we'll have to see if it's able to move this time through the Rock Slide. and it looks like Incineroar does get the Flare Blitz off. So what a call there from Drew to catch the King Gambit there on the switch in. So seeing some pretty interesting reads from these players in game two.
Yeah, like, that is one of those situations where Drew, with the back to the wall a little bit, had to go for a big swing and made the semi-right call, still anticipating passive plays from Aerodactyl, and Davey just not biting, keeping on the pressure with Aerodactyl, do or die. But now, that is still a rather advantageous position for Davey, because the potential of just Sucker Punch and Rock Slide threatening potentially the double KO, if it is enough on the Incineroar to get rid of both of these Pokemon, and letting Aerodactyl perhaps reset its attack and have more pressure into the Como later, since it does feel like Drew is going for a Como game plan again, it feels like, with how this game is being played out so far, but also trying to stall out those Tails, and it is the Incineroar hard swap into the Como.
Yeah, we're seeing Como return to the field, the arguable MVP of game one there. Skarmory going to protect its, or Aerodactyl going to protect itself, as King Gambit also protect itself. None of these Pokemon will be taking any damage this turn. Skarmory instead going to take this opportunity to set up a Tailwind. So now Drew with the speed control on this side to capitalize on this very passive turn from Davey's end.
Yeah, Davey felt like he really didn't have a need for this, like prioritizing being able to set Tailwind again over applying immediate pressure, getting sniffed out perfectly from Drew. Like, it is quite interesting because Drew is really fighting back well. This is hard. Coming back from this Rock Slide flinch has been so difficult, but that is two rather favorable turns in a row, which now give you the pressure of like being able to threaten the KO into Como and maybe even Aerodactyl, but no, the Sucker Punch is enough to take down the Mega Pokemon on Drew's side.
Yeah, Mega Skarmory goes down to the Sucker Punch. Clanging Scales comes out. This is able to pick up the knockout onto the Aerodactyl and deal a little bit of damage to King Gambit here, but this interestingly will lower Como's defense now, so it has to be a little bit more careful of those physical attacks. But I guess now we'll probably find out what Davey's last Pokemon is and see if it is that Floette that's possibly in the back. Instead, it is going to be Gengar here, so Gengar potentially seeing an opportunity to be maybe faster than some of these Pokemon under Tailwind. Probably won't be slower than Como, or probably won't be faster than Como, but Incineroar switching in here is going to give King Gambit the Defiant boost.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the Scarf Gengar, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it's at the very least faster than Incineroar, since Incineroar, a rather slower Pokemon, prioritizing its survivability more than anything, but also doesn't get threatened by Gengar all that much, so it is a bit interesting to see what the game plan here is going to be, since something like a very hard call out on the Incineroar turn with Sucker Punch and everything could be there, but no, it's just a fake out into the King Gambit instead.
Yeah, fake out. Going to stop King Gambit from attacking this turn, as Gengar is going to outspeed the Como here, so interesting speed interaction there, as Clanging Scales is able to pick up the knockout onto the King Gambit, and now... Wait, sorry. The Clanging Scale is going to knock out the King Gambit here, do a lot of damage to the Gengar, and Como just going to keep... yeah, I mean, Como just going to keep like, doesn't even need to... Yeah, it doesn't even need to boost, it just keeps spamming Clanging Scales.
Which is quite an interesting one, because now it's also -2 defense, but also a big problem for this current board state is that Clanging Scales has been cursed bodied, which means Como now doesn't have a way to hit Gengar at all, since it can't use the Clanging Scales, and Aura Sphere being an immunity for Gengar in the first place makes this position a lot more awkward than we thought. Curse Body initially thought of as a Pokemon with an ability with a drawback over Levitate is now maybe the deciding factor to turn this into a 2-0. So yeah, now it's become a lot more awkward, because even with the Tailwind pressure, there's not that much last turn of Tailwind not that useful, and letting Garchomp perhaps just deal with the Incineroar slot quite freely, and no instead opting for the Protect yet again. Very passive place from Davey.
Yeah, just wanting to stall out the last turn of Tailwind on Drew's side, as Gengar going to Sludge Bomb once again, this time going to pick up the knockout onto the Incineroar here, as Como goes for the Aura Sphere. That was a good catch on the Curse Body, yeah, because now Como literally cannot touch this Gengar, so its only option is to fire off Aura Sphere, and now it doesn't have any super effective damage into Garchomp, and we now know that Gengar was faster than both of these Pokemon, even with the Tailwind up, so what is awkward now is that Gengar unfortunately has to click Sludge Bomb into Basket Legion, which is probably not its preferred move here.
Yeah, so Basket Legion back on the board actually does have the advantage of being able to at least press the Aqua Jet into the Gengar, making sure that that KO goes through at the very least. And with the... Oh wait, no, it's not Aqua Jet, it's just the Sludge Bomb going off again.
Yeah, no Aqua Jet here. The Sludge Bomb does go into the Como. Is going to get the poison, but Garchomp going to Dragon Claw this Basket Legion just leaves it a little bit over half HP, so this will not be a proc for the Citrus Berry. But maybe if Basket Legion attacks into the Garchomp, the Rough Skin, or the Recoil from Wave Crash will be able to put it in Citrus Berry range. The Wave Crash adaptability boosted. No Garchomp, no match for that powerful attack. And this Basket Legion, despite not having the speed advantage, going to show off its bulk, going to show off its survivability, and it's actually going to be the one that saves this game and locks up the set for
brings
Drew.
To game 3, yeah. So now at this point, the only thing that can go wrong is if Drew doesn't press Aqua Jet, because this is such a strong position. It's honestly surprising to see Basket Legion tank that, but I suppose that is what you do with those meta Pokemon. If you're trying to catch your opponents off guard, you can always just have those the sets deviate from the established standard and have this Basket Legion be a very tanky adaptability user. Honestly, shades of Mega Glimora, which is very funny to have two Pokemon with this kind of role in the team, but we do see the Como protecting. Should be the Aqua Jet from the Basket Legion. It's the Sludge Bomb instead, risking a potential crit, but even that shouldn't have been enough. And the poison to go, Gengar fighting until the very last breath, but this last respects sealing the deal for Drew. Did I miss? So yeah, honestly, quite the interesting game. Like, how did you like the adaptation? Because at the start, Basket Legion didn't look like it was going to do that much, but being able to clutch up in the endgame like that was a nice little comeback story.
Yeah, Basket Legion showing that it's not all about speed. It just simply all about staying on the field and getting those hits off regardless. I think it really shows the strength of the Citrus Berry and the bulkier Basket Legions, because I mean, like, it's in an endgame situation where you're not necessarily having the speed advantage. Basket Legion just being able to stick around and fire off multiple last respects is almost equally as valuable as it just being questionably faster than the opponent's team. And yeah, we'll have to see how these players adjust to game 3.
Yep, so honestly, with a lack of Glimora and Como being brought, at this point I really want to see Davey go for this Eternal Flower Flood, because you can't really deal with a setup Como like that. Like, we haven't really seen it too much, besides like game 1 where it didn't work out quite as well. But at that point, you really have to respect the and bringing Como, trying to have it be the main source of damage. The damage reduction berries be damned for that. So I want to see if there's an adaptation. That was quite the fast lock-in. So honestly, I want to see if it's going to be the Basket Legion lead again, because I can imagine a world where it was something that you use for a game, but 4 times the charm we see Aerodactyl Gengar again versus Basket Legion Skarmory. Perhaps this time the game turn 1s will play out quite well, because it felt like Drew was going for a lot of big reads early on, because we didn't see any tailwinds. We saw a lot of attempts at reading Aerodactyl's turns, because there was a lot of hopes and dreams that Davey was going to be a bit more passive with the Aerodactyl, so perhaps trying to eliminate it faster this time around might be a game plan, since Basket Legion does still represent a very scary Aqua Jet option. Perhaps something like just trying to deal damage with the Skarmory and putting Gengar into Aqua Jet range might be the turn this time around, since last time Aerodactyl wasn't really doing much, and we do see Skarmory going for the turn 1 Mega Evolution yet again.
Yep, Skarmory just going to Mega Evolve here, gonna give up the Sturdy in exchange for that sweet Mega stat boost here, as Gengar actually fires off the Shadow Ball into Skarmory as Basket Legion stays on the field. The Aerodactyl is going to be able to fire off Rock Slide, being faster than both of these Pokemon. Let's see if Aerodactyl is on its game in this game too. Also, doesn't get the flinch onto the Skarmory, allowing it to fire off an Iron Head, knock Aerodactyl back into its Focus Sash. Critically now in Aqua Jet range of this Basket Legion. We'll have to see where this Basket Legion targets. It is going to fire off Wave Crash. I feel like adaptability Wave Crash, yeah, Gengar, no chance of surviving that. And Gengar is just going to go down immediately on turn 1.
Yeah, this is the first time that this turn 1 has gone significantly in Drew's favor. Putting the Aerodactyl down to its sash and getting rid of the Gengar very obviously Davey trying to read the protect again, anticipating a repeat of the second game, which is fair enough because Drew did end up winning it, but Drew adapting to the options and just saying, okay, I tried to call you being passive one too many times, I'm just gonna push for damage to the best of my ability, knowing that bar like something like a double up, the Basque Legion was gonna be able to tank through the situation, eliminate the first threat with the Mega Gengar, not the Mega Gengar, the Scarf Gengar being there to deal with your Pokemon even in the Tailwind situation, which means that it was much more sensible to try and go for the immediate damage right away and keep the Tailwind option as something for like turn 2 or 3. And we see the Sneasler, which I want to say is the first time we see it in this game, which means that either Garchomp or King Gambit had to have been benched, if not both of them, in favor of the Flood. But yeah, now there is some fake out pressure and Tailwind opportunity to deal with that if it weren't for the fake out immune Aqua Jet from the Basque Legion, which makes this still a bit awkward. So perhaps it's just in there to KO the Skarmory this turn and reposition the Gengar. We will see. It is just a fake out into the Skarmory and no swap. Let's see if it is the Aqua Jet.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Aqua Jet lands into this Aerodactyl, removing a key piece from Davi's side. Now the Tailwind option is gone, the Rock Slide flinching option is gone, and yeah, Basque Legion proving that it can certainly pop off in the early game. It's not just an end game last respect sweeper, as Basque Legion has taken 2 KOs immediately in this game, as King Gambit is revealed the last, so Garchomp is on the bench for this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is quite an interesting one. So the Sneasler, obviously it is White Trap, so it's not that important to try and break any potential sashes that aren't there, but King Gambit definitely threatens the KO into both of these slots, so perhaps it is something like some Sucker Punch, Mind Game, Skarmory maybe trying to go for an Aqua Jet, but no, it is just a Tailwind, the Aqua Jet from the Basque Legion, and Sucker Punch going into one of those slots, and Close Combat KOing the Skarmory.
Yeah, Close Combat KOs the Skarmory, as Basque Legion able to juke the Aqua Jet, or juke the Sucker Punch there with the Aqua Jet. Deal some respectable damage to Sneasler, but I mean, obviously not your highest damaging option. But now finally the Skarmory goes down, and I was just about to say, I think this is a pretty opportune time for the Como to switch in, especially now you're not facing down a Garchomp. Como looks to be in a much more prime position to either set up or just immediately go on the offensive again.
Yeah, like depending on what the last Pokemon is, it could be quite easy for Como O to pick either of those heroes, because I'm not too sure how well the King Gambit would take an boosted Aqua Jet plus Aurus, but no, Basque Legion just protecting this, so perhaps trying to scout for something, and it's a Dire Claw to Como.
Dire Claw goes into Como here, maybe trying to fish for a status, but no such luck. The Chople Berry is going to absorb a little bit of the impact of this Aurus Field, still doing a lot of damage to the King Gambit, even through the Chople Berry, but we'll have to see what King Gambit goes for here. It is going to be a Throat Chop into Basque Legion's Protect, so just a little bit of an exchange of damage there, but both these Pokemon are still standing, and yeah, I mean, like, these Pokemon are getting closer and closer to Basque Legion Aqua Jet range.
Yeah, so a lot of interesting things are factors here, because if the last one is Incineroar starting to become more interesting, Sneasler being barely over half means the Basque Legion can't super reliably go into Aqua Jet, maybe fishing for a damage roll, which
not quite.
Get. And that Close Combat is going to go into the Como. Will it be enough for the KO? It will not. It's hanging on with 10 HP.
Yeah, it was going to be super close based on how much that Dire Claw did the last turn, but no Chople Berry to protect King Gambit this time. It is going to go down to Aura Sphere, and with just a little bit of HP left on this Sneasler, I think it's pretty fair to say that it has a very, very tough time dealing with the rest of this team, especially with an unrevealed Pokemon in the back. So it looks like Drew's going to lock this up.
And Aqua Jet Basque Legion at this point will definitely pick up the kill. Sneasler left in the single digit with only 7 HP related to its name should mean that Drew has successfully recovered fully from the game 1 loss and KOs Sneasler with the Aqua Jet. Good stuff to Davey, advancing into top 16. And please do give it up for Davey with the very, very respectable performance, reaching top cut in this tournament. Surely he's gonna come back stronger. Brazil, it was nice, but the interesting thing is we can jump right away into our top 16 match, because we have quite the treat for you, ladies and gentlemen, because we have a Hydrapple, a Sparfra team waiting to play. So yeah, give us a moment. We're going to lock the code in right away, and then we're going to talk about the teams for a bit, because there is going to be non-stop action. It is the top cut. It will advance a lot faster, and we will see you soon. And we're back. That was a very, very short one, as we promised, because thankfully the players were kind enough to wait on us. So, as we've mentioned, there it is. The boy, Hydrapple. Take it away here, Eric.
I'm looking at this team and I'm still kind of trying to decipher what all is going. 'Cause there's a lot going on here, but Espathra is a very very unique choice also, and I'm pretty sure the goal of this team is maybe to try and baton pass some calm mines and some speed boosts onto that Hydrapple. So that's a very interesting strategy to go for, and I wonder if it's actually going to be the strategy that takes center stage here. But the rest of the team, pretty standard fare. I mean, we got Citrus
Yep.
Berry, Incineroar.
Yeah,
We have an
Scrappy
Aegislash here.
Kangaskhan.
Yeah,
White
Scrappy
Guard being an
Kangaskhan.
interesting tech choice here. I think very underutilized option on Negislash actually, and the Okaberry to make sure that the fire type attacks won't just KO it right away. But yeah, definitely very much centered around this Espathra Baton Pass strat with the boost. So this could be a very, very fast Hydrapple for all we know.
Yeah, to take advantage of those speed boosts. And I mean, Hydrapple is pretty strong. It's got
Mhm.
respectable special attacking stats. So
Yeah,
I mean,
about
if that thing is
130
able to get
base.
yeah, it's like if it's able to get a couple boosts on it, that thing could easily start just picking up KOs left and right.
But yeah, let's see what it is up against. And it is the Mega Venusaur team. The cabbage is in the house.
Yeah, this is going to be our first look at Mega Venusaur in this tournament, and Venusaur is an interesting one because I think Venusaur people were really high on Venusaur early on because of the chlorophyll next to Charizard, and you get Sleep Powder. But I think people are slowly kind of starting to fall off of that
Mhm.
wave a little bit. And Venusaur, with its ability Thick Fat, it does match up reasonably well defensively into the format with those extra. Not quite resistances, but less weaknesses, I guess is a
Yeah.
better way to say. But this is a
Yeah,
very
it
bulky
mitigates
team.
the weaknesses exactly, since it
Yeah,
reduces the damage by 50%, turning it into regular damage again, which is very strong on a grass type, since fire and ice are some of the more common offensive typings to deal with. It's just surprising because the few Mega Venusaur teams that I have seen so far tend to run the Leash Seed set to make good use of the additional bulk that it has, and instead we see a more bulky attacker kind of set utilizing Giga Drain for recursion, Sludge Bomb, and Earth Power for coverage to deal with Pokemon like perhaps King Gambit or maybe even a Glimora if it showed up. But yeah,
yeah,
outside of that quick
unfortunately.
attack, Sylveon is attack you've seen from time to time throughout the course of history, since it does also with the Pixelate ability turn into a Fairy type priority move, getting a little bit boosted with the Fairy Feather, but is primarily there to break something like Multiscale from Dragonite or Focus Sashes, which is rather important in a format where Focus Sash, Aerodactyl, and Dragonite are rather common options.
I would say the combination of Venusaur and Sylveon specifically is potentially going to make Hydrapple's time a little bit tougher because it's going to have some issues breaking through. Corviknight too, also because Hydrapple's coverage is Dragon, Grass, and Ground. So, I mean, you kind of have some ways of dealing with stuff like Garchomp. You can do a lot of damage to Incineroar, you can KO Rotom, but I feel like it just hits a massive roadblock when you're face down with Venusaur, Sylveon, and Corviknight. So that might make it a bit tougher for Hydrapple to pop off here. But I
Mhm.
mean, like, we'll have to see. I mean, it's
But,
entirely possible.
and we haven't mentioned it yet for all the new people that aren't quite familiar yet, Fickle Beam is a fickle mistress of a move indeed, because if all else fails, Fickle Beam has this chance to deal double damage. So Fickle Beam as an 80 base power move has the potential to just double its damage, turning into a 160 base power behemoth of a move, being able to deal absolutely massive damage even into a Pokemon like a Corviknight, which usually resists its hit. So where there's a Hydrapple, there is a way, as long as you manage to deal with the Sylveon, which with a Pokemon like Aegislash on your team might be a manageable task for Wolf here.
Yeah, I think there's definitely ways of at least eliminating or softening up potential Hydrapple targets. But yeah, Fickle Beam is hilarious because like it's either Dragon Pulse or 30% of the time it's like stronger than Hyper Beam. So, and I think the funniest part about Fickle Beam is that it doesn't tell you when it activates. You just have to find out when you see the damage it does. Yeah, we'll have to see what the leads are here. As we're gonna see Rotom Corviknight going up against Incineroar and Espathra.
Oh yeah, and I do think that is a lead that Wolf is not unhappy with, considering that Corviknight and Rotom, for all its potency, do not have the greatest option of threatening Espathra right away. So something like Fake Out turn 1, get the Calm Mind off, Protect turn 2, gather those boosts is perhaps what you want to do if you go for the Rebel, and we do start off with the Fake Out.
Fake Out goes into the Rotom here. It is Choice Scarf, so potentially eliminating the potential for Rotom to click a Hydro Pump into the Incineroar, maybe like an Electro Web or some speed control to try to mitigate the Espathra's boosts. But both birds on both sides of the field are going to try to go for their boosts immediately on turn 1. Espathra goes for a Calm Mind, gets a speed boost, and the Corviknight opting for the turn 1 bulk up.
Yeah, the bulk up on the Corviknight is absolutely a smart play, because if the strat on Wolf is to set up into the Hydrapple, being able to threaten those boosted Brave Birds is perhaps the move choice to go for it. But now we see the Incineroar right away swapping into the Kangaskhan, perhaps extending the Fake Out pressure for later.
Yeah, just going to try and cycle the Fake Outs here. Incineroar swaps out. Espathra goes for the Protect here, trying to get another speed boost under its belt as Rotom fires off a Hydro Pump into Kangaskhan. Does a pretty decent amount of damage here as Corviknight is going to set up the Tailwind. So Corviknight just setting up the speed boost for it and its teammates here. But, I mean, Espathra at this point has far exceeded the speed of the opposing side.
Yeah, and I mean, we've been talking about the Hydrapple so much, but now with the consideration of Corviknight, perhaps Wolf has a different plan, because you know what else would very, very much benefit from those Coleman and speed boosts? Potentially the Aegislash, because it is absolutely not as susceptible to the Brave Birds from the Corviknight, can still do a lot, and now we see the first Mega Evolution of this top 16 match.
Yeah, Mega Kangaskhan going to come out and fire off a Fake Out, this time into the Corviknight. Does pitiful damage thanks to Corviknight's defense boost and resistance to the normal type attack. Rotom going to fire off yet another Hydro Pump, this time into Espathra. Still does very respectable damage, even though despite the Calm Mind boost. And speaking of Calm Mind, Espathra is going to go for yet another Calm Mind. Interesting to see that Rotom was still faster than the Espathra. With the Tailwind up, even though the Espathra had 3 speed boosts, I think, at that point. So now it has 4 speed boosts. So, yeah, Espathra now at... it only has 3 speed boosts. Okay, I thought it got an extra one. Okay, so that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that was turn 3, so it gets the third one after the turn, and there's the Protect for the +4. Let's see how old the response is going to look like.
Rotom correctly targeting its Hydro Pump yet again and finds its mark into the Kangaskhan here. Corviknight this time going for the Brave Bird does hit into the Espathra's Protect, so Espathra just trying to hang on here and farm those boosts as much as possible. The Drain Punch from Kangaskhan able to recover a lot of the HP that it's missing from the Rotom attack, so Drain Punch, a nice little tool here for Kangaskhan to heal back up, but unfortunately I do not believe that will be out of range of either the +1 Brave Bird from Corviknight or the Hydro Pump from Rotom.
Yeah, so the interesting thing now is with how little HP there's left on the Rotom, that this might be Sucker Punch range, which the Kangaskhan does represent, and Espathra can at least comfortably go into it. So if there's something like a Brave Bird going into that slot, you wouldn't mind the Espathra slot not getting hit, but Incineroar makes its entrance instead.
Yeah, Incineroar able to get the Intimidate down onto the Kangaskhan now since it has Mega Evolved. And now it is time for Espathra to exit stage left and bring in the designated special attacking sweeper. Will it be Hydrapple? Will it be Aegislash? It is going to be Aegislash, probably the choice for this game because of how well it matches up into this Corviknight, as Corviknight going to fire off a Brave Bird into the Aegislash. That still does a pretty sizable chunk of damage because of that +1 boost, but Aegislash now a couple Calm Minds under its belt, and now a couple of speed boosts under its belt too. So Aegislash potentially coming in now as the Tailwind expires, ready to cause some havoc. But that Drain Punch, it does find a super effective hit into Incineroar, but thanks to the Chople Berry, Incineroar able to eat that hit up pretty nicely. But Kangaskhan able to get some recovery out of the turn. So yeah, now this is the turn the Tailwind expires.
Yeah, so it is quite interesting because Aegislash, as nice as it is to be fast and hit hard, does have the problem with its stance change ability that it becomes more vulnerable afterwards, which is why it was historically a Pokemon that liked to be slower than its opponents to use its shield form more effectively, since now you could threaten the Corviknight with a KO, but the question is, would you survive any hit from the Incineroar, especially the ever so potent throat chop that it does represent to get around the Occa Berry? And we do see the Intimidate, so perhaps the plan is to just tank here.
Yeah, Incineroar switching in here, probably just trying to bolster up Aegislash's defenses a little bit more. But Aegislash not actually going to go for King Shield here, actually just going to go straight on the offensive and fire off a Shadow Ball into the Corviknight. Oh wow, Corviknight actually hangs on with just a singular hit point, and that allows Corviknight to get another Tailwind up.
Mm-hmm. So that was certainly unexpected, because this is a +2 Aegislash, so Corviknight lived using its invisible focus sash apparently to get through the situation, but gotta say the fake out from Xerox's side was quite the unexpected play, perhaps banking a little too hard on this King Shield. It didn't end up happening, because now you can threaten Corviknight with the fake out since it doesn't have Protect, and 1 point of damage is all you need in this situation, and you don't really want to give up the bulk up boost to do that, so that is a difficult situation, but we do see the stance change instead, just making sure that it returns to shield form.
Yeah, Aegislash just want to put itself back into its much bulkier shield form, as Corviknight is going to take this opportunity to go for a Roost, revealing its final move here. It is going to be the Roost, having the Mono Brave Bird as its attacking coverage, and Incineroar not going to take the bait of going into the Aegislash, but instead going to throw off the parting shot into the opposing Incineroar, so Xerox getting a chance to pivot around their pieces again. But it's an interesting question of what you want to bring in here, because I mean, you definitely need some form of damage into this Aegislash, and now that it does have a couple Calm Mind boosts, like Rotom certainly isn't going to be able to do it, but we actually do see Rotom come out here, as we see the non-Aegislash side is still rather susceptible to the Hydro Pumps coming out, but those Hydro Pumps going to be doing a lot less damage now that Rotom has taken a parting shot for its troubles.
So honestly quite interesting, since obviously we can see the HP from the spectator mode, but the players only see the percentages. The price to not see the fake out into the Corviknight, since you assume that even at like +1 with -1 damage, it shouldn't really deal less than like 1%. So perhaps not seeing that little bit of damage would have been enough, giving Corviknight the opportunity to Roost, and perhaps going for yet another Roost on the next turn with not that much threat is an interesting one, but it does also allow for Kangaskhan to just threaten those fake outs again, so the plan might have just been to debuff the right slot and let the fake out Shadow Ball deal with the Corviknight next turn, since it definitely won't survive another one of those, since it was way over half-life when it took the initial one 2 turns ago. So quite interesting showcase of the game plan from Wolf, since even though it didn't go quite as we expected, it is still a comfortable situation. It is the fake out into the Rotom instead.
Yeah, the fake out goes into the Rotom, scoring a nice little critical hit there. We'll have to see what the Corviknight is going to fire off here. Actually going to be Aegislash that moves first here. It's going to fire off the Shadow Ball into the Rotom. Does pick up the last little remaining HP on this Rotom, but this does allow Corviknight to potentially get another attack off here. It is going to fire off this +1 Brave Bird. Let's see if this is enough to KO the Kangaskhan. It is able to KO the Kangaskhan, so both these sweepers on the opposing sides finally getting some KOs on the board here. But Corviknight, unfortunately, I feel like on a little bit more of a losing receiving end here, having to take a bunch of recoil for that Brave Bird KO.
Yeah, that was quite the interesting turn, because I genuinely didn't anticipate Rotom being the prioritized target, especially after the parting shot drop, with all the special defense boost that Aegislash has in the first place. So interesting to see that Wolf thinks that Covenant is something that can be dealt with later down the line, since Aegislash might not have even survived a Brave Bird particularly well in its sword form, which obviously would have been a very, very hard to make a read on Xerox's side, but opening yourself up to a little bit of risk like that is always quite interesting to see. It should be just a double protector, perhaps trying to stall Incineroar's fake out potential and also retaining the shield form as to not have to worry about any potential throat chops, at least this turn just yet, while perhaps bringing in Incineroar on a read, trying to establish fake up presence on your own. But no, it is just a King's Shield. We're not going to see any switches this turn.
Yeah, probably just a couple of protects here to stall out the fake out, get Aegislash back into its shield form, and yeah, just try to position for the next turn here. It's going to be an interesting task trying to take down this Incineroar, because with Kangaskhan down, like, Wolf's side doesn't really have a lot of good damage into Incineroar, and Aegislash will likely outspeed it now, so it's going to have to take damage from Incineroar in its blade form more likely, so it's going to be an interesting little dance here to try to take down the Incineroar with, like, basically no meaningful damage into it. So maybe the course of action here is to just try to get it down as low as possible so the attacks are just not doing anything, and then maybe just try to out damage it from there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this might be like one of those situations where you try and chip it later online, so now the priority should finally be the Corviknights, and maybe even a swap up on that where you do see the shield form and no switches, so whatever Incineroar does, it's going to deal rather unimpeded. We do finally see the KO into the Corviknight slot.
Yeah, the Shadow Ball goes into the Corviknight, able to pick up an easy knockout here, but now Espathra going to be baton passing. This does allow another Intimidate switch in from Incineroar, so Incineroar's attack will be dropping. The main question of this turn is, will Incineroar, even at -2 attack now, thanks to the second Intimidate being pushed down onto it, is this going to be enough for Aegislash to survive? It actually does eat the Throat Chop in its sword form, so Aegislash will be able to stick around for another turn and potentially has a very heavy Shadow Ball waiting for the last Pokemon. And it's going to be the Sylveon, so maybe not Shadow Ball, but Flash Cannon is certainly a good enough option as well.
Mm-hmm. So this is quite interesting, because it was a smart move to use the Baton Pass to bring in the Incineroar, since it did mean that the Incineroar was going to be incoming with a speed boost, if I remember correctly. Spathra had at least one.
Mm-hmm.
So now you can go in, have the definitely faster fake out if you needed to into the stuff. But now there's a funny question about this. Do we think that the Fairy Feather boosted quick attack could be enough to deal with Aegislash this turn if you are Sylveon?
That is an interesting question. I didn't even think about that.
But Wolf apparently
not going to take the risk.
King's Shield.
Yeah, not going to take the risk. Instead, just trying to... Well, if it has to take that move, it's probably better to take it in the shield form. So I respect the King Shield play there, as Sylveon also going to fire off Protector. Incineroar not going for the fake out this time, just going to get another parting shot. That Incineroar is now down to -3 attack, so just trying to weaken this Incineroar as much as possible. No option for it to reset its drops now because there are no remaining Pokemon in the back for Xerox. So this will mean that Espathra does come back in as the Incineroar, going to hit into Aegislash's King Shield, so that is now going to drop its attack stage, another stage.
Even more.
Yeah,
down
so now it's
to
-4. Yeah.
So in the Incineroar versus Incineroar endgame, it would face down a -5 potentially. So now this is an interesting position where it looks like Wolf has successfully threaded the needle of, like, how do I deal with Incineroar if I don't have any great damage into it? And the answer was just reduce its damage into basically nothing. So now the only thing you can even try to go for is, like, perhaps a double protect on Sylveon and hope that Incineroar can get the pickup on Aegislash, so at least you don't have to face down the 1v3 entirely like that. And it is the attempt, but it is not working out.
Yeah, Double Protect might have been the saver for Xerox there, but no such luck. The Protect is going to fail. This is a +2 Flash Cannon going into the Sylveon. That's a knockout. And now Sylveon being down here, it means that Incineroar is now in a 1v3 situation. Its attack set is all the way at the very bottom. Fortunately able to pick up the Aegislash here with the Throat Chop, just with little amount of HP left. But yeah, this Incineroar... It's going to face down another Incineroar, and while it might have a nicer time versus Espathra, because Espathra literally can't touch it because its only attack is Lumina Crash, but it's just doing no damage to the opposing Incineroar. It's going to be a very slow endgame.
Yeah, like, the big question now is, how many crits would it realistically take to get through the since there is no more citrus berry on Wolf's side of the field, at the very least on the Incineroar. There's still there's still fake out, which that was honestly more damage than I thought it was going to be. This is just very difficult, and I'm not sure if Xerox has any calcs for like Incineroar versus Incineroar, because I want to say it's like at least 3 crits in a row that would need to get rid of the opposing Incineroar, and then against the Spa threat would be theoretically easy picking.
You might need a lot of critical hits. I'm not gonna lie. It might be, it might be a lot of critical hits. And I don't even know if, because like even if you're using Throat Chop, like that's just still not a lot of damage here. So Espathra actively useless on this board. Just gonna try to keep clicking Lumina Crash into a Pokemon. Yeah, that does pitiful damage. So it was really bad. This Darkest Lariat though, this Incineroar is not intimidated. That also does pitiful damage, but critically, this Incineroar has no option of recovery, so it's gonna stay at its relatively low HP number, and it's just it's gonna be a slow and painful demise for Xerox's Incineroar.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, basically, even the crits here, like, this was honestly less than I thought, so this just becomes a matter of, like, using the time you have here to think, because it's not realistic to think that you can still win this in Xerox's position, and it's more so about just really figuring out what went wrong here, besides, like, I guess, like, barely hanging on, I suppose, so there isn't really a whole lot to say, because this was honestly a lot better damage this time around. This was around 30 points, I want to say, but yeah, hopefully in like 2 to 3 turns time we're going to go into game 2 where we can think about adaptations, perhaps actually bringing the Flapple this time around, because now Xerox should be a bit dissuaded from going for the Colvanite route, since Aegislash was the right call against it. I don't know, what do you think in that scenario?
Yeah, I think definitely there needs to be a little bit more pressure into possibly Espathra or Aegislash. Maybe there is a potential mix-up in now that like Xerox has realized that, oh, I've lost to Aegislash in the first game. Maybe now I try to bring some more Pokemon that are good into it and try to target it down and maybe try to focus on the Espathra a little bit more. But I mean, an adjustment into that angle does open the door a little bit for Hydrapple if that wants to be the Pokemon that comes in here. But yeah, I still think the Aegislash game plan is still very good. And I think if Wolf wants to make that game plan just a little bit more cleaner in the second game and not make it an Incineroar slugfest in the end games, like maybe just, I think we recognize how important taking down the opposing Incineroar would be. So I think once that roadblock is removed, Aegislash can clean up the game and wrap up things a lot faster.
Yeah, I mean, it is like the fact of like, if you don't bring Aegislash, Colvanite is just genuinely hard for this team to deal with the boosts to its physical defense. Kangaskhan doesn't deal great damage into it. Incineroar does okay into it, but it's hard to get those clean hits with Incineroar if you have to deal with an opposing Incineroar. So maybe the only switch up here that could happen is something like a Kangaskhan lead this time around, to at least chip the opposing Incineroar early with those Drain Punches while using Scrap to dodge the Intimidates. But yeah, overall, I don't think we're going to see a great switch up. As much as I would love to see Hydrapple, it is just safer to go into the Aegislash mode with this kind of team. Especially since the Okaberry did a lot of work, even though we didn't see it. Okaberry being there to prevent Incineroar from going for the Flare Blitz, which would vastly out-damage the Throat Chop that Xerox represents. Yeah, just checking, it is in fact the Throat Chop on Xerox's side and Darkest Lariat on Wolf's. So there is always that, but yeah, ultimately I don't think we're going to see a great switch up, since Mega Venusaur, if it had the leads, it would be a bit more interesting of an option into some of those things. But as it stands, perhaps instead of Sylveon, we might see Garchomp just to try at least threaten the Earthquakes, even if they are weak to Wyker, that enables other slots to deal damage into it. And we are seeing the same lead again from Xerox's side, with Kangaskhan, as we've tried to guess, was the adaptation from Wolf saying, okay, I'm not gonna want to be able to deal with the fake outs right away, so perhaps just trying to deal some chip damage into Rotom early, since Covenant isn't that big of a threat, especially before the bulk up, letting the setups just go. So we might see a very, very similar turn 1, with the biggest difference being the Kangaskhan is the one that goes for the fake out instead of Incineroar from last game, and does start to look like that with the Mega Evolution turn 1.
Yeah, Kangaskhan being a good Pokemon to have here just threatens a lot of immediate damage, and also a nice fake out here into this Rotom. That actually does a lot of damage. Was that a critical hit, or is that just how
That
strong
was not a
Kangaskhan?
crit.
That's just Kangaskhan. Wow. Okay. All right. Well, the fake out this turn allows Espathra just to basically get up a free Calm Mind because, like you said, Corviknight not really much of a threat if it's unboosted, so it's probably going to have to use a turn setting up itself, and that's exactly what we see. Corviknight going for a bulk up, so a pretty like similar turn one from the last game, just with a Kangaskhan instead of an Incineroar.
Yeah, slightly different skins here. So another question is, do you swap out Kangaskhan? Because with how speed interactions work, Rotom would swap out before even the Mega Kangaskhan thanks to the Choice Scarf, meaning that Incineroar would have to come in first, and if the Incineroar comes in first, then Wolf's Incineroar would dodge the Intimidate, which would still enable a reasonable amount of damage into Corviknight, trying to chip it into ranges for Aegislash later down the line, because game mechanics are fun. So perhaps we might just see two swaps and a Protect, and maybe even the Protect Tailwind, but no, Espathra and Kangaskhan both staying in this time around.
Yeah, Espathra just going for a Protect here, just wanting to get another speed boost safely on this board. Rotom instead not going for the Hydro Pump this time, instead going to Volt Switch, and I believe this will probably be the Incineroar switching in here. So now Kangaskhan has Mega Evolved, so it will be susceptible to the Intimidate here, so whatever attack it decides to go for into that Rotom slot will be doing a lot less damage. Kangaskhan once again does go for the Drain Punch here. We saw in the last game that this did not do a lot of damage through the Chople Berry, but important to get the Chople Berry out of the way early, so now the later Drain Punches will be doing a lot more damage, so, and it also gives Kangaskhan a little bit of extra recovery here. We'll have to see if Corviknight actually goes on the offensive this turn, or if it's maybe going to take this passive turn from Espathra to maybe just go for another bulk up, as it does go for another bulk up, so Corviknight boosting it yet again, which is something that we didn't really see a lot of in game one, but now Corviknight capitalizing on this rather passive turn from Wolf's End to get a second bulk up.
Yeah, that is actually not to be understated, because this is a massive positional advantage for Xerox, because now Espathra just burned through a Protect, if I saw correctly, and Kangaskhan doesn't really have anything to support you through it. So fake out Brave Bird into Espathra might diminish any and all chances of going for the Baton Pass strat, since the flinch will prevent it. So now perhaps Wolf is forced to go for the double Protect attempt this time around, like Xerox's last game, or sacrifice all those preciously accumulated boosts and swap into something like the Incineroar to try and reposition later down the line. But regardless, that Incineroar reposition is difficult, and Wolf does swallow the bitter pill and brings in the Incineroar here.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't feel good swapping out an Espathra with all those juicy boosts on it, but I think, unfortunately, it might have been the right decision in order to, like you said, position for later. As Kangaskhan going to stay in despite the Intimidate, going to use a Drain Punch into the Corviknight. That is going to do very, very little damage because Corviknight is at +2. Kangaskhan is Intimidated. A little bit of recovery, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's not that much recovery. But the Brave Bird going to target down the Kangaskhan and actually almost brings it to KO range, but yeah, not even +2 Brave Bird enough here, as Incineroar going to use the Parting Shot to reposition here. And yeah, I feel like with the switching out of that Espathra, you are just so far behind now if you're Wolf.
Yeah, that is one of the worst feelings. You did a desperate play, and your opponent going for this read is, that is an evil turn to go for, and put Xerox in such a commanding position now that the little chances that you might have had with the Espathra round like that are slowly vanishing while Incineroar takes its fake out here.
Yeah, Kangaskhan actually using this opportunity to go for a Sucker Punch into the Rotom here to try and get some last-ditch damage here. But no, Corviknight instead just going to use this turn to go for a Tailwind. So now it's going to have the speed advantage here for both the Pokemon on Xerox's side.
Yeah. So yeah, now the fake out was a nice one, but the problem is with the Intimidates on Kangaskhan, not even another Sucker Punch would be enough, and that enables lines like the Volt Switch, Brave Bird double up into the Incineroar slot, since Kangaskhan really isn't a threat here. You just want to prevent damage into the Corviknight slot, and being called out with the swap out Espathra makes its entrance again.
Yeah, Espathra going to re-enter the field here. Maybe trying to get those boosts back online here, but unfortunately he's going to have to take a Hydro Pump. No Calm Mind boost, so that Hydro Pump is going to do a lot of damage. And now the double up from this Corviknight means Espathra is going down. No chance of surviving that +2 Brave Bird. And Kangaskhan just left all by its lonesome on this board. Probably going to fire off a pitiful Drain Punch, or No, it's
Sucker
probably
punched.
it's went for Sucker Punch, yeah, so just not even achieving that much damage at all. And now with the spot throw off the board, it looks like the setup strats are pretty dead in the water here.
Yeah, so unless Wolf is surprising us and having Aerodactyl in the back, those Dusslets don't really do all that much, especially against +2, even though Aegislash is still able to tank the Corviknight attack reasonably well. It is still going to be really difficult to just get through Roost, because that is like the big thing. It's like Roost and Bulk Up are just such a devious combination, and there is the
Hydrapple.
finally hit the field, but will it achieve something? Hard to say. Incineroar is going to take the Hydro Pump in the meantime.
Yeah, able to hang on from that Hydro Pump, which is impressive. It is gonna activate Incineroar's Citrus Berry, but I mean, if this is a double up, it's not gonna be able to survive that. But Corviknight just going for the Roost here. So Hydrapple actually does make an appearance here, but unfortunately, it's not gonna be able to reap the rewards of any Calm Minds or Speed Boost now that its Spother is down. And looking at a Corviknight is probably the least desirable option for it, as it literally just has no moves to hit this thing, really.
So here is the question. Do the players know their boosted Fickle Beam calcs? Because, frankly, even though it is a bit of a tough position for Wolf, with the last turn of Tailwind remaining, perhaps something like Fake Out, Fickle Beam, Double Boost Crit could do something, and in the meantime, Rotom swaps out.
Yeah, at the same time, Corviknight does have to Brave Bird if it wants to do damage, so maybe relying on the recoil damage to do a lot of that work for you. But here is the Fake Out. It does hit the Corviknight, so Corviknight not going to be able to get a Brave Bird off this turn. We'll see what Hydrapple goes for here. Is it going to be a Fickle Beam? Fickle Beam goes into the Corviknight. That did not a lot of damage, so I'm assuming that was probably not a boosted Fickle Beam. The boosted one might actually do a lot, so if you get like a critical hit and then a lot of Brave Bird recoil from Brave Bird going into Hydrapple, like maybe it's possible to deal with Corviknight, but then you just have the rest of the team to deal with.
Quick question, does it not say that it's going all out for the attack? Because in Scarlet Violet there was an indicator that it was a double damage. Is Champions not like that?
Is there? I didn't even know there
Yeah,
was an indicator.
it says usually that it's going all out, but in the meantime Incineroar hits the board again.
Oh yeah, so Incineroar comes back here. I mean, yeah, it's Hydrapple is not something we see very often. So I mean, these interactions are important to iron out. But I guess maybe we'll find out if Hydrapple has the opportunity to click Fickle Beam on this board. It's going to be even more tough to do that because now Corviknight is able to set up another Tailwind, and considering that it just protected, it's now susceptible to Brave Bird.
I suppose that can be mitigated with the Fake Out. The bigger problem here is that at this point Wolf really has to gamble on something like a crit, because especially with the Tailwind, you can make sure that the parting shot will go into the Hydrapple, mitigating any potential damage before it even happens, and there is the Fake Out.
Yeah, another Fake Out into Corviknight, just trying to delay the inevitable as much as possible, but unfortunately Hydrapple, now that it is slower than Incineroar, is going to be taking a parting shot, so those Fickle Beams, if it decides to go into Corviknight again, going to be doing even more pitiful damage, but we'll have to see what the Pokemon that gets rotated in here. It is going to be the Rotom Wash once again, and here comes a Fickle Beam into the Corviknight. Still no boost, not really doing any damage, and now we'll have to see if there's a chance that Hydrapple is able to survive another turn, because it's looking dire.
It's looking rather dire. The question becomes, does Xerox have to rely on another Hydro Pump to KO the Incineroar, since it is definitely the Brave Bird into the Hydrapple just to make sure that the slot goes down, and the Hydro Pump is finding its target into the Incineroar, easily picking up this KO.
Just been absolutely top of its game here. Has not missed a Hydro Pump yet, and this time finds a critical target into the Incineroar. So, great job, Rotom. And now this allows the Corviknight to get this +2 Brave Bird into the Hydrapple. Yeah, no shot that that thing survives that. And Wolf going to be brought down to their last two Pokemon. And unfortunately, very weak Kangaskhan, and will be the Incineroar. Yep, that's going to be a forfeit from Wolf's side. So Xerox able to make the adjustments to win the second game, and we're going to a game 3.
Yeah, quite interesting. It honestly, it all came down to the Drain Punch turn on Kangaskhan, really, because if it would have been like more similar to the first game, and Wolf would have swapped out the Kangaskhan for the Incineroar to restart the Fake Out engine, it wouldn't have been such easy picking to single out a Spafra with this. So There is something to say about that, Xerox basically got away with not having to deal with like the extended fake-out pressure, since the setup double fake-out things are something that we've seen as far back as like Reg F, for example. So perhaps not overthinking this one could be the case, because Wolf's game plan still obviously works, and it was basically just an attempt at trying to read an adjustment. But at this point, since we've established that Xerox might not be as willing to go off of the Covenant game plan because it is doing so well into most of the opposing team, might just be a bit more similar to game 1, since there is those kinds of things, especially with the Choppleberry and Incineroar not really being too worried about the Drain Punches. It's going to be interesting to see for sure, and we do see the teams have been locked in, and game 3 is going to start. What leads do we expect? Is it going to be Kangaskhan again? It is definitely Incineroar Corviknight once more.
And a spot for Kangaskhan.
Yeah, so being able to dodge the Intimidate this time around is already a better start for Xerox. So now, a better start for Wolf. So now the question becomes, who do you even fake out with this? Because usually, the other times we've seen Rotom, which also threatens a good chunk of damage. So perhaps this time around, they fake out into Incineroar, assuming that it is faster, since the Incineroar could also just be very, very speedy to outspeed Kangaskhan pre-Mega would be an option, since perhaps if you're in Wolf's position, you can think about keeping the Scrappy alive for later rotations, and it does not Mega, in fact, and gets the fake out into Incineroar first, which is rather crucial.
Yeah, Kangaskhan hanging on to its Scrappy ability by not Mega Evolving on turn 1. Instead, a Spothric going to fire off a Lumina Crash into Corviknight. Now, normally this would be -2 special defense, but Corviknight's Mirror Armor ability going to reflect that -2 special defense right back onto a Spothra, and Corviknight using this uninhibited turn to just go ahead and set up a bulk up. So, a very interesting switch up from the last couple of games. The Spothra just instead not opting for the Calm Mind.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if that Lumina Crash chip is really worth all of that. So maybe that was just a error in thinking, or a very, very ambitious read for a swap. But now this is a much more complicated situation, since Espathra is now also forced to hard swap, and perhaps bringing the Aegislash again that we've seen in game 1.
Yeah, Aegislash now making its reappearance probably means Hydrapple is going to be on the bench for this game. But yeah, I mean, we saw that once a Spothra switches out for Wolf, we've seen like how exactly the game can kind of start to lose, the game plan can start to lose a lot of momentum. But this Drain Punch is not intimidated this time. However, Corviknight, it's still not really under any threat of taking that much damage, so that affords it a second bulk up boost, and we saw it in game 2 how effective these boosts onto Corviknight were, and it doesn't matter how much chip damage Corviknight can take. It can set up Tailwind, it can roost off all of this damage, and now unboosted Aegislash, probably not going to be a pretty big threat for Wolf's board here, as we're going to see Garchomp here. So Garchomp probably going to be replacing the Sylveon. We didn't see the last Pokemon in the last game, so Garchomp, making its first appearance here in game 3, probably a good answer here into this Aegislash now that that's the Pokemon of choice.
Yeah, and with the +2 setup on Corviknight, even those resisted Brave Birds are going to be quite strong, especially since we haven't really mentioned, but not even King's Shield really does impede Corviknight's damage output, since the Mirror Armor ability prevents any and all stat drops in that regard, even if it were relevant, dropping the Aegislash's stats instead. And we do see Espathra trying to come back in, so maybe Wolf not giving up on the game plan for Baton Pass quite yet, and there's the White Guard trying to call an Earthquake.
Yeah, Wide Guard going to try and protect, but nope, Garchomp not falling for it. Fires off a Dragon Claw. It's going to do a lot of damage into the Espathra. Corviknight just using this turn to get a Roost up, and all of a sudden Corviknight is back to full HP and still boosted.
Yeah, so yeah, we saw it. The moment you were forced you were forced to swap out Espathra hard like that, the game plan is starting to crumble, because now this is a position where another Dragon Claw is quite easy to hit into Espathra without too much risk, and Wolf wants to establish some speed boost, so there is the Protect this time around, and the Earthquake not getting White Guarded this time.
Yeah, Earthquake going to do some damage finally into this Aegislash. It does a really good amount of damage into the Aegislash, but maybe indicative that Aegislash is trying to go on the offensive here, as Brave Bird finds its way into Espathra's Protect. So Aegislash maybe going to try to get some damage onto this Corviknight. This is not a boosted Aegislash, but still doing respectable damage with that Shadow Ball. But I mean, I think the threat of Garchomp's Earthquakes and Corviknight's Brave Birds might just be too much for this duo right here.
Yeah, like in this position, it did actually respectable damage into Corviknight. It's almost down to half after the Shadow Bolt, but the problem is Lumina Crash doesn't threaten a whole lot. You do not worry about the special defense drops, so technically there's nothing really stopping a play like Roost and Earthquake, just preventing Aegislash from threatening any meaningful damage, because if you're in Xerox's position, even if the Earthquake doesn't do damage, if it forces Aegislash into a passive turn like that, where it doesn't threaten another Shadow Ball into Corviknight, that is honestly all you want. Because sometimes it's not about just getting the damage off, but forcing certain things from your opponent. And Wolf instead opts to swap out the Aegislash instead.
Yeah, just maybe preserving Aegislash for later on in the game, potentially. Lumina Crash into the Garchomp is able to get the special defense boost on, or special defense drop on this Pokemon, but with no Wide Guard in play, this does allow Garchomp to click Earthquake, which will get the KO on a Spathra, do a bunch of damage to Kangaskhan, and that, as we saw from Game 2, is for sure in +2 Brave Bird range, but nope, Corviknight just going to use this turn, like you said, to roost up here and get right back to full HP.
Yeah, this is one of those turns where you just have a play that is so safe that you absolutely do not have to deviate from the plan regardless of what your opponent does. But now there is the fake out pressure again, so perhaps you might try to fake out the Garchomp and do something, but the problem again is that there's just so much offensive pressure on the side of Xerox that even the fake out isn't enough to mitigate it, since you can just try to go for more Earthquakes, Brave Birds. In this position it's rather safe, but instead it is the swap out for Garchomp into Incineroar, getting the Intimidate into this Mega Kangaskhan now.
Yeah, Garchomp wanting to maybe preserve its preserve itself from getting knocked out. A good switch into the Incineroar, obviously not going to be threatened by either of these Pokemon here, as Incineroar going to switch in for Wolf's side, as now Corviknight going to use another turn that it's not taking any damage to set up a Tailwind here, but Aegislash going on the offensive here, going to fire off a Shadow Ball. This time it's going to be into the Corviknight again, as we saw, just does a little bit under half, but now with the Tailwind up, there is Fake Out on the board now, so maybe it's a question of whether or not Fake Out plus Shadow Ball can KO, but I mean, there's a Fake Out on the opposing side as well.
Yeah, and it doesn't even have to be the fake out, since you can't fake out Aegislash, although the fake out into Incineroar is guaranteed from Xerox's side, since there's a Tailwind up on his side, and it will be exactly that line, not really risking a speed tie since you are in +2 speed, and perhaps a Brave Bird into the Aegislash slot. No, it is just a Roost, mitigating any and all damage potential there is.
Yeah, because if you decide to lock in the Fake Out here, that you are potentially having to take another hit from this Aegislash, so maybe just better to keep yourself up at full HP, and, you know, just take the Shadow Ball. And now you're in a position where you can potentially attack with Incineroar, get another Roost up, or, yeah, maybe just, like, try to find a Brave Bird into something. But I think, or Corviknight keeping its HP high is probably pretty important.
Yeah, perhaps it's just a Dark Type move into Aegislash and the Roost yet again, since Incineroar bar a crit also doesn't threaten the biggest damage into the Corviknight at this point, so it'll be interesting to see what Xerox opts for, since the fact that Corviknight can't protect makes it a bit more vulnerable to something like a crit, which is what Wolf kind of has to fish for if you're hoping to get rid of this very boosted Corviknight instead. And it is just the Incineroar swap out, so we're not going to see a Dark Type move into Aegislash this turn.
Yep, Incineroar going to switch right back out, this time into Garchomp, possibly calling the Aegislash to go for King Shield here, so not wanting to take a drop in its attack stat if it targets into the Aegislash. And yeah, Corviknight having, Corviknight getting another turn here just to get the Roost off, as a Darkest Lariat goes into Corviknight. That doesn't do a lot of damage, and Corviknight's still sitting pretty here, and Garchomp, you know, has the opportunity for a Wide Guard or Earthquake if, you know, Aegislash wants to be passive this turn and go for Wide Guard, which might allow Corviknight to be able to go on the offensive.
Yeah, at this point, a Earthquake, Brave Bird into Incineroar is rather tempting, since, again, if Aegislash hits the Wide Guard, that means it doesn't attack, which would be a fine trade-off for Xerox, and we do see that. Will Xerox be willing to go for the Heart Rate? No, it's just the Earthquake, which might still be very much in Xerox's favor, depending on what the Corviknight does now.
Yeah, Corviknight feels pretty safe here to probably go fire off an attack. No, it's just going to be another bulk up, so Corviknight Corviknight hasn't clicked Brave Bird, it feels like, in a million years at this point. It's just using all these turns to get itself set up in the absolute best position possible. But I mean, it was afforded potentially a chance to go for another setup move just because Aegis Slash wasn't able to attack if it was going to click wide guard. So
Mhm.
a pretty effective pin here as Incineroar going to find a parting shot into Garchomp, which will now allow Kangaskhan and another fake out to be brought back onto the board.
Yeah, like at this point, honestly, more of the same, where you can say, okay, the fake out is there, you can try and fake out the Corviknight to not get hit with it, but perhaps this time Brave Bird and Earthquake is quite fine, because even if you were to like hit the Corviknight of something, it's going to be able to survive. But no, it's just a swap into Incineroar this time around.
Yep, it's just another switch out. Gonna bring in the Incineroar here to get an Intimidate onto the Garchomp. Gonna reflect this Intimidate back onto the Incineroar with the Mirror Armor, and there is no wide guard on the board this time, so Incineroar will be switching into an Earthquake. It is -2 Garchomp, so it will be able to take it a little bit better, but still taking it down to around half as Kangaskhan gonna Drain Punch into the Garchomp here. But, I mean, for all this recovery that it's going to be getting, it's also going to be taking 2 rounds of Rough Skin recoil, so I mean, I guess that's maybe better than double edging. So you would have just taken like a ton of recoil. And yeah, or Drain Punch doesn't even make up the difference from what you were getting there from the recovery. As Corviknight now going to set up yet another Tailwind.
Yeah, honestly quite interesting that both players opting to play that passively, not trying to take any risks at all. And now there's the pressure of like fake out again, but Archam honestly got shipped quite well throughout this turn. Like now the question becomes like, is it actually enough to KO it with Sucker Punch? Because Archam is more likely to swap out, but you would never swap out Corviknight in this position. You wait way too hard for those Volca boosted Dairy Seed. Garchomp swapping out for this Incineroar.
Yep, I think Incineroar is a pretty safe switch in here because you get the Intimidate off on both of these Pokemon and also save yourself from getting Sucker Punch. That +3 Brave Bird easily able to get the knockout on Kangaskhan, especially since it is not able to hit before. And Corviknight now going to be taking a Darkest Lariat from this Incineroar. +3 defense. Yep, Corviknight's still able to take that pretty well. And now you have Incineroar on the board for a possible fake out, or, I mean, Aegis Slash is low enough to the point where Incineroar probably threatens a knockout onto it.
Yeah, remember, that isn't even the +3 defense, because remember, Darkest Lariat's bonus effect is that it ignores defense and evasion boosts on the target, so that is just how well Corviknight actually just tanks the Darkest Lariats from this Incineroar, which is an even more impressive feat in all honesty. There now Incineroar on Wolf's side makes the entrance, able to perhaps delay things a little bit, perhaps trying to prevent a roost from happening, if I saw it correctly. No, Incineroar was already there, so there's no fake potential. But will Aegislash finally be able to hit something? Because the Brave Bird does go into the Incineroar, so a Shadow Ball might be enough to at least get rid of this Corviknight, which has been a pain in Wolf's side for so long.
Yeah, you might be able to take down the Corviknight at this turn, but at what cost? Corviknight has now successfully Brave Birded through your entire team. Aegis Slash won't even get that chance, and instead is going to go down to the Throat Chop here, and that is going to be all she wrote for this set. Searox takes the set 2-1 over Wolf here. Very well played to both sides, but yeah, very congratulations to Searox for advancing in the tournament.
Yeah, again, shoutouts to Wolf for making it this far. Top 16 out of well over 100 players is very impressive, but Xerox did manage to turn it around. It was a bit of a, if you want, this set was honestly just a showcase of how potent Mirror Armor is as an ability. But because this took a little bit, we can actually jump into the top 8 set right away. So Eric, please do give us your summary of your thoughts on this match while I go into the next private room.
So we have Marino this time going up against C27, who is a player we did not get to feature yesterday. But we have a bit of a double mega team go. Oh wait, is this the team we saw yesterday in round 1 with the Inner Focus Mega Dragonite? I think this is the. I think we featured this person yesterday.
Yeah, I think that is a repeat from round 1.
Yeah,
Marino
this.
versus C. Yeah, we saw Marino early on in the tournament, but C hasn't been featured yet.
Yeah, so this is the interesting Inner Focus Mega Dragonite. So this is we saw that Marino was not afraid to bring both Glamora and Dragonite, so they can kind of function together if the matchup calls for it. But yeah, just a pretty standard rain cast here. We have Pelipper, we have Archaladon. Interestingly, no Tailwind or anything on the Pelipper. Instead, just opting for a little bit slower mode of speed control and Icy Wind, and the
Hmm.
wide guard, Basque Legion, Swift Swim, Mystic Water, pretty standard for these kinds of teams, and a Sinistra. This is the
The
imprisoned
imprisoned
Sinistra.
trick room, which is a
Yeah, so
secondary form of speed control, but it's primarily there to imprison opposing trick rooms, since
and
it can be a
opposing
bit difficult
Sinistras
for,
too.
yeah, and
We
supposing
saw that.
Sinistras in particular. The redirection being mitigated with imprisoned rage powder is a very, very spicy tech.
Yeah, I think we saw that come into play really in the set we featured with Marino yesterday,
Mm.
where there was an opposing Sinistra on the other side, and it was really the threat of imprison was like almost was basically enough for their opponent to not even want to bring Sinistra. So
Yeah. So let's
just
see what
yeah.
Marino is up against in the second stream match, because we finally see Mega Manetric, an old favorite of old heads from like 2015, 2018, since we always had this very interesting ability to turn into a Mega Pokemon with Intimidate instead of being a Pokemon that intimidates out of it, like a lot of other Pokemon like Mobile and Salamence have historically done.
Yeah, Manectric taking on a little bit more of a supportive role as a Mega Evolution is very fast. It does have the ability to pivot in and out with Volt Switch, and it does have access to Intimidate when it Mega Evolves, so it's able to just rotate in and out of the battle and just spread those Intimidates. Also has Snarl, so it even has an option to drop Special Attack as well, so it becomes a very, very effective sort of pivoting Pokemon. And also Overheat is just a nice like burst of damage option into certain Pokemon that you would want to hit with a fire type attack. But this Manectric can easily effectively pivot in combination with the Incineroar to get even more Intimidates down on the board. Sinistra rotating in and out with Hospitality is really good because for this Calm Mind Primarina, so you can just
Mm.
constantly get Intimidates down, improving Primarina's bulk, getting the fake outs on the board, setting up those Calm Minds. And interestingly, the Scizor is not the one that has Swords Dance on this team. It's actually the
Mm.
Lumberry Swords Dance Garchomp. So yeah, C's been doing really well with this team, and I'm curious to. I haven't really seen a lot of Mega Manectric, and I was curious to see like how good it would actually be in this format, where like you kind of want
Mm.
your Mega Evolution to be a little bit more proactive. But
Yeah, it
I
is. It
think
is a bit.
the
It's a bit weird with Overheat into the Rain matchup. So I do think Mega Scissor might be more interesting. It's just a bit unfortunate for Scissor itself that knockoff is just above 60 base power, so it doesn't get the Technician boost.
Yeah, but it's able to get the Technician boost from Bullet Punch and Bug Bite. So Scizor just probably functioning as just a straight up attacker here. But I could imagine the Manectric mode with Primarina being pretty solid into the Rain matchup because you have Volt Switch to threaten stuff like Pelipper and Basque Legion, and then you have
And
Snarl to
Mega,
keep.
you have Lightning Rod to swap into potential Electro Shots.
Yeah, and also
Yep.
Snarl just to keep our Chaladon weak. Maybe cancel out those Electro Shot boosts.
Mm-hmm. Also interesting to see this double setup because they're very different, but let's see what our players going to lead in because we are about to start game 1. B versus Marino. Let's make some noise for our top 8 match. Alright, we see the rather rare Sinistra lead, perhaps trying to catch a Sinistra lead of on C-side from Marino because the Imprison is there and it is a rather potent option that you want to deal with, but there's also the Scissor on there, which can threaten Sinistra quite well because remember, it does have this knockoff option, it does represent this strong dark type damage into it, getting rid of the Citrus Berry to prevent it from being as tanky as it usually would. So this is honestly a quite interesting lead to see because it could be something like either Pokemon can Mega, but I think Mega Manectric might be the more interesting one potentially, and Pelipper being afraid of those Volt switches out.
Yeah, Manectric. Oh wow, we're just seeing a bunch of Pokemon pivot out here. So Pelipper trying to save itself from potential Volt Switch, going to switch into Archaladon. Meanwhile, the Scizor is going to swap out. So interestingly, both Megas are brought into this game from C side, but Manectric instead just trying to potentially delay the Mega for this interaction right here to where the Lightning Rod could actually be a very, very valuable tool to protect this Primarina from Electro Shots. And even if you go for a Electro Shot with Archaladon, you might be giving yourself a special attack boost, but you'll also be giving the Manectric a special attack boost. So Manectric in its base form might actually put in a lot of work here.
Yeah, like this is a wonderful position for Primarina. It's just very, very annoying that the 95 accuracy took its toll and missing the Sinister, which can now still threaten quite scary Machagachas into the Primarina, especially assuming that it is slower before any drops and any coal mines, means that the Opera Singer isn't in as safe of a position as would like to be, and C recognizing it and just protects it this turn instead.
Yeah, Primarina going for the Protect here, recognizing the threat of Machagacha, plus maybe an attack that is not Electro Shot from the Archaladon, but this does mean Machagacha will be going into the Manectric. Manectric not very bulky, so it is going to be taking a significant amount of damage from the Machagacha, but probably just trying to get another Snarl down on the board here. Does finally connect with Sinistra, and does get another Snarl into the Archaladon, so probably just trying to put Primarina in a position where it's not taking as much damage from these special attackers, and maybe trying to set up a few Calm Mines.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what the fourth Pokemon is, because if you bring the Primarina into position like that, it might just be Sinistra on C's side too, because just Leftovers by itself isn't that great of a recovery option, so perhaps something like a Volt Switch and a Coleman could be what we see here, and there is the start of the setup gameplay, with the Coleman establishing the Primarina is in fact slower than the Sinistra on Marino's side.
Yeah, Primarina being the fastest thing under Trick Room is very good information, but Machagacha actually going to do the thing where it misses too, so it's going to miss the Manectric here, and it's going to find a mark into the Primarina, but actually not doing a lot of damage after that Calm Mind boost, and now the drop special attack on the Sinistra. These two stages of drop special attack on the Archaladon are going to allow Manectric to take a Dragon Pulse and fire off another Snarl here, so Primarina in a pretty good position to start boosting and maybe firing off some attacks here, maybe using the Trick Room to its own advantage.
Yeah, this is definitely backfiring very hard for Marino. Probably not imagining that the Marina was going to be the Pokemon of choice, because with the Machagacha miss allowing Manectric to survive, that means just something like Protect and a Moonblast into the Sinistra to make sure it goes down before it can threaten the Chaos. Prevents Archaladon from doing any meaningful damage, which Marino recognizes and swapping out instead. Let's see what the Pokemon is going to be. It is the Pelipper once more. Yeah,
so Pelipper comes back in here. The Manectric going to try and preserve its last little bit of HP, going for a Protect here, as Primarina going to fire off a Moonblast into the Sinistra. We'll see how much damage this does at +1. That is a knockout into the Sinistra, so very troublesome Pokemon for C, just taken off the board here, and yeah, that's a good knockout to get early in this game, and I believe there is at least one more turn of Trick Room left? Or does it expire this turn? I was not counting correctly.
Yeah, it should be. Usually it would display it on the spectator mode here, but this is quite an interesting one. There was obviously very little that you could do about this in Marino's position, unless you hope that Sinistra and Primarina somehow speed tie, since there's no Protect on Sinistra that made the Moonblast KO rather safe, and Archaladon does come back in, just wanted to reset its stat drops, and it is the last turn of Rain and it's the last turn of Trick Room, so after this one there will be an option to play through this again, but Manectric might be willing to stay around and sacrifice itself to perhaps do something like absorb one more Electroshot, depending on if Pelipper or Archaladon are faster, since the Pelipper with Focus Sash tends to be maxed out on its speed stat. The question becomes what Marino wants to do here, since there's a lot of reads involved. Unless you want to be playing it safe and double Protect, which would risk giving Primarina a prime opportunity to go for another Calm Mind, making it a borderline destroyable force here. But it is the White Guard instead trying to catch a Snarl and or a Hyper Voice here.
Yeah, but Primarina not going to take that bait, and instead fires off a Moonblast into the Pelipper. This will bring it down to its Focus Sash, and we'll have to see if the Archaladon is going to target and try to take down this Manectric here. It is going to find the Dragon Pulse into the Manectric, so that eliminates the Lightning Rod. So this would normally enable Archaladon to start clicking Electroshot. However, that was the last turn of Rain, so now Pelipper is in an awkward position where it has to pivot itself out here if it wants to start enabling Archaladon.
Yeah, so it was my mistake. Pelipper does in fact not even have to Protect, so it's Hurricane, Ice Wind, Wildcard, Weather Ball, which meant that there was a bit of a swing, perhaps trying to call a switch read, but now that Pelipper is being threatened by the Bullet Punch, something like a Bullet Punch from Mega Scissor, since Manectric is down, and the Moonblast into the Archaladon is just a little too threatening, since Flash Cannon being the only damage then Archaladon can threaten into this Primarina here is not enough to even kill, perhaps even with a crit. So Pelipper does swap out, Marino recognizing that Electroshots are now on the board, and reveals that Dragonite has been the fourth one waiting all along, and we finally see the first Mega Evolution of this top 8.
Yeah, C27's real Mega Evolution finally entering the stage here. It is Mega Scizor. So Mega Scizor gonna start firing off some damage. Archaludon recognizing that it's not really doing a whole lot offensively on this turn, so it is going to go for the Protect, possibly waiting for Pelipper to switch back in. That did a lot of damage because this Dragonite is not packing the multi-scale, so it is going to be taking a double up here. So the pretty safe, if you're anticipating a switch out there, pretty safe Bullet Punch to either KO the Pelipper and then redirect the Moonblast into Archaludon, or if there's a switch out from a Pokemon in the back, not really a lot on Marino's team that could have taken that double up. So gets a KO there, and that is going to be a forfeit from Marino's side as C is going to lock up game 1.
Yeah, that was honestly such a smartly played endgame. As you mentioned it, at that point, there was nothing in the team of Marino that would have liked this double up, because Glimora would have taken too much damage from the Bullet Punch, Basically would have taken too much damage from the Moonblast, Dragonite absolutely wasn't able to take it, so every option was covered with that, and if Pelipper would have stayed in, obviously the Moonblast would have redirected itself into it. So this is one of those instances where it was a very safely played endgame where all the options were covered, and I always appreciate when players find those safe lines because you don't always have to go for the big swing. I'm always a big advocate of where you do reads when you have to, and you play the safe place when you can to maximize your odds of going through those endgames without any hiccups. So that was honestly quite a nice match to see, and now I'm very curious if Marino is gonna opt for a switch up, because the big thing about this game is just how hard the Trick Room backfights. So do you think we're going to see Sinistcha again, or do you see a vision where it's going to be replaced by one of the two Pokemon that we haven't seen on Marino's side so far?
I still think there's a lot of merit to bringing Sinistcha in this matchup. Yeah, like you said, the Trick Room probably reconsidering that play a lot going into this game too. But the problem is if you don't set up Trick Room, that does allow Manectric to be the fastest Pokemon on the field if there's no Swift Swim Basculegion, so that just enables fast Snarl even more, which will probably still have a similar effect of allowing Primarina to just keep setting up Calm Mind. So, I mean, if Trick Room goes up, it's not that bad for C because you have the fastest Pokemon in Primarina, so if that gets going, it's obviously a nightmare to deal with. But if you don't set up Trick Room, then that enables Manectric to just be the fastest thing on the field and, you know, threaten the Volt Switches into Pelipper and just getting the fast Snarls off, which will enable Primarina in a very similar way. So I think definitely considering
it is
that.
quite a conundrum, but what makes it so devious is that Marino even got really lucky early on dodging the Snarl on the Sinistcha, and even that wasn't enough, which makes me think that perhaps use Sinistcha as like its more traditional role with something that lets you recover health with Hospitality, and perhaps go for like a Basculegion or a Dragonite mode trying to deal with a Manectric like that, especially since Basculegion in ring would still outspeed it. And we do see the same lead again, playing the potential Peekaboo with who is actually going to be the Mega Pokemon on this target. And we do see the Pelipper Sinistcha again, honestly quite surprising to me, since there is now the threat of the Volt Switch into the Pelipper. Doesn't represent the Protect option, so honestly quite hard to play super well through this, since you can also just counter get the Manectric out, since Archaludon isn't on the field yet to threaten anything, while Scizor can just start doing some meaningful chip, again having the knock-off option into the Sinistcha, getting around the Citrus Berry before it can really do anything, or getting rid of some important items like a Mystic Water on the Basculegion. But no, it is just Sinistcha, it stays in and it Rage Powders.
Yeah, Rage Powdering with this potential Volt Switch, which does come out from the Manectric. Does a little bit of damage to the Sinistcha, but this importantly will mean that Manectric is going to position itself out and send in a different Pokemon for C here. It is going to be the Primarina, the MVP of Game 1, returning to the field here. Interestingly, Scizor doesn't go for the Mega Evolution either, so it's going to be not taking advantage of that extra bulk from Mega Scizor, but instead just going to fire off a knockoff into the Sinistcha. Does almost enough damage to knock it out, maybe potentially missing out on that attack boost from Mega Scizor, and Sinistcha is going to be able to survive this turn.
Yeah, honestly, with how little HP there's left on the Sinistcha, Scizor not Mega Evolving might be something that C regrets later down the line, since even though it isn't the biggest boost in the world, the attack difference on Mega Scizor is still a solid 20 points base, which means that for all intents and purposes it should have been enough, which would have been a much better position, since now Pelipper can But now Sinister can go back out, allow more switches, perhaps allowing more pivoting power to swap. But still, that means that Primarina is for quite primary position to do stuff, and it's Bullet Punch into the Pelipper this time.
Yeah, Bullet Punch into the Pelipper, recognizing that Scizor is going to be slower than the Pelipper and might be on the receiving end of another target. In this case, it is on the receiving end of another Weather Ball, so that is going to be it for Scizor here. Sinistcha going to be faster than this Primarina, as we saw. Ooh, gets them single target Matcha Gotcha this time into the Primarina, and Sinistcha goes from the brink of being KO'd basically all the way back up to near 75% of its health there, and Primarina able to get a Calm Mind there, but almost at the cost of nearly all of its HP.
So yeah, this is again what I've been talking about. If that Sinistcha would have had to take the Mega Scizor a knockoff, this would have been a very different game. But now Manectric has to come in and clutch up, since now with the Snarl and the spread, perhaps it is enough, but it is still not the easiest situation in the world, because the question becomes how much damage does the Hurricane from this Pelipper do, since you gotta make the call between does Sinistcha go for the Matcha Gotcha or does it go for the Redirection? It is instead of Pelipper swapping out, perhaps going into the Dragonite. Yeah, very strong option. Will take a potential Volt Switch quite well, but the Primarina also protecting.
Yeah, Primarina protecting, just wanting to get a little bit of more extra turns of leftovers before it actually can start clicking any attacks there. But Pelipper deciding and not wanting to play the mind game of whether or not it's going to be Volt Switch or Snarl, just instead going to go into the Dragonite and possibly try to reposition the rain turns for later. But yeah, Sinistcha comes in for C side this time and is able to heal up the Primarina. So Primarina now back at a good amount of HP there. And yeah, it's going to heal up a little bit from the leftovers too.
Yeah, so that was honestly, it was a quite smart pivot, this the safest route possible, since you either break any potential future multi-skills that Mega Dragonite would have, since presumably the Mega option that Marina brought into this game, while also preventing Pelipper from going for any potential tailwinds, making it a much safer endgame. And now, without single target damage and with the +1, bar a crit, Primarina should be able to comfortably tank a Matcha Gotcha, which allows you to play more. And instead of any redirection, it is just Sinistcha hard swapping out back into the Manectric.
Yeah, this is kind of the bread and butter of this team right there. Just Pokemon going to be switching in and out of the battlefield all the time. This time, the combination of Sinistcha's Hospitality and Manectric, you know, not quite getting the Intimidate because there's just so many special attackers on the opposing side, but just remaining in its base form to potentially be useful for that Archaludon later. But now the Dragonite is going to go for the Hurricane into this Manectric switch in. That does a lot of damage. Manectric, yeah, it's not a very bulky Pokemon, and also a critical hit. That definitely helps. But yeah, that Hurricane is huge into that Manectric. But this is going to be a huge Moonblast, as this is going to be able to knock out the Sinistcha. As Sinistcha did not go for an attack this turn, it actually went for Rage Powder to try and redirect an attack, and it's going to eat a Moonblast for that.
Yeah, first a KO on Marino's side for this game, bringing in the best and showing that there was a very different lineup this time around, if I remember correctly, because there's no Archaludon, meaning that now the very, very fast Basculegion can prevent Manectric from being any further of a factor into this being able to outspeed it in Mystic Water. So this might honestly just be a double protect turn, actually, because if you look at the board set, it is the last turn of Rain, and at least trying to force either Dragonite or Basculegion out to do something later down the line, and giving Primarina more leftovers recovery, or you can try to call what the targeting is going to be and maybe switch out Sinistcha again. But no, this time around it is going to be the Mega Manectric. It will turn its ability into Intimidate, since now it doesn't have to redirect Electro Shots. Let's see if it's going to be offensive or if it's a double protect turn potentially.
Yeah, with the confirmed absence of Archaludon, you now feel a lot more comfortable to click the Mega Evolution on Manectric, get a nice Intimidate down onto this Basculegion. Protect here from Manectric just to stall out that last turn of Rain here, but no Protect coming out from the Primarina. Instead, we're going to see a Tailwind coming out from Dragonite, so Primarina will be able to get an attack off here. It does fire off the Moonblast into the Basculegion's Protect, so unfortunately not able to get a big hit off this turn. And I mean, the Rain going away, not a huge deal now, because you do have the speed advantage with this Basculegion because of the Tailwind.
Yeah. Absolutely. Marino covering all his bases here. Basculegion obviously being the more important Pokemon here, being protected, and Dragonite going off for the Tailwind means that there was no chance of outspeeding later down the line. even with the -1, it's still doing more than enough damage into this Manectric, and as strong as Primarina is with the +1, should not be able to one-hit KO even with the Moonblast, bar like something like a crit, so perhaps this might be the turn for Dragonite to swap out again, bring Pelipper back in to give Basque Legion even more power on those Wave Crashes to potentially be able to deal a significant amount of chip into it, swapping in Sinistra, since that is now something to consider, or it's a double into Primarina, opting to not read and protect, and it is the Sinistra coming back in and using its Hospitality.
Yeah, probably trying to maintain Manectric's Intimidate to potentially slow down this Basque Legion a little bit later on in the game. So this Basque Legion is going to be able to go for flip turn into the Primarina, does a little bit of damage, not too significant with the Intimidate and the Resist, so this is going to allow Pelipper to come back in here to reset the Rain and reset Basque Legion's Intimidate attack drop. But Sinistra coming in here really good because now it just heals up Primarina back up to full HP, but this now allows Primarina to go for a Moonblast, this time into the Pelipper. With its Focus Sash broken, it's not going to be able to handle that. Pelipper goes down, and these will be the final 4 turns of Rain left in this game.
Yeah, quite interesting to see how well Primarina managed to recover from that, because if we do remember, after that single target Matcha Gacha, it was very, very close to getting KO'd. And now being back to almost full health, and Dragonite just having protected means that it is honestly not a horrible idea to just go for something like Rage Powder and Moonblast into Dragonite, turning this into a potential 1v2 scenario, since due to the fact that it isn't a choice Scarf Basque Legion, it can just opt for Last Respects this turn, and then go for Wave Crashes later if it wishes to do so, and there we do see that Rage Powder from Sinistra being the move of choice.
Yeah, Rage Powder going to redirect this Last Respects. That's going to be a one-shot into the Sinistra because this Last Respects has been boosted 2 times, but now since Primarina was able to redirect that attack away, it will be able to fire up a powerful Moonblast in return. That Hurricane's still doing a respectable amount of damage, and it does get the Confusion, so we'll have to see if Primarina is able to break through. It is able to break through and get the Moonblast off on this Dragonite, so that is going to be another KO for Primarina. But now, like you said, this turns into a 2v1 situation. However, Primarina doesn't have the luxury of redirection anymore, and now the Manectric is very close to being KO'd here, and Basque Legion still has the speed advantage with the Rain and Tailwind being up.
Yeah, this has become into quite an interesting situation, because the Hurricane did the second best thing it could have done. Ideally, it would have been a crit for Marino, but now with the confused Primarina, there is still a potential for Basque Legion to clutch this up with the Confusion, since now Manectric has to be dealt with first, since you do not want to take those super effective Volt switches, and if Primarina hits itself in Confusion, that is a way to play through this. So as long as you can get rid of one of the Pokemon, Basque Legion still stands after this turn, it should be able to clutch this up. Primarina not having enough HP to survive that triple boosted Last Respects, going to a mind-boggling 200 base power while still being very, very fast, having the Drain and the Tailwind on its side is going to be quite precarious for say to pilot, and now it just has to be the right protect call, and it is the Manectric that protects, so let's see what the Basque Legion opts to do this turn.
Oh wow, actually picks the target incorrectly, gets the Primarina on the non-protect there, so Marino making the call there that Manectric was going to click protect, and instead fires off a Last Respects into the Primarina and able to get the KO here. And now Manectric, I mean, it's probably not going to be able to stall out 2 more turns of Rain, and it looks like Basque Legion might just be able to wrap this game up.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's the attempt at a double protect, there's the Last Respects, and that brings us to a Game 3 scenario, and what a game it was. So there is again this question of like, was this the right choice of Mega 4C? Because as we saw, Sinistra being able to barely hang on did turn into quite a problem that enabled certain board states, but then on the other hand, it was quite nice for Mega Manectric to be able to threaten those Intimidates, even though it didn't end up being enough, because we saw that even with the Intimidate, the Primarina at the HP total that it was, couldn't tank those very, very powerful Last Respects. So it really does beg the question of like, was the right choice being made with that, especially without a Chaludon. There Manectric didn't have quite as strong of a role. to play, and Intimidate almost felt like a consolation prize since Basque Legion's damage output in rain is still so high. So there is questions to be made if it's finally time for C to make an adaptation, but what do you think about that?
I definitely think the swap to the Basque Legion game plan worked so much better because I think we saw in game one how tricky it was to position Archaladon, especially with the constant threat of Snarl and the Lightning Rod just being able to protect Primarina and enable it to set up Calm Minds. But I mean, that's kind of the thing is like the late game Basque Legion pressure. While the Mega Manectric was good to at least kind of slow down Basque Legion, like you said, Basque Legion's damage output was already through the roof with the 200 base power last respects and just being in a position where it could abuse the speed boost of Rain. So I think maybe just trying to it's tough because with a team like C's, it's going to be a little tough to be proactive about taking care of stuff like Pelipper and Dragonite and trying to, slow down the team a little bit and try to, stop the optimal setup for Basque Legion in the late game. But maybe you consider trying to get rid of Pelipper early and, maybe try to be a little bit more proactive and, try to slow down the potential Basque Legion setup so it's not as big of a deal to deal with in the end game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There is also just a question of like maybe you have to go for your own Trick Room since Seed also has this option, and maybe Marino won't bring the Imprisoned Sinister this time around. So it feels like the lead matchup is quite significant, and there is more pressure on C with that since Scissor and Mega Manectric, as nice as they are, have to do something, and we do see no switch up because it is Scissor and Manectric once again. Steve having a lot of faith in the game plan, and Glimora of all things making its debut. What a change up on Marino after winning game 2. That is always a very, very interesting thing to see. So what could the thought process be here? Perhaps it was trying to catch a Primarina lead, or maybe anticipating a Sinister with the Imprison potential. But now Glimora on the board is honestly not in a comfy position because both of these Pokemon do not like facing down the Scizor. And we do see the first Mega Evolution of Game 3, and it is in fact a Mega Glimora not trying to get any Toxic Debris, just going for adaptability right away.
Yeah, Mega Glimora going to hit the field here. A interesting adaptation in the face of a Scizor, but with this Rage Powder support, Glimora might be able to find some pretty powerful hits into either of these Pokemon. But Manectric going to be the speedier one here, going to get the Snarl off, so it's going to be a -1 to special attack for these two special attackers as Power Gem goes into Scizor. Scizor going to take that relatively well after the Snarl, but as we saw, this knockoff is able to get the knockout now because it has the little extra chip damage from the Snarl. So really, really nice turn one there for C as you're able to get the special attack drop onto Glimora, and you're able to eliminate Sinistcha, which was a huge roadblock for Primarina in the back.
Yeah, and now it's very interesting to see that at -1, Scizor would be decently comfortably able to tank another one of these power gems, which it doesn't even have to, because frankly it is quite hard to imagine that Glimora would survive something like a Mega Scizor's Bullet Punch. Especially with Basque Legion now being revealed, it makes it very, very hard to imagine that Archaladon has been brought, since Basque Legion, especially with Swift Swim, and Archaladon both being there without Rain would be quite the risky strategy to try and pull off. So Mega Manectric could be interesting just for the Intimidates, or you can just say, okay, I want to have the Mega Scizor and try to do something, or maybe this turn is a bit more passive and the player just tries to scout with a double protect, trying to bait out the protect from Glimora, and it is just hard swapping out into presumably the Pelipper, in fact a Pelipper.
Yeah, you definitely want to switch in Pelipper here to give it the Basque Legion the speed advantage, and you also have the ability now with the faster Basque Legion to potentially go for a rain-boosted Wave Crash into one of these Pokemon. But Mega Manectric is going to be the Mega of choice for this game as well, and it is going to get a valuable Intimidate off into this Basque Legion. But no, instead Basque Legion just going for a flip turn, and the Intimidate going to be mitigating a lot of that damage here. But Scizor, interestingly, did not go for Bullet Punch, so it has a much stronger attack, potentially a knockoff maybe into this Pelipper to get some really good damage off. So we'll have to see what Scizor targets here. First off, we're going to see a Snarl from Manectric. Very, very good Snarl there from C, catching the Pelipper on the switch-in and catching the Glimora on the re-switch-in. But no, it was a knockoff into the Glimora slot, which doesn't do a lot of damage because obviously you can't knock off a Mega Stone.
Yeah, so this was quite interesting. Surprised to see Marino opt for so many flip turns. Would have thought that maybe trying to go for a Wave Crash into the Manectric this time around would have been enough, but as we see with how well it took this, that that the internet would have done a lot of work. And now it's a similar situation again, where how do you answer a bullet punch into Glamora, which is now heavily chipped, and just a regular old Volt Switch into the Pelipper slot, which, as a reminder, cannot protect as it only has the potential for White Guard. And we do see the switch out instead, which is a bit surprising, since you'd think that Bullet Punch would be so strong, instead opting to recover health on the Manectric.
Yeah, keeping the Manectric healthy is a really nice option that you have here with the Sinistrous Hospitality, as Manectric is just kind of sitting pretty on this field here, because it has the option to go for another Snarl, but instead calling the Glamora to protect and taking advantage of the fact that Pelipper's Focus Sash is broken, so able to get a Volt Switch off on the Pelipper and just immediately cycle itself back out. And yeah, getting rid of the rain option too makes it a lot easier to potentially end game around this Basculegion, because now you can stall out the rain, make it so Basculegion doesn't have the speed advantage, and you can easily set yourself up to win this game. And now Glamora is stuck on the field with that -1 special attack.
Yeah, and also it having just Spiky Shield, which was a great call from C, it is now even more susceptible to Bullet Punches bar something like a double protect, while Sinister, it could go for a potential redirection, but at this point, something like Bullet Punch and Wave Crash and Matcha Gacha into the Basculegion would honestly be reasonable, since you don't have the potential to protect anyways, and don't want to waste those turns now. And the Spiky Shield double attempt fails, and Glamora is going to have to hold this.
Yeah, we're going to see the Rage Powder come out from Sinistra here, as the Protect doesn't come out from Glamora. This Bullet Punch finds its mark into the Glamora. That's an easy knockout for the Bullet Punch from Scizor there. And we'll have to see what Basculegion goes for. I'm assuming it's going to be the Last Respects now. It is boosted to 200 base power now, so it is going to be an easy knockout into that Sinistra. But Sinistra being gone, not the end of the world. Now you have just 2 turns of rain left, and you have the Manectric that can obviously switch back in to get another Intimidate off. But yeah, all you gotta do, I think, at this point is just stall out the rain, make sure Basculegion can't be faster, and yeah, maybe just try to cycle a few Intimidates, and then I think C has a pretty clear path to winning this game.
Yeah, like at this point, as you mentioned, you could just straight up swap out the Manectric, not risk losing it this turn to get one more Intimidate that will absolutely stick, but instead it might just be the double protect, trying to go through those rain turns, since both of these Pokemon threaten really good damage into Basculegion thanks to the knock-off potential on Scizor.
Yep, just a double protect, just to stall out one more turn of rain. Last Respects goes into the Scizor this time. And now, like you said, we have the option that you can just switch out the Manectric again, cycle Intimidate back out, and just try to position your 2v1 situation against this Basculegion. Yeah, still plenty of pieces on C's side to get the KO into this Basculegion. So actually no switch outs. The Basculegion is going to find its mark into the Manectric, but the 200 base power Last Respects not able to get the knockout onto Manectric, as Manectric is going to retaliate with a Volt Switch. Going to cycle itself back out here, but now that means Scizor is left alone, and if a knockoff finds its way into this Basculegion, that is going to wrap up the set for C. And as we see, their last Pokemon is going to be the Primarina, but Primarina not going to need to do too much in this game, as knockoff does KO the Basculegion, and C is going to take this set and move on to the next stage.
Yeah, what? He said, I am shocked. I am shocked, I tell you, to see that Manectric survived at Last Respects. Like, that looked confident. Did C count for this? Are you built like that? Because
Manectric might be built like that.
Oh my god, that was a statement being made. That is saying, oh, give me this top 4, I am ready. But once more, huge shoutouts to Marina for making it into this top 8. What a fantastic run. But at the end of the day, the double potential Mega Lead was just a little too much. So that was quite the interesting one to see. And I'll be curious if C is going to have a similar strategy for the top 4. But at this point, we might have the first top 4 match waiting for us already. Let's see what Ericko is doing. Yeah, it looks like the first top 4 match might just be waiting for us. Let's see where the match is. And until it's time for that, I am going to hit you all with the BRB real quick.
Yeah, I mean, like we've had nonstop action today, just getting through the entirety of the top 32. But once there were 32 players, now there are just 4 players, and we've seen some excellent play from our competitors today in the tournament. And we have 4 really strong players left in the tournament, and we should have an exciting semifinals on our hands. Yeah, so I this is a pretty standard dual mega composition, mega Floette, mega Delphox, pretty solid mega evolutions at the top of the current metagame and Pokemon champions. Choice Scarf Garchomp just to take advantage of the fact that you have something like Corviknight and you have a levitating Pokemon with Delphox, so you have the ability to set up those positions where Delphox and Garchomp are on the field at the same time. You have the Heat Wave and spread move spam that's going to be pretty effective into this matchup in particular. I would imagine Delphox is probably the mega of choice here because, as we saw, Searox's team earlier is going to be Mega Venusaur. So, probably not a great time for Floette, but yeah, I would imagine Delphox is probably going to be the choice here. We actually see the Focus Sash adaptability Basculegion, so that's yet another take on Basculegion we're seeing in this tournament. Just rocking pretty similar moveset, different item choices, but just focused on offense here. In this Corviknight, we have a Iron Defense Body Press Corviknight, which is something we haven't really seen a whole lot in this tournament. We've been seeing Bulk Up, we've been seeing mainly Bulk Up. We got Tailwind, Roost, like we've been seeing mainly the bulky setup Bulk Up Corviknights, but this one just going straight for the Iron Defense Body Press strategy and Roost to just extend its longevity. So that'll be a Pokemon that'll be worth keeping an eye on in this matchup. And yeah, just a pretty standard looking team, just full of some of the best Pokemon in the metagame, and Pyro obviously being a great player and piloting it this far.
Hmm. Yeah, honestly, I'm always curious to see how well Anchor and Delphox is going to perform, since it is one of the faster Pokemon in this format with a very, very respectable 134 base. So there's always potential there to be locked out of certain endgames. It makes setting up a lot scarier. It makes protecting a lot scarier unless you are just straight up faster, which very, very few Pokemon in this format are. So that's always a personal favorite of mine. But also interesting to see the Draining Kiss Flood. I feel like that move is currently a bit underrepresented in the sense that it gives Flood more survivability, but sacrifices the spread damage that something like a Dazzling Gleam would represent. So opting to have this Garchomp and Delphox go for the spread damage and giving Flood a more solo viable strat is interesting planning from the sides of Pyro to go into different matchups. I think that is honestly quite a strong team building choice. As you said, it is not super surprising what we see here, but the Focus Sash Basculegion definitely gives you a bit more flexibility and does work well with such a fast and hard-hitting team where you do not have to necessarily be super fast with the Basculegion and make more use out of the potential to switch into Aqua Jets to get through some sashes like, for example, the Aerodactyls of the world like to run usually. So yeah, I'm
Hmm.
genuinely excited about that, but let's take one more look at Xerox's team because as you mentioned it, we do have the Mega Venusaur making another appearance.
Yep, Venusaur going to be Searox's mega of choice here. As we saw, the supporting cast includes a Sylveon, a Bulk Up Corviknight, a Lumberry Garchomp, a Scarf Rotom Wash, and an Incineroar. I do really like Rotom Wash in this matchup just because with the Thunderbolt, you have the opportunity to be faster than stuff you're going to be faster than stuff like Corviknight. You're going to be faster than Basculegion, especially since there's no speed control from the opposing side. So I really do like Scarf Rotom Wash as a Pokemon that can, do a respectable amount of damage with just clicking Thunderbolt, but also, has the pivoting option with Volt Switch. Just a very good Pokemon to have here in general. Venusaur, I mean, it's going to struggle maybe a little bit to deal with Delphox, but that's
Mm,
where also Rotom Wash can come into play because with the Scarf, you're going to be outspeeding Delphox, so you're going to be threatening a Hydro Pump into it.
mm.
So yeah, it's going to be a very useful tool to keep Venusaur safe in this particular matchup. And uh, yeah, this Corviknight, we might end up seeing a situation where the dueling Corviknights are going to be going up against each other, and
Mhm.
the edge in this matchup is definitely going to go to Pyro because we saw this Corviknight's only attacking move is Brave Bird, so it's not going to be able to break through the opposing Corviknight. So that could be
Yeah,
something
it's
to watch out for as well.
quite interesting. I think an interesting option in this matchup in particular is going to be the Choice Scarf Electro Web. Since Delphox utilizes its speed quite a bit, being able to make it slower and let something like Venusaur perhaps threaten it with its Earth power is going to be quite interesting. So well, there's honestly a lot of responsibility on Rotom, and I wonder how Dirks is going to pilot through it. But our players have arrived in the lobby, and before we just start speculating too much, let's jump straight into it and see what they are up to. Again, the Choppleberry of the Incineroar though shouldn't make too much of a difference in this outside of like a setup with Covenant, I suppose, but even then, once the Iron defenses get started, it will be a bit difficult to do it, but I don't know, I am not quite well versed in my Covenant damage calcs into Incineroar. Perhaps you have more experience on it, Eric?
Um, Yeah, I mean, like the Choppleberry is going to allow Incineroar to take at least one body press comfortably, but I mean, if Corviknight gets enough boost on it, you start to wonder if the Choppleberry will even make a difference if the Corviknight is at +4 or +6 defense. But yeah, I think the key for Xerox in this matchup, or will be to leverage that Rotom to try to get it into positions where it can get those powerful, super effective hits off to maybe pin down the Corviknight so it can't set up too much, or pin down the Delphox so it can't threaten Venusaur. And I think from Pyro's side, the Corviknight is going to be a very, very nice Pokemon to have here just because of how well it matches up and everything. And I think once you're able to get rid of that Rotom Wash, Corviknight does have a pretty good time into this team just because of how little counterplay there really is to it.
Yeah, I think the most interesting option that Pyro can represent outside of like hitting those heat waves with Mega Delphox is just the regular old Uncle, since as potent as it is to set up those iron defenses, you're forced to keep pressing that move and not become proactive eventually, it becomes a bit of a problem to deal with. So that is also a very strong option once more, and there we see the game plan already being executed with Pyro bringing the Corviknight from the get-go, leading it alongside the Choice Scarf Garchomp, trying to put the pressure on early to make it easier for Corviknight to set up, but the Rotom not really caring too much about the Garchomp, ready to fire off its very potent electric type moves into this Corviknight slot as early as it can. So the question will be what the both players are going to lock into. Not really a whole lot of protects going on, especially with Sylveon going on there. This is all things considered quite strong lead for Xerox, since Hyper Voice Thunderbolt or Hyper Voice Volt Switch are both very, very strong options that are hard to mitigate, and the only option that Xerox would that Pyro would really have is perhaps swapping in and hoping that Delphox can take it. And we do see Garchomp swapping out as the first thing on in this top 4.
Yeah, Garchomp not really a good Pokemon that can hit this Rotom Wash, and if it decides it wants to attack maybe into that Sylveon, it is going to have to take a Hyper Voice, because Sylveon will be able to take a hit from this Garchomp. But the Thunderbolt finding its mark there onto the Corviknight, as it does a really good amount of damage as the Iron Head goes into the Sylveon, but now a Hyper Voice from this Sylveon going to catch the King Gambit on the switch in, and that's going to do a lot of damage, because King Gambit obviously not resisting that Hyper Voice thanks to that Dark type secondary typing. So a very, very good turn for Xerox here, as they're able to just get a ton of really good damage down on the board.
Yeah, now the thing that you have to consider is like the swap back into Garchomp. So perhaps if it's like a very fast King Gambit, it could be outspeeding the Sylveon. So perhaps now a potential strategy, if it works out, is threatening the damage into the Sylveon with an Iron Head and then switching Garchomp back in. And we do see it trying to come back and absorb the Thunderbolt, and it goes into King Gambit instead.
Yep, Xerox that switch from a mile away, instead targets Thunderbolt into the King Gambit, and all that talk about you were saying about this King Gambit maybe being faster, completely null and void with the Thunderbolt paralysis, cutting its speed down, allowing Sylveon to outspeed it, and now get the Hyper Voice into the incoming Garchomp, which is going to pick up a double knockout. So very, very good starting couple of turns for Xerox here, and now all Pyro has in the back is that damaged Corviknight, which cannot protect, so it cannot protect itself from getting knocked out from this Thunderbolt here. And now with 4 Pokemon still remaining to work with, I am really liking Xerox's position in this endgame.
Yeah, Rotom Wash worth its weight in gold right now, just because Corviknight can't really do anything to survive this turn, and Delphox will be equally susceptible to it once it switches out and allows itself to reload into something like a Hydro Pump, which is a very easy task on Xerox's side with the capacity, with the 4v2 scenario like that. The only thing that you have to give up here is a little bit of information, but we'll see how it plays out. And we do see a Mega Evolution here, the Mega Delphox taking form, trying its best to have any impact in this board state.
Yep, Mega Delphox going to make its appearance once again, but that Corviknight not able to escape this Thunderbolt from Rotom Wash. Rotom Wash able to find the Thunderbolt into the Corviknight. Easy knockout there. Delphox will have to see what it goes for on this particular turn. Going to go for a Heat Wave, and it is going to miss the Rotom Wash, but more importantly finds its target onto the Sylveon, so that's going to prevent Sylveon from getting another Hyper Voice. But Sylveon definitely did more than enough in this game, and now with 3 Pokemon left, Xerox has a lot of great options that they can bring in here to try and close up this game, but we'll have to see what Pokemon are lurking in the back. This will be good information for Pyro to see what the remaining Pokemon is, and yeah, this Incineroar is going to be an excellent Pokemon to have against this Mega Delphox.
Yeah, that is quite the lockdown. You don't even have to hope for any kind of fake or shenanigans, since Incineroar definitely beating Delphox in the one, taking little damage from Heat Wave and no damage from Psychic. Rotom dealing respectable damage into the Delphox. That is good to know for future games, while Psychic does a nice chunk into Rotom, but it is enough because Rotom should be able to seal out this game in Xerox's favor in a fast game 1.
Yeah, we were talking in team preview about how good Rotom Wash was going to be in this matchup, and I mean, I guess we were kind of underestimating how good, because that Thunderbolt getting the paralysis on the King Gambit was a huge momentum increasing play. Yeah, big momentum
swing, because it was in his
there.
But it was a nail in the coffin, because any potential that King Gambit could have been faster has been absolutely choked out with this paralysis. So now the question still becomes for Xerox though, like, why did Pyro go for this play? Was it like something desperate, or is it a faster King Gambit like that? Since there is potential to invest a little bit more of your base stats into the speed with the Choppleberry, giving it the survivability, not requiring as much on its usual defense. So there is some room to play with, and Pyro still has this little bit of a mind game going on, but we will need to see some adaptations, because how you deal with this Rotom is going to be so crucial here. Perhaps this time around it might be a strategy of trying to go for Floyd early, but the problem with Mega Floyd being that the Fairy Aura gives every Pokemon this boost, not just yours, which means that if it's the Rotom Sylveon lead, even if you do decide to bring your Mega Floyd, it will give the Sylveon the Fairy Aura boost, which is an extra 30% to all the damage. But the player's locked in quite fast. Let's see what Pyro decides to do for this, or if Xerox tries to make some cheeky calls and bring a different lead, which is the case, because instead of Sylveon this time around, we're seeing the Garchomp lead versus Floette and King Gambit, which is probably something that Pyrex doesn't hate, because at least it means that there is no Fairy Aura boosted Sylveon to deal with, making a turn 1 Mega Evolution more viable, while King Gambit can try and do some early chip into something like a Rotom, allowing it to go for some boosts, despite the fact that King Gambit is being threatened by potential double up for the KO hit, since it usually can tank those Earthquakes from Garchomp quite well, is still able to fire off some potential Sucker Punches or Protect, trying to call, while Floette is definitely fiending for any potential Calm Minds, trying to get its game plan going, especially with the Draining Kiss in its arsenal, letting it heal later down the line if it is ever allowed to hit twice. And we do see the turn 1 Mega Evolution with the Eternal Flower Mega Floette.
Yep, Mega Floette going to make its appearance in this set, so we see a Mega Pivot from Pyro's side, as we're going to see the Hydro Pump miss the Floette. I think this means that Xerox was going for a potential double up into this Floette with the Earthquake and the Hydro Pump, trying to get that KO. Probably would not have been able to KO, judging by how much damage that Earthquake did, but the Earthquake finding some damage into the King Gambit. But this does allow Floette to set up a Calm Mind, so instead not trying to immediately eliminate the Garchomp, but just trying to get its own little sweep going as the Kingambit finds a Kowtow Cleave into that Rotom. So I think this was a much better turn one for Pyro.
Oh yeah, absolutely monumental Hydro Pump miss. If it would have at least been the Thunderbolt, you would now be in range for a second Earthquake to KO, but due to the miss, Floette should be able to take another hit from this Choice Scarf Garchomp and recover most of its HP back with a Draining Kiss, which at +1 special attack would absolutely KO, and the Kingambit, now putting Rotom into Sucker Punch range with this Kowtow Cleave, puts so much pressure on Xerox, which makes Pyro quite comfortably able to either go for a safe play and try to do this Draining Kiss and Sucker Punch line, or try to make some calls on the switches. And there's the first one with the Rotom being swapped out into Sylveon once more.
Yeah, Rotom switches out, wanting to protect itself from the Sucker Punch, as it doesn't really have a way of avoiding it if it stays into the battle. But yeah, Kingambit goes for Sucker Punch into the Sylveon switch in as Floette tries to get this Draining Kiss off into the Garchomp. Garchomp recognizing that it's probably not going to be able to get the knockout on anything here, and just wants to prevent this Floette from going for a Draining Kiss and getting all of its HP back.
Yeah, this is quite an interesting swap, because for all intents and purposes, Floette should be faster than even some of the fastest Sylveons, which means that bar a crit, Floette will be able to get off a Draining Kiss. So unless you have like Venusaur or Corviknight of your own in the back, it's going to be very hard to deal some meaningful damage into the Floette this turn that it won't just recover back. While also once more begging the question of like, how fast is this Kingambit that Pyro wanted to try and fire off the Iron Head into it the last turn, although that is not quite as much of an option since it shouldn't really be able to tank the Earthquake, and Pyro recognizing that and protecting the Kingambit this turn instead.
Yeah, Kingambit wanting to preserve itself from going down to this second Earthquake from Garchomp. Floette going to have to take this Earthquake, does a really good amount of damage, not quite enough for a KO here, but all that damage just immediately going to be absorbed back with the Draining Kiss. Floette will be taking a little bit of rough skin damage, but yeah, it heals itself pretty much back to full. But importantly, the Sylveon has been ignored this turn, so it will be firing off a Fairy Aura boosted Hyper Beam into the Floette. Let's see if Floette is able to survive this attack, even with that +1 from Calm Mind. It is barely able to hang on there.
Oh my lord! There was a Fairy Aura, Fairy Feather, Pixelate Step, Hyper Beam, and Floette +1 managed to tank it. This one is a menace. What do you mean? Obviously, it was a bitter pill to swallow that Xerox had to Earthquake the Floette, but Incineroar coming back in, at least trying to prevent something, since the Kingambit is absolutely in Flare Blitz range and the Floette is in Fake Out range, perhaps trying to force out a double protect, or at least forcing out a guess on Pyro on who's going to be targeted, giving you at least a little bit of leeway. But if you keep the Kingambit around for too long, the +1 that it just gained is going to be a little too much. This is honestly a really interesting situation though, because as we also rarely see, but all too well know, the Sylveon has to recharge, and it's just a Draining Kiss into the Floette, trying to recover enough to survive it.
Yeah, Draining Kiss goes into the Incineroar to try to get Floette out of quick attack range from Sylveon, but Sylveon is stuck on the board here because it did use Hyper Beam, but Xerox, being confident that their Incineroar is going to outspeed this Kingambit, gets the Flare Blitz, so able to deny an Iron Head into this Sylveon. So now Sylveon able to take its recharge turn pretty safely here, as Floette able to get some HP back with the Draining Kiss into the Incineroar. But yeah, I mean, Sylveon is still on the field, and as long as Floette is on the field too, it's got some powerful Hyper Voices that it can keep throwing off if it remains unchecked. But Corviknight now enters the battle.
Yeah, and as we have established, Pyro has the Iron Head Corviknight, and Sylveon already had to take a good chunk of chips. So at this point, it seems pretty safe for Pyro to go for something like a Moonblast into the Incineroar, since Draining Kiss probably won't be able to pick up the Chaos. Incineroar is in barely below half after it took a good chunk of recoil, and at this point you don't really have to recover too much HP. Even with all those multipliers, it's going to be decently hard to survive, and it's not even a quick attack, it is the protect from Sylveon this turn.
Yep, just wanting to protect itself from the Iron Head, but at +1, this Moonblast is able to get the knockout onto Incineroar, so you just have a free KO there with Floette, and now Corviknight, it can just use this Iron Head into Sylveon's Protect, and now the last Pokemon on Xerox's side will be that Scarf Rotom Wash, and it's already pretty decently damaged at this point, and I don't know if Rotom has the firepower to take out this Corviknight with Thunderbolt, and probably won't be able to take out this Floette either now that it has the +1 from Calm Mind.
Yeah, like at this point, I suppose the win condition would be something like trying to KO the Floette with the Hydro Pump, but even then the problem is like your choice, guys. So you can either deal with the Floette or you can deal with Corviknight, but it's going to be hard to deal with both unless Electro does a lot of work here, but the double protect didn't go through.
Yeah, the Electro Web, crucially not going to be lowering the Corviknight speed, and instead going to be bouncing a speed drop back towards the Rotom. So, yeah, not enough damage there. Floette able to get a Moonblast into this Rotom Wash, and now it is Sylveon versus the rest of Manu's team. But since that double protect failed, it is going to be on the receiving end of an Iron Head, and Pyro able to take game 2 to force the set into a game 3.
Yeah, quite an interesting adaptation. There's always a question of like, was it the right call to go for the Hydro Pump early? Because as we saw, more like a crit with a Pokemon especially tanky as Mega Flood, it probably wouldn't have been enough for the KO. So the smarter play perhaps would have been to go for safer damage with something like a potential Volt Switch or an Electroweb, trying to make sure that Mega Flood was in range for an Earthquake. I mean, at the very least, those offensive calcs have now been established, so if there is a similar situation in Game 3, Xerox knows that it's not worth it to go for the Hydro Pump and risk the miss, since it will take two Earthquakes and some extra chip to make sure that Floette goes down, which indicates that it is rather physically tanky, so there is those kinds of adjustments, while also begging the question of like, will we see like Sylveon again, maybe this time as a lead, since the Mega Floette lead becomes so much more awkward once you have to give your opponent this kind of boost, since there's all those kinds of factors. Or maybe to mitigate the turn 1 Mega Floette plays, maybe we'll see something like Venusaur and Rotom with like Electroweb Sludge Bomb being really strong damage, since Mega Venusaur's damage output shouldn't be underestimated in the first place, while also being quite strong into something like potential Basque Legion. The Corviknight on Parasite not having a flying type move, so you can also just ignore that and do some things. There's some interesting options, and there's a lot of mind games always going into Game 3, and it is instead just back to Game 1. Rotom, Sylveon versus King Gambit Floette. So obviously not as tempting to fire off those Electrowebs when you have a King Gambit facing you down, but making it a lot more difficult to just try and go for early Calm Mind, since Floette, without a boost to its special defense, not going to be able to tank those Hyper Beams as well as it did, since that is absolutely an option that Xerox is willing to commit, as we saw in this game too, making this a rather touchy turn 1 in Game 3, potentially just going for a double protect to scout what Rotom goes for. We see the Mega Floette being the Mega of choice in this Game 3.
Yeah, Floette is going to Mega Evolve now, which is now going to give the field the Fairy Aura, as Sylveon goes for Protect here, probably just wanting to protect itself potentially from King Gambit. But Rotom goes for another Hydro Pump, and it's going to whiff again, this time into the King Gambit, and Floette not being targeted this turn at all is just going to go for Calm Mind. So Floette getting a much freer Calm Mind in this situation, and that just puts it in such a better position to start picking up KOs with Moonblast and even surviving Sylveon's Hyper Beam like we saw in the last game.
Yeah, that was a rather interesting choice with the Protect, obviously giving King Gambit a lot of respect here. Maybe assuming that the way that Pyro has been played, it might have been a faster King Gambit. We still don't quite know, because the only time they really interacted like that was when King Gambit got paralyzed by the Thunderbolt in Game 1. So quite curious to see what the speed interaction is going to be, if there was a need to be that careful around it, or if it's going to be the expected situation of Sylveon not speeding it. But Hydro Pump finally fighting its target, but this time into a +1 Floette, doing only a minuscule amount of damage.
Yeah, that importantly does put Floette in range of that Hyper Beam, but we'll have to see if Sylveon's even able to survive this turn, as the Moonblast does almost all of its HP there. It is going to be faster than the King Gambit, so it is able to get this Hyper Beam into the Floette, and we saw that is enough to KO with that little bit of chip damage afforded by the Hydro Pump here, but this does leave Sylveon to be a sitting duck for this King Gambit, as King Gambit is going to Iron Head the Sylveon, take it out, but Sylveon, not going down without a fight, is able to take down Floette, so a trade of both Fairy-type Pokemon in this second turn of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're Xerox, you are quite happy with this trade. Like, the important part was obviously for Sylveon to survive the Moonblast in the first place. It was good to see that it was in fact faster, but trading the fairies is such a bad one for Pyro, because that means the Mega Evolution is gone, you didn't get as much value out of the Coal Mine, and also gotta say, it's really impressive to see a Mega Flip being taken on by 2 special attackers and all, and the Venusaur finally makes its entrance against Pyro's Basket Legion, so perhaps we will see the Mega Venusaur finally, especially with its rather potent Giga Drains, is going to be able to tank something like a 100 base power Last Respects and heal it back to almost full, while King Gambit now has to face down some potential Hydro Pumps, which would absolutely put it in range of an Earth Power from the Mega Venusaur down the line if Xerox decides to go for it this turn. There's no Sun to utilize the potential Chlorophyll, so it would make the most sense. While Basque Legion probably was hoping to see something like the Garchomp instead, where it would be able to deal more meaningful damage with its Last Respects over that, but we see the Rotom swapping out, trying to log into something else later down the line, hoping to catch the Basque Legion with a Volt Switch perhaps. Well, the King Gambit also swaps, so both matches are quite passive this time with a double swap.
Yeah, this is a very good swap for Pyro's end, because now you get the Corviknight in against a Garchomp that has to choice lock itself if it wants to attack, and Venusaur with the coverage of Grass, Poison, and Ground not going to be able to touch this Corviknight at all, as this base 100 power Last Respect still does a very good amount of damage, and wow, yeah, Pyro making an excellent switch here, getting the Corviknight in on the Earth Power.
Yeah, the fact that this wasn't a Giga Drain makes it so much more playable, because as good as Garchomp is, it's not going to be able to prevent Basque Legion from dealing even more damage into Venusaur, which at this point is absolutely in range for another Last Respects to KO it, even with its very strong bulk as a Mega. So this might have been the turnaround for Pyro. Perhaps it was good enough to trade both fairies after all, since this is now a rather comfortable position, since Mega Venusaur was like one of the big problems for Corviknight, which couldn't really touch it otherwise. So, and Venusaur not being able to threat what it usually could with the Basque Legion, and King Gambit being able to just pick it up with its strong moves. But Basque Legion opting to protect instead, no Last Respects.
Yeah, just going to protect itself, possibly anticipating a Venusaur protect here, and maybe just to scout out a move from this Garchomp. It is going to be Earthquake, so it will be choice locking itself into Earthquake, so Venusaur possibly indicating that it might not be on the field for much longer, just so it doesn't have to get Earthquaked. But Corviknight in a fantastic position here just to start setting up, and it's able to get that free Iron Defense up.
Yeah, that also has to sting quite a bit, because now it becomes a matter of like bringing in Rotom, hoping that you can perhaps 2-hit KO the Sash Basque Legion with 2 Earthquakes, while Corviknight becomes too much of a problem, because it's nice that it is for Venusaur that it isn't particularly threatened by it. Neither Venusaur nor Corviknight touch each other quite well, and now we see Xerox perhaps fishing for a flinch, but Basque Legion finding the Last Respects into this Venusaur, picking up the KO comfortably.
Yeah, also I confused the Garchomps. This one's actually the Lumberry one, so that it was able to switch moves. But Rock Slide able to do the Rock Slide thing and get a flinch into this Corviknight, so Corviknight not able to get up another turn of a setup move here. So Venusaur going to be taken down by the Last Respects here, and Rotom comes back onto the field. A much better situation for it now that it's able to lock into an Electric type move. Both of these Pokemon are now susceptible to Thunderbolt, and Basque Legion Sash being broken means that maybe is a KO into that one as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Corviknight already having one Iron Defense boost is not the end of the world, but at this point it's going to be asking, pull out the Basque Legion, does go for the Protect, so Rotom has to target it correctly. This is going to be a very difficult battle, and it is in fact a Thunderbolt into the Corviknight. Will it be enough? Not quite!
Yeah, not quite enough damage. We saw that was about how much it did in Game 1, but where there is a Rock Slide, there is a way. We already saw it get one flinch. If it's able to get one more, that would actually be huge, because that pins this Corviknight next turn, as Corviknight, nope, not able to break free from the flinch chance, able to get a Body Press into this Rotom, Body Press into the Rotom, but now Rotom has both of these Pokemon in Thunderbolt KO range, but I mean, if you ignore one, you're possibly giving up the damage into the Rotoms for it to be KO'd.
Yeah, so this is an interesting one, because Thunderbolt should be able to pick up one, but opting for the Basque Legion, willing to trade Rotom for Basque Legion here, that is an odd choice, if I may say so.
Yeah, but Garchomp once again going for Rock Slide, this time single target, doing a little bit more damage, maybe fishing for another flinch here, doesn't get it. This allows the Body Press to go into the Rotom, pick up the knockout, and now it is King Gambit and Corviknight versus this Garchomp. I don't remember exactly how much HP the King Gambit is at, but I mean, Corviknight, if it's able to keep dodging getting flinched, it's in a prime position to take on this Garchomp, I think.
Yeah, all it takes for Pyro to really secure this game at this point is
it's full HP.
one Roost, since with the combination of Leftovers and Roost, Garchomp should realistically never be able to KO it in this position, and King Gambit obviously able to comfortably take the Earthquake. The problem for Syrox here was that it was a doomed if you do, doomed if you don't situation, since outside of like another flinch or like maybe a Earthquake crit, Basculegion would always be able to fire off, so it was a matter of picking whether Corviknight or Basculegion was going to take the KO, and the question will be, did Syrox make the right choice of that? Because there we go, there's the Sucker Punch into the Rock Slide.
Yep, just hoping for a flinch here to potentially slow down this Corviknight. Will we get another flinch? Nope, Corviknight instead just going for the Roost. Gonna heal itself back up to a very, very good amount of HP, and at a much more comfortable range of HP to deal with this Garchomp. And yep, Syrox seeing the writing on the wall here, and the set will be going to Pyro as they move on to the finals.
All right, what a game. Came down to the wire. There's a couple of decisions here or there that really, really made the difference. It's always easy. The problem is like the Hydro Pumps did miss, but it's always a matter of like, was it necessary to risk it? That is something for Syrox to consider and maybe study, because thankfully, remember guys, we are going to have these semifinals, both of them, and the finals uploaded on Ericko's YouTube channel, which you should totally check out if you're already watching on YouTube. Do like the stream so more people can see it. Remember to subscribe, and also remember to follow my buddy Eric on Twitter. Where do people find you?
So you can find me on Twitter at EricBXXIV or ARICBXXIV on Twitter. You can find me on Twitch sometimes at twitch.tv/EricB. That's ARICB as well. Yeah, if you guys are enjoying the show, make sure you show a lot of love to Ericko for hosting these weekly champions tournaments. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you hit that subscribe button, like the stream to boost it into the algo. And if you're on Twitch, consider dropping a follow. And yeah, keep interacting in the chat, keep chatting, and yeah, we got some more Pokemon coming up for you. So it's been a lot of fun, and yeah, we're not quite done yet.
Yeah, because we have our second semi-final in a moment, but before that, we're going to hit you with a very quick break before it's going. So take this time, grab something to drink, grab a snack, go take a break, stretch your legs. We will see you all in a couple minutes. right, and we are back with the second semi-finals of the evening. It will be once more C with the double mega setup of Manetric and Scizor versus Nail, who is running the Charizard Y-Com that we are seeing on our screen right now. Walk us through this, Eric.
So we're seeing the return of Charizard Y, a mega evolution that I feel like has been kind of largely under the radar as far as this tournament is concerned. We did see a couple Charizards yesterday, but Charizard, one of the obvious defining mega evolutions in Champions right now, and this is probably one of the best cores that you can put around it. You have Rotom Wash that can, give you some valuable coverage with Thunderbolt and Hydro Pump, and also Will-O-Wisp to slow down the plentiful physical attacking Pokemon in the metagame. Choice Scarf Garchomp, a very good choice alongside these two flying types, just able to set up those boards where you have like the spread move spam with Earthquake and Heat Wave, or Earthquake and Rock Slide. Interestingly opting for Poison Jab instead of potentially something like Stomping Tantrum, maybe trying to get some extra coverage for those fairy types in the metagame.
Yeah, especially Mega Flood.
Yeah.
One interesting thing that might have been a bit of a flop is that the Aerodactyl isn't
Rockhead,
a nerf and no moves to utilize it, so maybe needed to rush the team sheet submission a little bit, because that is not something that you usually want to run. With how predominant berries are in this meta game, a nerf is one of the biggest selling points that Aerodactyl would usually have access to, so that doesn't seem awfully intentional. And outside of that, we do see the Will-O-Wisp Rotom with the Citrus Berry, a more standard set, not having any utility in the form of like Volt Switch or Electro, and opting for the burns instead can be quite interesting, because something like a Charizard Y is quite physically frail. So that might be something that comes into play, especially with Mega Scizor, even though it is a resisted move, can do some meaningful chip with those bullet punches. So if the Charizard would ever be low on health, there is the problem of surviving those kinds of hits. So gonna be quite interesting to see how this plays out. But let's look at C's team instead. We've already seen it earlier, but there is the Mega Manetric with the Snarl and the Intimidate ability as it gets an Omega to be able to dissuade both physical and special threats for the team, while having the double setup with Sword Stance and Calm Mind, and the support with Sinistcha.
Yeah, we saw this team just a few matches ago, and we saw that it's a very like positioning based, like switching things in and out with the double intimidate potential from Mega Manectric and Incineroar, and the Calm Mind Primarina being this team's primary win con. Primarina is a little bit more of a difficult Pokemon to get going in this particular matchup, just because it gets pressured by so many Pokemon in this matchup. You have the Rotom Wash with Thunderbolt, you have Charizard's Solar Beam, you have Poison Jab from the Garchomp, you even have it being susceptible to just being Rock Slide flinched by the Aerodactyl, and then you have Dire Claw from Sneasler, and then Iron Head from King Gambit, which you can't really mitigate the damage of because both of your Intimidates are actually going to give it an attack boost. So I'm curious how C is going to navigate this particular matchup. Obviously, the Swords Dance Garchomp probably going to be the primary win con here. And interestingly, back in the day, for these particular matchups, Mega Manectric teams used to run Rain Dance with the Tapu Fini. So, like, that was one of the main ways you could deal with opposing weather, like Charizard and Tyranitar. No such tech on this particular team, but I imagine the ideal win con here for C will be to set up that Garchomp.
Yeah. And honestly, the lack of a Dragon type move shouldn't hurt it too much. There's nothing that you can't really threaten with the combination of Stomping Tantrum and Rock Slide. And outside of that, yeah, very much what you said there. Not much to add to. Very curious how it's going to go, as we are about to jump into this game 1 of semifinals number 2. And there we have it. So let's walk through the potential leads once more, because Mega Manectric is quite an interesting one with how speedy it is. So the Volt Switches and the Intimidate might be there. But what do you think it's going to be that leads on the side of C?
You have a lot of options. I don't think you maybe want to bring something like Sinistra. Probably not going to bring Scizor either, but probably just going to lead with the Manectric. You probably do want something to kind of scare away the Garchomp as well, so maybe it might be an early Primarina angle just to try and get that thing off the field as quickly as possible. But Aerodactyl and King Gambit from Nail's side, as we're going to see Garchomp and Manectric as the lead from C side.
Yeah, one thing to keep in mind is that Mega Manectric speed set is absolutely on a premium here, because as a Mega, it does outspeed the Aerodactyl if it does opt for those very, very speedy compositions, which would make more sense on a more support-oriented Mega like that. So breaking the Sash early and then doubling down with something like perhaps the Rock Slide could be an interesting way to deal with the Aerodactyl so that it can't threaten something like the Sinistra, which are then be better at supporting. We're going to be able to start the game off with a Tailwind.
Yep, a Tailwind out from Aerodactyl, and yeah, since regular Manectric will not be able to outspeed the Aerodactyl, so it's a bit of a tricky spot for the Manectric here, because if it Mega Evolves to outspeed the Aerodactyl, it gives the King Gambit a boost, but if it doesn't Mega Evolve, it's actually slower than the Aerodactyl. But I mean, the Aerodactyl does have the Focus Sash here, so it is able to withstand at least one hit from both of these Pokemon. But Manectric able to find the Volt Switch into the Aerodactyl, and C really taking their time to figure out what Pokemon they want to bring in here, because I'm assuming there probably is an Incineroar in the back, so that's probably worth a consideration here. It's like, if I bring in the Incineroar here, yeah, I get Fake Out on the board, I get Intimidate maybe, but I do risk giving this King Gambit a boost. It actually is going to be the Incineroar that comes in here, so going to give King Gambit the Defiant boost here, giving it a +1 stage to its attack, which is a little scary considering it has yet to attack this turn. But Garchomp going to take this turn to set up a Swords Dance, as King Gambit going to fire up the +1 Kowtow Cleave into the Garchomp. Does a respectable amount of damage, but this Garchomp packing quite a bit of bulk on it.
Yeah, this was honestly a better tank from the Garchomp than I thought. Like at +1, being able to be just below half, meaning this shouldn't be quite Sucker Punch range yet, is better than I thought. And now at the very least, as you said, Incineroar forcing those in Fake Out Mind Games, giving the Protect opportunity, and only King Gambit protects, which means that Aerodactyl didn't.
Yep, Aerodactyl not going to get out this turn. Actually, it is a big Fake Out is going to go into the King Gambit, so this allows Aerodactyl to fire off a Rock Slide into the King, or into both of these Pokemon. So potentially fishing for a flinch here on this Garchomp, but Garchomp has its own Rock Slide that it can throw out here, as it is going to connect onto the Aerodactyl. +2, a weakened Aerodactyl, going to be a knockout here. But now with the Tailwind Setter out of the way, this allows Nail to switch in one of their potential other sweepers to now get into position where they can just start dealing a ton of damage. And it is going to be Rotom Wash entering the field now.
Yeah, the Citrus Berry Rotom making its entrance and being able to threaten something like the Will-O-Wisp, but now it becomes a matter of like, how do you deal with the Sucker Punch? And the question is, does C have Sinistra in the back? Because that is the only thing that really saves Garchomp from the Sucker Punches, since at this HP range, King Gambit might be able to tank, and Garchomp predictably does go for the attack against King Gambit.
Yeah, we'll have to see if this Incineroar potentially has a pivot out to something like that Sinistra, but the Hydro Pump not going to be going into the Garchomp. It goes into Garchomp's Protect, as King Gambit's attack also goes into Garchomp's Protect, so this will allow Incineroar a free parting shot here into the Rotom. So we're probably going to see what C's last Pokemon is here. It is going to be that Sinistra, so Sinistra now coming onto the field, going to have that Hospitality to heal up that Garchomp a little bit, and as you said, it is going to be able to protect Garchomp from this King Gambit Sucker Punch.
Yeah, absolutely monumental to see that revealed as a 4th Pokemon, because it also heals it outside of the Sucker Punch range, because we saw that the Kowtow Cleave did a little over half, and with the 15-point damage difference in Sucker Punch, you can't really assume that you get the KO bar a crit, which now leaves the room open for some redirection shenanigans. There's the question of how do you deal with Rotom, because Rock Slide doesn't do the most damage into it, so you'd have to redirect against it since you don't want to get the Will-O-Wisp here, and we do see the Rage Powder not wanting to risk a Sucker Punch or a Will-O-Wisp going into that slot.
Yep, the Rage Powder going to redirect the Will-O-Wisp from the Rotom Wash, as that's going to land into Sinistra. Not going to be a huge deal. The chip damage may end up mattering, but, you know, Sinistra is a special attacker, so not going to mind the reduction to its physical attack, but the +2 Stomping Tantrum, not quite enough to knock out the King Gambit, which means it will be able to get a Kowtow Cleave into this Sinistra, which will be an easy knockout. Oh, actually, it's not an easy knockout. I'm so sorry. I did not know Sinistra was built to live the +1 Kowtow Cleave. I guess it is not a Black Glasses Kowtow Cleave, so Sinistra showing off its bulk there, able to heal up with the Citrus Berry. And
Yeah,
yeah,
that was an impressive display of defense, because no Pokemon being KO'd this turn is probably the most surprising outcome of them all. And also one thing that is rather important to mention once more is, now that the Tailwind is also over, that King Gambit even in Tailwind wasn't faster than the Garchomp, indicating that it is very, very slow and more on the defensive side, which explains how it survived this +2 Stomping Tantrum. Making the interaction system quite interesting, because C opts to swap out the Sinistra, not fearing the Sucker Punches anymore.
Yep, trying to just maybe save Sinistra for another Hospitality boost, and maybe knowing that King Gambit won't be going for the Sucker Punch. But actually, King Gambit does go for the Sucker Punch, and like you said, not quite enough damage based on the Kowtow Cleave damage from earlier in the game, as the Sucker Punch going to activate the Rough Skin, which is going to take out the last bit of King Gambit's HP, so that Pokemon is going to be knocked out here. And now we'll have to see what the last Pokemon is in the back for Nail, if it's going to be the Mega Evolution. It is the Charizard here, so yeah, Garchomp in a very, very nice position here to start using those +2 Rock Slides.
Oh yeah, absolutely. At this point, Mega Benetric is very, very comfortable also just firing off those Snarls. So there we see the Mega Evolution, firing off the Intimidate, which shouldn't really matter all that much. And let's see how this turn plays out.
Yep, the Mega Benetric going to make its way back onto the field now. Going to drop the Intimidate, not super important here, but now going to be the fastest thing on the field. Maybe going to start throwing off some Snarls to lower the damage output from this Mega Charizard. But yeah, Garchomp remains the fastest thing on the field, so it is going to have the opportunity, if it wants, to go for a Rock Slide, but maybe not the fastest thing on the field, because we did see that this Garchomp was pretty bulky to hang on from those attacks from King Gambit, so maybe indicative of this Garchomp maybe being slower than this Charizard Y, maybe just trying to protect and get some information here, and maybe just try to lower its attack, special attack stat, so maybe Garchomp will be able to hang on from a Heat Wave after a couple Snarls.
Yeah, so honestly here a huge miss on the Heat Wave into the Manectric, obviously, because that thing might not be able to go into Volt Switch, since Rotom now very, very limited in its damage output. Hydro Pump is being threatened, and there is the Volt Switch. And now if Garchomp is able to hit first, it will comfortably get a KO of the Rock Slide, if it didn't already at +2 actually. But the Sinistra coming back in for heal might be the most significant part of all of this.
Yeah, so now you get the Sinistra in for the heal, you got the Snarl down, so you're probably able to live an attack from either of these two Pokemon. So that puts Garchomp in prime position to fire off a Rock Slide, as Sinistra is going to get knocked out by the Heat Wave. We'll have to see if there is maybe a burn onto this Garchomp. That would be really, really bad for C here, but it looks like Garchomp going to avoid the burn, connect both of its Rock Slides. That's going to be it for Charizard, and deals a little bit of extra damage on Rotom, and we'll have to see what Rotom goes for here, if it's going to be a Will-O-Wisp. But no, it's actually going to be a Flinch instead. So Rock Slide once again doing its thing, getting the flinch, and that should just lock up this game for C, because Manectric comes back in now, or an Incineroar if you want to, because you can now just fake out, click Swords Dance again if you really want to, and with that Manectric still lurking pretty healthy in the back, it's going to be near impossible for Rotom to claw this back.
Yeah, honestly, it's like maybe the Rock Slide flinch wasn't even that important, because at that point Rotom just has such a hard time getting through the Manectric Incineroar lead, where you see it, as you said, there's the Soul Stance and Fake Out, and at this point this is just locking down the game. Maybe Incineroar even opting for a Parting Shot to further debuff Rotom to the best of its ability, and making sure that this game is very, very locked. We having piloted it quite well, just making sure that this game 1 goes down as cleanly as possible. But if you are Nail, it's honestly time to think about game 2, and that this is one of those protects, but it feels like, okay, you're just trying to find a little bit of time for yourself to think about the next game. What are the adaptations that you have in mind, Eric?
Yep, you block the Rock Slide, block the Parting Shot, get yourself a little bit of extra time to think about the next turn. So it's interesting, right? Because you kind of want to pressure this Charizard a little bit more, like Aerodactyl and King Gambit potentially not the best answers in the early game, but I do like the King Gambit lead because um, you do discourage the Mega Manectric from just Mega Evolving turn 1 and getting the Intimidate off and just being able to Volt Switch and do whatever it wants. But yeah, I mean, this Garchomp obviously is going to be the win condition for C, so I think the game plan probably from Nail has to pivot a little bit towards making sure this Garchomp isn't able to set up and maybe just try to slow down a little bit of the positioning there. Some unfortunate circumstances like the Rock Slide flinch and, you know, the Heat Wave miss onto the Manectric, but yeah, I think if you're looking for an alternate game plan here, I think the Garchomp is what C is going to be dedicating all of their resources in trying to set up, and I think try to get maybe like an early Will-O-Wisp down into it, or maybe putting in a position where your Choice Scarf Garchomp can
yeah,
with
absolutely.
a Dragon
Choice
Claw.
Scarf Garchomp is something I've been looking at, because something like a Garchomp King Gambit lead is going to make it very, very difficult to use Incineroar or Mega Manectric to advantage for the damage debuffs, because even though it survived the hit, the Kowtow Cleaves that are boosted are just a little too scary for the rest of the team to deal with, and especially with Charizard Y having been established as the faster Pokemon between it and the Garchomp, being able to do something like Kowtow Cleave into Garchomp might be able to put it in range for the Solar Beam that the Charizard Y carries, or maybe even a Heat Wave if it's really, really low. So there is absolutely options, but I want to see some switch-ups. Perhaps the Tailwind on the Aerodactyl wasn't as valuable, didn't get as much out of it, especially with the King Gambit being slower than the Garchomp in it. Really calls for an adaptation of game plan, but let's see what Nail has in store for this, trying to force a game-free scenario by taking this game 2. We're going in with Garchomp King Gambit, yet trying to go for the strongest anti-intimidate line available. While Garchomp Manectric is going to be the answer from C in this position. So it's going to be harder to set up for the Garchomp, and what is also very important to mention is that C has Sword Stance, Stomping Tantrum, Rock Slide, Protect, so there's no Dragon type move, which makes this a really, really safe position for Nail's Garchomp, which makes this even more time to go for it, since you can't really deal biggest damage on it, and swaps out the King Gambit to turn 1, not trying to get hit by something like the Overheat from Mega Manectric, which is a very threatening move.
Yeah, switches in the Charizard here. Just going to protect Manectric, maybe just scout what this Garchomp locks into, possibly indicating that, yep, Garchomp is also going to protect. So we're going to see what the Scarf Garchomp from Nail's side going to lock into. Actually going to be the Earthquake here. So this does cover Manectric switching into something like Incineroar or Manectric staying in. And like you said, this Garchomp doesn't have a Dragon move of its own to threaten the opposing Garchomp, so maybe you feel pretty safe to click Earthquake in this position.
Yeah, and the next question is going to be, since the Garchomp does seem to have some base invested into its defense, is that Charizard tanky enough to survive a Rock Slide, which in the rising popularity of the Rock Slide meta is something that a lot of players go for. So the incomplete information is going to be quite significant here, but we do see the Manectric going for Mega, making sure it is absolutely the fastest thing in the field and be able to threaten something.
Yeah, I mean, you now get the Intimidate down on the opposing Garchomp now that you don't have King Gambit to worry about. But we are going to see Charizard Y Mega Evolving on Nail's side, so potentially just going for all-out damage here with the Earthquake and the Heat Wave. But this Garchomp, you know, on C's side, does have the ability to click Rock Slide, so we'll have to see if this Charizard is tanky enough to live a Rock Slide from this Garchomp. So Manectric able to survive this turn with the Intimidate down on the opposing Garchomp, able to get a nice Volt Switch, maybe softening up this Charizard for a Rock Slide from C's side, and we'll have to see what C is going to go into here. My guess would probably be the Incineroar. Yep, so you have Fake Out Pressure on the next turn, and you get another Intimidate down into this Garchomp. Let's see what C's Garchomp is going to go for. First, it's going to have to take a Heat Wave from Charizard. That does a lot of damage to both of these Pokemon in the sunlight. Oh, it does get the burn on the Garchomp. That's big because
Lumberry,
it's going to consume. Yeah, it's going to consume the Lumberry, but I mean, interestingly, that does free up Garchomp for potentially getting Will-O-Wisp later on in the game, and actually Garchomp going for Swords Dance here. So, considering how much damage it took from the Earthquake and the Heat Wave, maybe a little bit risky, but the Incineroar a good switch in here to have Fake Out Pressure on the board.
Yeah, honestly, there is a universe where you maybe even don't switch out Garchomp just yet, because it isn't particularly threatened right now, and Rock Slide is the higher priority to get rid of Charizard sooner rather than later. So even at -2, the Garchomp can still do some meaningful chip to make sure that another Earthquake plus Heatwave for the pickup on Garchomp could be significant, and then switching it out later. But no, we're just switching out right away on Nail's side to bring in King Gambit once more.
Yep, King Gambit going to re-enter the battlefield here as Charizard going to protect itself from a potential Incineroar Fake Out and a potential Garchomp Rock Slide. But Garchomp just going to take the time here to protect itself. I wonder what this means Incineroar is going for here, because if it parting shots, it's going to go right into the King Gambit. So that King Gambit going to get a Defiant boost from the attack drop and going to get another Defiant boost from the special attack drop. So now this King Gambit is at +3 attack as Incineroar going to pivot back out. And this is an awkward spot because the other Pokemon you have in the back from C is the Mega Manectric, which is already Mega Evolved. So if you bring that Pokemon back out, that's another Intimidate, which means another +1 to King Gambit's overall attack. But Sinistcha going to be switching in here to heal up the Garchomp now that it doesn't have to worry about taking a Heat Wave.
Yeah. Nail could not have asked for a better turn. Protect on Garchomp and Parting Shot into the freely swapped in King Gambit is like a dream scenario here, which was a pretty even game so far, is now so heavily in Nail's favor, because as we saw, the Stomping Tantrum even at +2 didn't KO the King Gambit last turn, so a bar like a crit, there isn't really that much of it to worry about, and now it becomes a question of like, can the Sinistcha survive the Heat Wave from Mega Charizard Y, which is a bit unlikely. So even something like trading Charizard Y here, if you get the KO on both Sinistcha and Garchomp, would be a game-deciding turn potentially. But we do see the swap out, which will be inevitably into another Intimidate.
Yeah, so this is going to mean another attack boost for the King Gambit. There is a bit of an interesting mind game here, but whether or not, if you're King Gambit, you want to go for the Sucker Punch in the face of a potential Rage Powder. But wow, the double avoid from Charizard's Heat Wave. Garchomp goes for another Swords Dance, so that's going to put it at +4 attack as King Gambit opts for the Kowtow Cleave into the Incineroar, and that does a ton of damage after all those attack boosts. So C having no fear whatsoever and just setting up another Swords Dance as they give King Gambit another attack boost.
Yeah, this means we have a +4 Garchomp versus a +4 King Gambit. What a situation to find ourselves in. But now, the safe option here is to just go for a potential double protect to try and stall out the fake out turn, because if Garchomp is a +4, +6 also doesn't make that much of a difference anymore. But the more crucial thing is like, how are you going to handle a Charizard Y later down the line? Because even if you fake out now, it would be a problem. You can't really bring in Sinistcha. So the question is, do you call the Protect on King Gambit with enough conviction to bring in Mega Manectric, which is the only thing fast enough to really threaten here? But even if you do, then the King Gambit would have it. And there's no swaps, and there's one Protect from Charizard.
Yep, there's going to be a Protect from both Pokemon on Nail's side. So it looks like since the Incineroar stayed in here, it looks like it is just going to be a Fake Out. We'll have to see what Garchomp goes for here. Probably just a Rock Slide if you're anticipating the, the King Gambit to not move if you're faking it out. So no more boosting from C's Pokemon here. But now it just becomes a delicate little dance around King Gambit's Sucker Punch. And, you got to pivot in your Intimidate Mons correctly and also maybe try to get Sinistcha in, but unfortunately you are slower than Charizard, so the Sinistcha switch in not entirely free, but the Garchomp is going to protect itself here. Maybe C looking for a sun-boosted Heat Wave or sun-boosted Flare Blitz into this King Gambit. We'll have to see if Incineroar is able to live this Heat Wave first. From this Charizard Y. It did a lot of damage the last time. It lives on 3 HP. This might be all Incineroar needs to get a sun-boosted Flare Blitz into this King Gambit. Will be enough to knock out. It is not enough to knock out. King Gambit able to show off a little bit of bulk of its own as it's able to tank the sun-boosted Heat Wave from Incineroar. So now you're in a situation, if you're C, where you have to either switch in an Intimidate Mon, or you have to switch back in Sinistcha in the face of a boosted King Gambit and a Mega Charizard Y, as Sinistcha is going to hit the field, heal up Garchomp a little bit more, and yeah, I mean, like, missing the KO on King Gambit.
Gambit's defense is unmatched in this game. A sun-boosted Flare Blitz should usually be enough to KO any and all King Gambits. That has to be such a physical tank. It's hard to wrap your head around. And now the question becomes again, what mind game do you want to play? Do you think it's going to be Protect on the Garchomp? Do you think it's going to be the Redirection? Because the thing is, like, even without Heat Wave, now the Overheat from Charizard is looking very, very tempting into Sinistcha, because outside of Sun, you can't really rely on the Heat Wave. Sinistcha being naturally a very, very tanky Pokemon, very hard to deal with, but even outside of Sun, this overheat from Charizard, which it absolutely does represent, can be the game deciding turn. So comes back, no redirection. Did Nail call it with a Sucker Punch, or do we see a Protect?
Yeah, this Manectric switching in here going to give King Gambit another attack boost, so now it is going to be just completely unstoppable if it decides to attack. Does not go for the attack this turn, instead just goes for a Protect as the Charizard launches an Overheat. This is not in the sun, but Manectric is already so damaged to the point where that is going to be an easy knockout. And Charizard, you know, doesn't really mind being at -2 special attack because it probably wants to switch out anyway, or is maybe just going to get KO'd here by the Rock Slide from Garchomp. So Garchomp able to find the Rock Slide into the Charizard, that picks up a knockout there, and this will be a 2v3 for C into Nail's last 3 Pokemon: the boosted King Gambit, the Scarf Garchomp, and a mystery Pokemon.
Yeah, and if this is Sneasler, this might be game 2 for Nail, because then you could have Fake Out pressure to deal with the Garchomp the next turn and comfortably get rid of the Sinistcha with a Kowtow Cleave. So this last choice of one is going to be so important. While we see the Sinistcha return, it is in fact the Sneasler, and this should be game 2 in Nail's favor, unless we miss something entirely, because remember, very important, Fake Out with its +3 priority will always come out before any redirection, because both Rage Powder and Follow Me are at +2. So the meta becomes of like, does Sinistcha actually threaten the King Gambit? Because we've seen it survive so many things at this point. There is multiple layers of mind games here, because obviously the Garchomp needs to respect the Fake Out pressure, but will Machagacha be enough? And it is the Sucker Punch into Garchomp, there's no redirection, and it is the KO into the Garchomp after all those setup turns. It didn't really do much besides getting rid of a chipped Charizard.
Yeah, no Fake Out, no nothing, no Rage Powder to redirect the potential Sucker Punch. No, it's just a raw Sucker Punch into the Garchomp. Sinistcha gonna fire off a Shadow Ball into this King Gambit, but yeah, I just don't know if Sinistcha has the firepower ready left to take on a Sneasler and a Choice Scarf Garchomp. So yeah, this what a call there from Nail, just saying that you're going to click an attacking move with the Garchomp. You're not going to protect, not going to target the Sinistcha to get the KO, just clicking Sucker Punch, being so confident about it. And yeah, that turn,
that was the deciding one. Yeah, Nail stared into the Abyss stared back, and the Abyss blinked first, and Z getting the Citrus Berry off. But at this point, yeah, not to disrespect Sinistcha, this is just such a tough position to break, because it will survive this turn, but the question is, will Machagacha recover enough? It might need a double burn, double crit to do anything here.
Double burn, double crit would do it, potentially. Would heal up a pretty good amount of HP on this Sinistcha. We'll see if the burns come out from either Pokemon. Unfortunately not, and that double up of Dire Claw plus Dragon Claw going to be enough to handle this Sinistcha, and we're going to be going to a game 3.
Yeah. What a game. This Sneasler turn previously, that was everything. Being able to stay composed and make such a difficult choice, because it's so easy to fall for the Protect, so easy to fall for the Rage Powder. Being able to go through all of this and force this game 3 scenario if you're back to the wall in this top 4 of the tournament, absolutely massive play. What a great display of sheer unadulterated guts. And you gotta feel good about going into game 3 like that, because it's hard for any player to not be shaken after losing to such a clutch play from your opponent. So we have to see how C handles the heat as we go into this game 3.
Yeah, King Gambit proving to be one of the
King Gambit
pieces.
is going insane this game. Like, it survives things that you would never expect it to, and that is like the advantage of like having this incomplete information even in this open team sheet environment, because I would not have anticipated it either surviving this Stomping Tantrum in game 1 or this Sun boosted Flare Blitz in game 2. That is just showing insanely good understanding of the base stat system, letting you optimize your King Gambit and being able to go through with this with your barely hanging on Pokemon and piloting this. It's just such a treat of a match to watch. I am so glad that we can be here on this channel and cast this together. But now the question becomes, what is adaptation here? Because Nail's lead seemed very, very strong and maybe doesn't need adaptation, but C gotta be thinking that there might be something to do. Like perhaps it's time to whip out the scissor, perhaps getting the knockoffs into some important items like the choice scarf on the opposing Garchomp, and be able to threaten those bullet punches to get that extra damage, because it might actually be necessary. But then again, it's also hard not to bring Mega Manectric, since it threatens the opposing bots so well once King Gambit has been dealt with. But then again, I suppose the name of the game has been King Gambit being hard to get rid of. 7 more seconds in the team preview, and we do finally see what our players will lock into this game 3.
Yeah, we'll have to see how these two players adjust. A game 3 for a spot in the championship round. We have King Gambit and Rotom as the lead, so a slight switch up from Nail's side as we see the same lead from game 2, the Manectric and the Garchomp.
Yeah, so this does allow for a couple of options, since at this point you could also just straight up go for the overheat stomping tantrum double up and assume that at that point it would be enough, because maybe if it has that capacity to survive all those physical hits, the King Gambit can't take the special ones all that well, while the Rotom is something that you can quite comfortably ignore thanks to the Lumberry on the Garchomp, making the Will-O-Wisp less threatening and the damage output not being that great, but the overheat misses the King Gambit!
That's huge, actually, because that overheat plus stomping tantrum double up might have been enough to knock out this King Gambit, but I guess we'll never know at this point, as Rotom is going to also whiff its Hydro Pump here as Kowtow Cleave goes into the Garchomp. Does a little bit of damage there, but King Gambit also going to take some rough skin. So an exchange of misses in this first turn here.
Yeah, accuracy giveth and accuracy taketh. This is quite the turn, because the question becomes what next, because the switches are rather tempting, but you don't want to risk too much. Like, perhaps at this point you're trying to call something out, and it's just a Volt into the Rotom, thinking that perhaps after this rough skin chip another stomping tantrum might be enough, though it could be close. Let's see what C pivots back in.
Yeah, we interestingly see no Sucker Punch here, so Garchomp able to get this stomping tantrum off in the King Gambit without having to take a hit of its own. But we are going to see Primarina actually switch in. This is a newcomer to this set, as no, Garchomp actually going to take this time to go for a Swords Dance here. So Rotom going to go for another Hydro Pump into the Primarina. That is also going to miss, as the Primarina is also going to take the Kowtow Cleave. So a very good switch there, as it would have switched into 2 resisted moves and then even ends up dodging one of them. So Primarina maybe the Pokemon that can be the mix-up that C needed.
Yeah, quite unfortunate to see 2 Hydro Pumps miss in a row, because now the boosted Garchomp is a threat, and the Primarina quite comfortable with taking those Dark Taboos, so Sucker Punch isn't as threatening, and C, recognizing that and perhaps trying to bait something, brings in the Sinistcha, despite the fact that Garchomp didn't take all that much damage so far.
Yeah, Sinistcha, a good Pokemon to have, and it does reveal the 4th Pokemon from C's team here, as King Gambit going to fire off a Sucker Punch into Garchomp. That extra little bit of rough skin damage combined with the Swords Dance means that King Gambit is going to go down to this Stomping Tantrum, and we'll have to see what Rotom is going to go for here. If it's going to try its luck at another Hydro Pump, it does fire off a Hydro Pump. This one does connect into the Garchomp, and without that Hospitality boost, that Garchomp would have been toast. So Sinistcha making a clutch appearance here to give Garchomp that extra little bit of healing, but we know this Garchomp is slower than something like Nail's Charizard, so this is looking like a very, very nice Heat Wave target into both of these Pokemon.
Oh yeah, absolutely. At this point, it is unfortunate that the Garchomp is still alive, but as you said, Hospitality doing a lot, but Garchomp being slower means that as long as Nail stops missing and connects his Heat with, this Garchomp is in a precarious spot, and the Rotom can cover any potential switches, especially from the Primarina with a properly placed Thunderbolt on this Rotom, which is, I think, what we're going to see, like Mega Evolve Charizard, set up the Sun, get the damage that you need, cover with the Volt Switch, and try to turn this game around after the ever so important King Gambit that did so much work in those previous 2 games is now out. And we do see the Rotom swap, but it is into the Manectric.
Yeah, Manectric re-enters the battle here. Unfortunately, is going to have to take a full power Heat Wave if it wants to, if it wants to be the switch in here. So we'll have to see. We saw that Manectric was able to survive a weakened Heat Wave earlier, so and also dodge one. So we'll have to see how non-Mega Manectric fares against this full-powered Mega Charizard Y. Heat Wave comes out. Is it going to connect into this Manectric? It is going to connect. Let's see how much damage this does. Oh, Manectric actually just barely hangs on and actually is going to switch into a Thunderbolt from Rotom, so it's going to get a special attack boost, which actually may matter because we saw how much Volt Switch did to this Charizard, so maybe the special attack boost is what gets it over the edge.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, at this point, you got to consider the Volt, which really does have the potential to KO. So this has become a lot more difficult for Nail to play through. Like, at this point, you might have to try and reposition. Maybe you have your own Garchomp in the back that can absorb those hits, or you protect Charizard, take the damage of Rotom, hope you don't flinch, and just try and finish it off with a high pump in the sun, because at 9 HP doesn't really matter. We do see the Mega Evolution, and we do not see the switches, so it's very important to see what the Charizard will do this turn.
Yeah, let's see if Charizard will go for the Protect to try and protect itself from Manectric's Volt Switch here. The Intimidate, not going to really matter on these two Pokemon. Charizard does go for the Protect here, so we'll have to see if Manectric picked its target correctly. But no, it's not going to be a Volt Switch. It's actually going to be a Snarl. This will connect onto the Rotom, doing some respectable chip damage thanks to the special attack boost afforded from the Lightning Rod, as Garchomp going to go for a Rock Slide. This is a boosted Rock Slide, but Rotom is going to dodge the attack. This allows Rotom to go for a Hydro Pump, and it whiffs another one. Again. That would have meant the KO on the Garchomp even in the sun, so that is a huge miss for Rotom there.
I think that was actually into Manectric, which might have been a higher
even worse, because now it's the Volt Switch for Charizard. So, Rotom, man, you gotta lock in, man. Like, come on.
Yeah.
The semifinals.
Like, yeah. Garchomp protecting?
Yeah, Garchomp protects this Volt Switch. Let's see how much it does into the Charizard. That is a knockout. Yeah, so the special attack boost from Lightning Rod actually paying off huge in this situation. And this allows Manectric to now get a switch back into Sinistcha, which can now heal up this Garchomp and get it out of that risky KO range. So we're going to see Sinistcha come back in here, get the Hospitality onto Garchomp. And yeah, with Rotom either having to attack a Sinistcha or a Garchomp here in the sun, or protecting Garchomp, not going to be able to do that much damage here. It just gets pitiful chip damage into the Sinistcha there.
Yeah, at that point, I think Nail had to have made the read the previous turn that it's going to be the Mega. I mean, we do see the Garchomp now, and it is the Choice Scarf variant, but the question will be, is it actually enough to get the KO with like something like an Earthquake? And that is honestly a tough order with the potential of Manectric switching back in. So at this point, even though it's still a decently healthy 2, this 2v4 scenario is just rather tough to get for, especially with Garchomp swapping out this very turn.
You can switch back in the Manectric here to get the Intimidate down on the Garchomp, and it will stick because there are no Pokemon left in the back to reposition. Rotom going to go for a Protect here, so we'll see what Garchomp locks into. It's not exactly great for it to lock into Earthquake, because now what are you doing into Sinistcha? So the Earthquake going to be able to get the knockout on Manectric, but now with the Earthquake being the move of choice that this Garchomp locks into, it's now intimidated, and it's going to be Earthquaking into a Sinistcha that resists it, and this allows Sinistcha to go for the Trick Room here. So now that also helps out the Primarina in the back, so if Primarina wants to, it can just fire off a Moonblast into this Garchomp that isn't able to protect. So you have this Garchomp pinned now with Moonblast and Matcha Gotcha, and Rotom, I don't think, is going to be able to break through Sinistcha either, so this position for C is looking fantastic.
Yeah, this is looking very much like a lock. At this point, you can either Matcha Gotcha and Moonblast, you can Moonblast and redirect so that Primarina can deal with Rotom more effectively. But at that point, this is looking like we have found our finals, because there's the Moonblast into the Garchomp. It should be enough, because Primarina has very high special attack. It will be indeed the one-hit KO, and now it's just Rotom versus the world.
Yep, single target Matcha Gotcha. Nope, just actually going to be a Shadow Ball. Maybe just not wanting to risk the miss there, since you already know that you have this game locked up. And you know that Rotom can't really do much in return here. Rotom's going to try it and fire off a Thunderbolt into this Primarina. Does a respectable amount of damage, but I mean, the double up next turn of the Moonblast and Shadow Ball will be too much for this Rotom to take. And that next turn should be what sends C to the finals of this tournament.
Yeah, this turn, bit of a formality at this point, not really a way to lose it. We see the Moonblast to lock it up, and that is the end of Game 3, and we now have both of our finalists. congratulations to C and Pyro, I think. Yep,
Pyro, yep.
Who are going to face off in the final. But before that, I want to remind you all that we already have the tournament on lock for next week. So Zero Gravity Gaming number 3 will be happening next week, same time, same place, 12 p.m. EST or 6 p.m. European time if you are from the same place as me. So remember to sign up for that. There is going to be an $100 prize pool for it again. Just wanted to throw that out before we move on to the finals. So let's see how our finalists are faring, if C is able to play right away or if we're going to go into a little break. But until then, we're going to hit you preemptive with the BRB stream because we all need a little break after this very, very intense Game 3 set in the second semifinals. All right, and we are back with the finals match of the tournament. It is Pyro versus C. It is the Mega Delphox Mega Flat versus the Mega Manetric Mega Scissorcom. What do you have to say about our finalists, Eric?
These players have obviously earned their spot in these finals. They've been playing excellent Pokemon all throughout the tournament, today included. We've already seen these teams show off exactly what they can do. And I'm really excited to see C in the championship because I think they've been really showing the strength of what a support Mega like Mega Manectric can do. And I think it really puts Mega Manectric on the map as a Pokemon that you should be considering going
Mhm.
forward. But
Yeah,
looking at
some
Pyro's team,
veteran. Oh, sorry, but yeah,
no,
some
yeah.
veterans like us might be more familiar with that because Mega Manetric is actually one of those Pokemon that might have flown under the radar, but has always had respectable results as far back as like 2015.
Yeah,
So
and
it's nice to
like we're
see it make a return. Like the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yeah, and we're honestly seeing a bit of the old school versus the new school here because Pyro's team is very much the new generation coded with the Mega Floette, the Mega Delphox, and some newcomers from the last generation, Basculegion, King Gambit. So it's a bit of an interesting mix of the old and the new, and two very different styles of team here that they do both kind of focus on positioning and setting
Hmm.
up a little bit, but I think they both take two different approaches to it. So I'm interested
Hmm.
to see how these two teams are going to match up. So I'm excited to watch this finals, and I'm excited to cast it. So it should be a good time.
Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting because Delphox in particular likes to play like it's the fastest Pokemon on the field, but if they're both maximizing their speed, Mega Manetric outspeeds Mega Delphox by exactly 1 point. So that in combination with Mega Manetric carrying Snarl is going to be quite an interesting one. But as you said, there's a lot of setup for potential setup here, and Delphox with the good utility, with the Anko and the Iron Defense Corviknight, all of those are quite interesting facts. But let's see how they're going to match up into C's team. As we mentioned, as we just saw, the Mega Manetric, Mega Scizor, Sinistcha, Incineroar, Garchomp, Primarina team.
Yeah, so we've seen this team on stream a couple times already. It's very hyper focused on positioning these Pokemon in and out, and you have two setup options with the Garchomp, the Swords Dance that we saw pop off last stream against the Mega Charizard team, and then we also saw Primarina kind of do the same thing against the Rain matchup that we watched C play against earlier. So you have two different kind of modes to set up these Pokemon, and you have a bunch of really great pivoting pieces with the Incineroar and the Manectric, and then you have the support with Fake Out and Sinistcha with the hospitality and the healing support for both of these Pokemon. So a much more slower based positioning based type of play style. And I think it's been really working really well because this team definitely has a lot of tools to deal with a variety of Pokemon in the metagame.
Yeah, what I find interesting is that the Sinistcha is indeed carrying the Shadow Ball. That is a rather rare move that you see nowadays because Sinistcha has so many strong options that it's hard to pick two attacking moves. Like, you have access to something like Life Dew or Strength, which is very, very underrepresented right now. Or as we've seen early in the tournament, even the Imprisoned Sinistcha for like the Sinistcha mirror matches. So, interesting to see that there is this output, and it does have the potential to make endgames against Mega Delphox more interesting since with this move, it is able to threaten damage into it more effectively if we ever set up the Trick Room or the Delphox gets forced into pressing a Psychic because Primarina is a more immediate threat, for example. So that is going to be quite the interesting direction there because I do think with a team that has double setup like C's, it's going to be quite an imperative to have Sinistcha there for the survivability, for the redirection. While it also still needs to pick and choose which mode it actually wants to go for. So this is going to be quite an interesting one.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how these two teams are going to match up into one another, and I think these are two very talented players, and I think they'll give us the best showing of what these Pokemon are capable of. So should be an exciting finals for you guys. Let's end this tournament on a high note.
And there were team previews, both players contemplating what the leads are going to be in this ever so important finals. Because remember, everyone, there is a $100 prize pool, and first place will get the lion's share of that. So those guys are playing for all the marbles right now. So every decision has a hefty amount of weight for it, because there's always something nice about winning some cash, and it's free to enter tours, which is why you should as mentioned earlier, remember that next week there's going to be yet another tournament like that that you can sign up for on limitlesstcg.com. Okay, that was the last chill before the match starts. Let's think about the leagues here, because do we think that it is a Covenant kind of game or more of a Flatter kind of game? Because there is like the matter of like which mega do you want to deal with better, because Flat obviously does really, really well into a lot of the team, besides like the Scissor, which even without the mega, with its bullet punch, threatens a lot of very effective damage, especially into a team like Pyros that doesn't natively have any intimidates or other debuff options like a potential burn.
Yeah, this is a potential situation where Corviknight could maybe do a lot of work here, because we saw how much denying the Intimidate, pivoting in and out, and we saw how a potent King Gambit also is really in this matchup as well. So, you know, there's if the options to just get to punish the Intimidates coming out from the Manectric and the Incineroar are definitely good tools to have in this matchup, but Delphox and Garchomp going up against the Manectric and Primarina lead.
Yeah, this is very interesting, because this does threaten like the most immediate damage on Pyro side with the Mega Evolution to get this Levitate ability into Earthquake, Heatwaves potentially, or maybe even a Psychic if you want to target down the Primarina even harder. So there is some immediate pressure going on, and Pyro recognizes that this is a setup-heavy team, tries to deny it as early as possible. We do see the first Mega of Finals going on.
Yeah, Mega Manectric going to come out here and is going to get down this Intimidate, not having to worry about something like Corviknight or King Gambit to punish the Intimidate, as we see the Mega Delphox also Mega evolving here. So I really do like Primarina in this position here, because you are threatening super effective damage into either of these Pokemon, but Manectric going to be playing it safe here, just wants to get the Mega to get that Intimidate down onto that Garchomp. Delphox also going to respond with its own Protect. We'll have to see if Primarina decides to go on the offensive here, or if it's going to try and set up that Calm Mind to better position itself for a sweep later on in the game. So Garchomp going for the Earthquake, does a lot less damage now thanks to the Intimidate going down onto the Garchomp, as the Primarina going to throw off a Hyper Voice here. Not super effective into the Garchomp, but still does a respectable amount of damage with that Liquid Voice boost. So Primarina deciding to go straight on the offensive and got some good damage down onto the Garchomp.
You know, obviously it is very hard to press Calm Mind in front of this ball position, since you do gotta deal with Mega Delphox's potential for those Uncles, which would require you to have the Incineroar ready for it, or otherwise you'd be rather susceptible for it. And this time around we're going to see just the damage game plan with Garchomp firing off its rather strong Earthquakes.
Yeah, another Earthquake going down. Manectric going to survive that thanks to the getting that Intimidate down on the prior turn, and this is going to allow Manectric to go for the Volt Switch into the Delphox, crucially before Delphox attacks, because like you said, Manectric is just 1 point faster than the Mega Delphox, and this allows Sinistcha to switch in here to get Primarina back up to a little bit more health, as the Delphox goes for the Psychic, so really focusing down that Primarina, as it is going to be hanging on thanks to Sinistcha's Hospitality, and this time it's able to get a Liquid Voice, Hyper Voice into the Delphox, but Delphox is able to survive the hit.
Oh yeah, that is an absolutely crucial survival, and because now, as good as the situation was, at this point you don't even need any neutral damage. You can just go for something like Heatwave and Earthquake to get a potential double KO on C's side with the Garchomp and Delphox here. Surviving this just barely is so crucial, because it just goes to show how there's this weakness to those setup teams where usually you have to focus on survivability if you want to get something like the Calm Mind off, which means that without it, usually like some damage, showing that Delphox was able to tank this double up like that, which now puts Z into this awkward position where perhaps you have to go for a somewhat obvious protect and swap up, but no, the Sinistchas are just staying in, trying to reposition differently.
Yeah, the Sinistcha just going to stay in here, is going to it's going to be the Primarina that protects here, as the Garchomp goes for another Earthquake. Not going to be doing a lot to Sinistcha, but the fact that Sinistcha did stay in here means it probably is going to have to take a Heat Wave from this Delphox. Not quite as strong as Charizard's Heat Wave, but still a very strong Heat Wave nonetheless. Sinistcha will be able to hang on. This will activate Sinistcha's Citrus Berry, so it will be able to get a little bit of healing back. But the Sinistcha does have Shadow Ball, so it does have an ability to hit this Delphox if it really wanted to, but instead going to set up the Trick Room instead. So this puts even Primarina in even better position, and Sinistcha could even try to start recovering its HP now with Matcha Gotcha.
Yeah, that was a very interesting call on C. I mean, it does require a certain amount of defensive investment into the Delphox. Correctly recognizing that the Delphox is going to have a hard time doing the Sinister, especially with Garchomp being locked into this Earthquake, not being able to deal any meaningful damage into it and barely surviving it. Now making it so that Primarina is threatening double chaos, which might even let you swap out Sinister to recharge the Hospitality engine and putting Pyro into this awkward position where we thought it had all this damage that it needed, and there is in fact a swap out into Sinister, reactivating the Intimidate from Incineroar and giving you more Hospitalities for later.
Yeah, Sinistra is definitely a Pokemon you want to keep healthy in the back because it can definitely be a very useful tool in keeping your Primarina healthy for the later game. But now Primarina, with the Trick Room up, able to fire off another Hyper Voice. That is definitely enough damage to get rid of this Garchomp. And Delphox now protecting, now susceptible to the Fake Out from Incineroar if it really wants to. And Primarina, still under the Trick Room, is able to keep firing off these super strong Hyper Voices. We'll have to see what Pyro's Pokemon in the back is, because I mean it's a rather fast team, but I mean maybe something like King Gambit would be able to come in here and maybe do something. Doesn't quite have the coverage to deal with Incineroar, so this Pokemon might be a little bit tough to deal with, especially with the Trick Room now being up.
Yeah, perhaps the Focus Sash Basculegion is going to have to clutch in later, but I do think right now King Gambit would be like the best thing we could hope for, since it is able to tank certain things and makes it harder for it to KO. But no, it is the Corviknight that's trying to perhaps navigate the remaining Trick Room turns with some bulk. So the question now becomes, do you want to swap out Delphox since it is at a low enough health total where even the Fake Out might already be enough to KO it? While Primarina can just merrily chip away at basically everything with its Hyper Voice, so it is an awkward situation since there's still 3 full turns of Trick Room remaining, with so much pressure that C is representing with this current board state, and the Sinistra in the back able to recover even more health. And we don't even see the Fake Out, and recognizing that it's redundant, it might just be a Flare Blitz from Instant later down the line.
Yeah, maybe the Fake Out determined to be not needed on this board, as the Hyper Voice plus the Flare Blitz is going to be enough to knock out the Corviknight here. No boosts on the board. Incineroar and Primarina just moving before any Pokemon on Pyro's side there, so it's able to just, yeah, take full advantage of the Trick Room turns, not needing the disruption offered by Fake Out. And yeah, this Trick Room absolutely is paying dividends for C's side, and Basculegion is going to be the last Pokemon. It is Focus Sash, but unfortunately it does have to stall out 2 turns of Trick Room, and it has 2 pretty powerful attacks staring it down.
Yeah, at this point, you can call out the Protect, you can swap out Incineroar into Manectric, and just use Primarina to Moonblast, chip through it. But no, we don't even see a Protect, it's just a Moonblast. Pyro thinking that maybe you can try to make something cheeky happen with that, but the Throat Chop should pick up the KO and seal game 1 in C's favor.
Yeah, very, very well played from C there, just leveraging that pivoting style of gameplay that has worked for C all tournament long. And yeah, that potent combination of Incineroar, Sinistra, and Manectric just able to support either Primarina or Garchomp in an excellent fashion, and just, you know, piloting it perfectly to get this first game win in the finals. So going to be very much a going back to the drawing board type situation for Pyro, and I'm curious to see how they will adjust to maybe try to get some more pressure into this team here.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see no King Gambit in this first game. Would have really anticipated it, especially with the double. They could like perhaps something like Mega Floette and Delphox to try and bait something like a Snarl and give King Gambit the boost on a swap in is something to consider, because there is just too much damage mitigation going on. Like, as strong as Mega Delphox is, as strong as Mega Floette is, if you can't deal with the Snarls from the Manectric, it becomes too much of a problem. So I do think that that is one of the more immediate angles that you can approach this matchup from, is the King Gambit, especially with the double with the Manectric being like the biggest threat to like your damage output in general, so that it might be even good enough for a lead, depending on like how you think the interactions are gonna go. Could even be an interesting swap in on a potential turn where you think the Mega from Manectric is gonna happen, because with how the speed interactions work, the priority on swap is higher than on Mega Evolution, which would let you catch stuff like that and position you better for an endgame, because once King Gambit starts to get those boosts, it threatens basically everything on C's team, as long as you can prevent the Incineroar from getting its Flare Blitzes off into it and mitigate the guard jump Earthquakes, which is honestly quite manageable for a team like this, with the rest of the team being as it is. But we do see into the players have made their choices. Let's see what it's going to look like. And we do see Primarina as a lead this time around.
Yeah, the Primarina going to be a fantastic position here to lead, but it is facing down a King Gambit and a Floette here. So, I mean, like, there's a lot of more offense coming out from Pyro's side here. And we saw how well the King Gambit lead worked against C in the earlier round. So we'll have to see if they maybe will adjust the game plan to better deal with it.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one because you have to remember that Manectric does have the overheat. So, especially if Floette ever decides to Mega, enabling even more powerful Moonbloods on Primarina's side, as strong as King Gambit is overall in this matchup, if you can just double down on it, it becomes a problem, since it can just be picked so easily. And we do start off with the Mega Floette, so Primarina's Moonblasts will be even stronger if it opts to use them.
Yeah, so the Fairy Aura on the board is going to be boosting up all the Fairy-type moves on the field here. King Gambit just going to go for a Protect to just maybe scout what the Manectric's going to do. It is going to be an Overheat that launches into the King Gambit. We saw that's not enough to KO on its own there, but maybe with a combination of Hyper Voice might be the extra damage that Manectric needs to get that, or Primarina to get the KO on the King Gambit. But Floette feeling pretty okay to go for a Calm Mind here, as Primarina is going to say, hey, you're going to go for a Calm Mind, I'll do you one better, and I'll go for a Calm Mind myself. So both of these sides trying to set up their powerful special sweepers.
It's quite interesting because the +1 Floette should be more than capable of KOing even Mega Manectric with its extremely potent Moonblast. So even though there's like now this matching game going on of like the Coal Mines between Floette and Primarina with how much damage Floette puts out, I do want to favor the Fairy Flower Pokemon over the Opera Singer, so it's going to be quite interesting to see what the call is here, because you don't necessarily want to take those hits, so there's the protection is going on, there's potential switches, you might even want to sack something, but you also can't ignore the Primarina, so this is a very loaded turn, a lot of options going into this, and the King Gambit does opt to swap out, being recognized as a more important Pokemon than, like, for example, the Garchomp here, which would quite well tank those overheats which are happening.
Yeah, where another overheat is going to come out from the Manectric is going to hit into that Garchomp, which is a very, very nice resist to have in this position. We'll have to see what Floette is going to go for here, in case if it's going to go for another Calm Mind, but nope, just going to go straight on the offensive with Moonblast. That is an easy KO into the Manectric there, especially without the Mega, of course. But now Primarina going to fire off a Hyper Voice, doing much more respectable damage into the Garchomp, but Floette easily able to tank that with a Calm Mind boost of its own, and any damage that it takes, really, it can just be recovered later on with the Draining Kiss. So Floette in a fantastic position with now a Calm Mind set up.
Yeah, and this is honestly a great way for C to still navigate through this King Gambit, because now Incineroar has been positioned in, it can do damage into the Floette. Garchomp is now at -1 attack, so maybe you want to swap out again and bring King Gambit into position, since now it's a lot harder to do meaningful recovery, meaningful anti-intimidate threats of it, since the Manectric is gone. So maybe you want to keep Garchomp just for the good neutral damage later down the line, and the Floette does opt to protect, anticipating perhaps a fake out into the slot.
Yeah, and Incineroar definitely just trying to find a fake out somewhere to slow down this damage output coming from Pyro's side, but the fake out instead going into the Garchomp here, as Primarina is going to try to go for another Calm Mind here, so maybe trying to make itself in a position where it can actually keep up with Floette's damage trades. Yeah.
At this point, C couldn't have asked for a better turn. Calling the fake out targeting correctly. Honestly surprising to keep the intimidated Garchomp. Was maybe hoping to get some chip in, maybe know some calcs about how to deal with the Calm Mind boosted Primarina, but now with the +2 on it, it's starting to become very difficult, because even Floette is not going to appreciate those hits, and there is the Rock Slide, maybe hoping for some flinches on Pyro's side.
Yeah, I mean, going for the flinch is definitely a win con here. The Draining Kiss, not a substantial amount of Primarina now that substantial amount of damage into the Primarina now that it is at +2 special defense. But this does allow Incineroar to go for a parting shot into the Floette, so that will eliminate the special attack boost obtained via the Calm Mind. So this could be a way for C to start maneuvering their way back into this game. As we saw, Trick Room was a very, very helpful asset in the first game, and if this Primarina is able to go toe-to-toe with the Floette for boosts, and especially after getting this big Moonblast into Floette, taking advantage of its own Fairy Aura, this Primarina could honestly bring the game back on its own, because it's very well positioned here.
Yeah, that was honestly a very, very respectable amount of damage. I mean, it is +2 Primarina, but it's still +1 special defense Floette, so being able to reposition comfortably like that, at this point, Primarina has become better than a potential Mega, so honestly, fantastic position, especially with Sinister being brought in. At this point, Floette might not even tank the Hyper Voices anymore, which can become a problem. So Pyro has to get creative and has to get creative fast, because at this point, it's just costing too many resources. Perhaps like a Draining Kiss into the Sinister and swapping out Garchomp to reset the stat drops, but it also lost a +1, so is it even going to be able to heal enough with the Draining Kiss? And the answer to that might be no, because Floette is protecting this turn.
Yeah, they're just going to go for a Rock Slide. It is going to miss the Sinistra, though, so maybe just trying to get a Rock Slide flinch onto this Primarina to maybe stop it from getting a KO onto something here. But yeah, the Moonblast goes into the Floette's Protect, but a free turn for Sinistra and no flinch means that it is able to get this Trick Room up. And we saw exactly in the first game how potent this combination was to deal with for Pyro's side, and now yeah, the spread move spam under Trick Room looks incredibly strong here.
Yeah, it's the same playbook, honestly, because at this point you're threatening the KOs with Hyper Voice once more, can bring out Sinistra to reactivate Hospitality for later, which is what we're going to see. So perhaps Incineroar coming in and the Hyper Voice.
Yeah, Incineroar going to swap out for Sinistra here, so the Hyper Voice being more than enough to pick up both of these knockouts. Floette's going to go for another Protect, just to try and protect itself from the Hyper Voice, but no dice, unfortunately. This Hyper Voice able to take 2 knockouts on this turn, and now you have Sinistra in the back, ready to come back in for Hospitality, and now the Incineroar also threatening the Fake Out pressure, so yeah, you're just enabling Primarina so well under this Trick Room, and yeah, with so many turns of Trick Room remaining, I don't know if Pyro is going to have the tools to take on this Primarina, still being very, very healthy, and now with a Fake Out on the board, and now crucially getting Incineroar in before the King Gambit comes back in, so very good
this is
position
starting
here.
to look like it's very rough. Perhaps there's some option to go for like an Iron Head and get some flinches and hope that is enough. Being able to at least double protect for now, I suppose, and at least stall 1 turn of the Trick Room. Like, there is still perhaps a theoretical chance if the King Gambit can clutch up, but it is definitely going to require at least some favor from Lady Luck in this position, since the Primarina has just placed itself so safely, so securely. This is just the power of like having this kind of balancey setup stuff, but there is the Iron Head. Primarina will take a respectable amount of damage, but is it going to flinch? And it is!
Yeah, there is a flinch there from the Iron Head as the Throat Chop going to find its mark onto the Basket Legion here. Not quite enough to bring it down to the Focus Sash, but that's more than enough damage you need to break the chip. But this allows Primarina to get knocked out by the Last Respect, so the Iron Head flinch coming in absolutely clutch here. And now that Primarina is off the board, potentially a way for Pyro to come back in this game.
Yeah, but the problem is that the Throat Chop is still threatening quite a bit of damage, so King Gambit might have to do a little bit of overtime, calling the target correctly on what Incineroar wants to do here, since if you can somehow position Basket Legion outside of Trick Room in this scenario, there might still be a chance. But now it's a matter of like, can King Gambit without Dark Glasses even one-hit KO the Sinister? Like, usually you should be able to tank the Flare Blitz quite well, so the question is going to become how good is the Sinister, and is Pyro going to be able to KO it natively, or is maybe after the flinch a crit in order now? Or perhaps you try to maximize the damage and Aqua Jet Basket Legion into this Sinister slot, trying to call a Protect read on C side. This is still rather down to the wire. Honestly, with how dominating the Primarina was, seeing it finally go down makes this game more open, and there is the Protect from Basket Legion.
Yeah, there's the
There is the
Protect
countercleave.
Yeah, there's the Kowtow Cleave into the Sinistra. No boost means that Sinistra will be able to eat this and will be able to eat this Citrus Berry. So we'll have to see if the Incineroar with the Flare Blitz combined with Sinistra's Matcha Gotcha maybe is enough to take out the King Gambit, but it doesn't look like it. The Flare Blitz not doing quite enough damage there. So we'll have to see. Oh, it's actually the Shadow Ball that goes into the Basculegion, potentially just trying to lock up that knockout. But we now know that King Gambit is the slowest thing on the field. So maybe if Basculegion is able to get the double protect, there is a way maybe that Basculegion could do it after King Gambit KOs the Sinistra.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Because now it's the last sort of tricking. So there is this 30% chance to get the double protect, which will allow Basculegion to fire off the sit. But there's also the possibility of Sinistra not going for any redirection and using the Aqua Jet to hit. But there is the Rage Powder, there is to attempt the double protect. So this might just be the turn where you go into this Basculegion.
Yeah, so it tries to go for an Aqua Jet there, not going to be enough, but the Kowtow Cleave able to get the knockout onto the Sinistra, and we'll have to see what the Incineroar decides to knock out here. Probably going to be the Basculegion, and we know that the King Gambit is slower than this Incineroar, so once Trick Room expires, then yeah, the Incineroar will be able to get another Flare Blitz onto this King Gambit, and that should lock up the game and the tournament for C.
Yeah, it's looking rough. Respectable attempt from Pyro trying to get some chip into it, but the Flare Blitz comes out, will find its target. King Gambit goes down, and that is the tournament, everyone. Huge congratulations to our winner C, and a round of applause to Pyro for making a very, very strong run, ending in 2nd place.
Yeah, congrats to C here. Very, very impressed with their play in this tournament so far, and they definitely deserved to take home the crown in this tournament. Very, very well played. Very exciting finals. Could have gone either way.
Absolutely,
but
absolutely.
yeah,
This
fantastic.
was quite interesting because now this also means that this tournament, with well over 100 participants, has been won by a Mega Manetric Mega Scissor team. Just going to show how underexplored this early champions meta is. There's more to it, because one thing I always want to mention is that there was no weather in the finals and only one Charizard Y in the top 4. So that was honestly quite the variety of teams that we managed to see today.
Yeah, we have a lot of crazy teams in the field today, but a lot of regulation MA staple teams, and it just so happens one of the most interesting ones managed to take the crown. So, yeah, it just shows that this metagame is wide open, and there's a lot of options to succeed in this format. So, I guess we're going to take a moment to take a look at our top 8 finishers here, and we can really go through
Let's do
the
some
metagame.
quick analysis, because that was honestly quite the interesting top 8. And starting off is the team featured recently by Wolfie, which is the Mega Meganium Mega Glimora team with Sturdy, Dragonfang, Archaludon. Honestly, I feel like if you watch VGC content, you are familiar with this team, but it is very strong. Meganium also one of those undervalued special attackers, because the Mega Soul signature ability allowing it to basically deal weather ball damage that puts a lot of fire types to shame, since it always has this powerful sun boosted property even when there's any other weather out, making it quite interesting to play in something like ring comms like this one, alongside the Mega Glimora with its adaptability, giving it another huge boost, firing off those potent power gems and sludge bombs, while also having Toxic Debris pre-Mega to perhaps try and create a nice poison chip for longer running games, especially with the combinations of Incineroar and Meganium being more tank-oriented Pokemon.
Yeah, it kind of stinks that we weren't able to feature a team like this, because I think a lot of people have been, trying to make Mega Meganium work, and I think, this is a Pokemon that Meganium that hasn't really been meta relevant in VGC like for its entire existence, and finally having a strong Mega with a unique ability
Yeah,
that's able to do some really cool things and actually be really bulky and really strong is just really cool. And the fact that it can be slotted in as a grass type on these rain teams, yeah,
monumental.
it's really cool. Yeah, because it just offers really awesome coverage, just being able to utilize the sun in any scenario.
Yeah, and let's look at our seventh place, HD Enlightenment, bringing the wall, Mega Aggron. Now, absolutely a fan favorite in the community. There is so many memes, but it is genuinely so much more viable now that it has gained access to the Gen 8 special body press with the iron defense boosting on top of it. If you have a team that's primarily consisting of physical attackers, this Pokemon usually makes you cry. In a very interesting composition alongside the rarely seen Hisuian Decidueye, one of the few other scrappy Pokemon in this game, allowing it to hit ghost types with its very potent fighting type attacks, being a bit of a problem for some emerging popular Pokemon, like for example Aegislash, while also still being able to deal with the ever-present King Gambit. So very interesting combination of rarely seen Pokemon that have quite their unique qualities to them. And alongside that, the cooking continues with Rain Dance Rotom Wash of all things.
Yeah, Aggron is another one of those Pokemon that is really kind of struggled to find its way in terms of viability way back in the day, but it was blessed with one of the best new tools for a physically defensive tank such as itself in Body Press. And there's just a lot of really great tools in this metagame that can help you enable that Body Press setup. And it also has Iron Defense, so you can even further boost its defense to be doing absolutely insane amounts of damage with Body Press. And Hisuian Decidueye is like something that I didn't even like really have on my radar, but like I
Mhm.
know people tried to make it work in Regulation H, and it does have a
Oh yeah,
really
it
cool
was very
toolkit.
strong in Regulation H because
Hmm.
specifically combination of Scrappy let it hit Goldango, which was a big problem back then since it was one of the only Pokemon that could hit all three relevant Steel types, which back then were Archaludon, which you see a lot now, King Gambit, of which we see a lot now, and then also the Goldango, which has yet to find its way into Pokemon Champions. But overall, very interesting team. Nice to see it make such a deep run, and good luck to next time to HD Enlightenment. All right, and in number 6, we have a team that we managed to feature quite a bit on this tournament stream over the weekend, and that is Marinos. Very interesting Glimora Rain team with the Inner Focus Dragonite that put in so much work throughout the course of the tournament.
Yeah, Marino definitely put on a fantastic performance with what basically looks like a standard rain team, but the addition of Glamora is also really interesting because it's just a very, interesting answer to something like Charizard and just puts a lot
Charizard
of
for sure,
extra.
yeah.
Yeah, it's just another way to really pressure Charizard, which is like
And
Rain's like kind of number one enemy because it's the one thing that, takes away your weather advantage and Charizard can just be a little bit tricky to deal with if you're not able to have the advantage with the weather. But
yeah,
yeah,
and
this is a
also
really cool
obviously
team.
adaptability. Sludge Bomb can do so much damage even into a Calm Mind boosted Floet. Very important.
Hmm. Yeah,
And yeah,
Lamar just
overall
offensively
well-rounded team.
good. Yeah, good coverage into the metagame, and I think Lamar is another Pokemon that people should definitely have their eyes on going forward.
Yeah, and then there's also like the little tech with the Imprison Sinister. Quite interesting for the mirror. Can be a bit of a pain to deal with for rain teams. It definitely makes Bastion Legion's life easier having to deal with that, which usually doesn't want to run last respects before Pokemon are down. So in the early stages of the game, having Sinister to deal with other Sinisters is a sneaky little choice because Imprison is one of those moves that can quite help in super specific matchups. And with how common Sinister is due to a lack of other support grass types, it is even more viable. But on we go. Number 5, J2, being the only person going through the Swiss runs undefeated with the Sand team, the Tyranitar Excadrill team, showing how important it is to beat Charizard with the Tyranitarite on it to make sure that it can get extra many sands off to win the weather wall for sure. We're also having the emerging Dragon Dance set, which has fallen out of favor a bit in those faster matters, but now with a more limited pool has more utility to it. Alongside the bulk up call, and just making sure that you can set up and sweep the opponent once the tactical status moves have been in order.
Yeah, I mean J2 just absolutely dominating the first day of this tournament, going 8-0 in Swiss and having a pretty solid run all the way up to the top 8 with this pretty normal looking Sand team. I mean, Sand has been something that's been popping up in in popularity, and because of how good Mega Tyranitar is, and
Mhm.
Tyranitar just to being a really good weather setter in general, and Excadrill being a really good abuser of weather, just using that Sand Rush and having a lot of strong damage to throw out. And then Corviknight, obviously, Corviknight's been all over this tournament today, just really good type synergy with the T-Tar Excadrill core, and then you just have a nice solid support core with Incineroar, Sinistcha, and Rotom Wash to round out the Fire Water
Yeah.
Grass.
One thing that makes the team a little more interesting is the choice of item on the Rotom, because in a more limited environment as we are finding ourselves in right now, the Magnet Rotom has emerged. Despite not running the Thunderbolt, which is usually its strongest stab move, giving it the ability to fire off very potent Volt Switches and Electro Webs to gain some Chaos and get into some ranges that it would otherwise miss, was very interesting to see that item choice paying off like that, because obviously J2 did something right, being so dominant on day one. But perhaps next time it will be enough to even reach the finals. We will see. In the meantime, we have finally made it to our top 4. And number 1 is Snail, our Charizard, our strongest weather performer with the Charizard Y team. No Venusaur, starting to fall a bit out of favor and opting for a more Rock Slide intense the set with Garchomp and Aerodactyl, which has become a really popular core in the early Champions meta.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a more offensive take on Charizard. You have your Aerodactyl for Tailwind support, and then you have Charizard and Scarf Garchomp, which is really able to abuse the fact that you have 3 levitating Pokemon. So you're able to just get in those situations where you have the speed advantage and you're able to just spam spread moves, and it's just really strong because Heat Wave and Earthquake, or Heat Wave and Rock Slide, just cover each other so well. And the fast Rock Slides are always just a win con in and of themselves, because we saw a lot of Rock Slide flinches on stream today, and definitely
Absolutely.
a lot yesterday. So that in and of itself could just win you the game outright. And Sneasler, King Gambit, just classics of the format, like just a really solid team all around.
Yeah, absolutely. And our other semifinalist, Xerox from Germany, representing the Mega Venusaur. So this was quite interesting. Turns out Hyper Beam Fairy Feather Pixelate Sylveon is quite the interesting answer to the most most complained about Pokemon of the format in the form of Mega Floette. We saw it do quite some things with that, didn't we, Eric?
Yeah, I mean, like, I have been somebody who has been really high on the hyper voice pixelate spamming Pokemon of the format, like Gardevoir and Sylveon, just purely because of how common Floette is. Like, if you have one of these Pokemon on your team and you are able to take advantage of Fairy Aura and just absolutely tear through the supporting cast of most Floette teams, because also that's the reason why Floette is so good in this metagame, is that there's just not a lot of fairy resists. And
Mm-hmm.
the fact that like these teams, these Floette teams especially, like to play very passively with like the whole fake out and calm mind setup. Like Sylveon and Gardevoir especially, like they punish those passive plays so heavily, because if you're spending all your time switching and protecting, like you're leaving Floette on the field. That's not a Pokemon you want to switch out very often. You're leaving Floette on the field, and that just means you're getting so much extra value out of these hyper voices that are just able to keep hammering whatever's switching in. So really big fan of Sylveon. Another Corviknight, which is a really interesting option, a setup option to pair with Mega Venusaur. And I think, I feel like I've been saying this about every Mega, but like Venusaur is probably another one that you guys want to keep your eye on. I think people are kind of starting to figure out how to play Venusaur,
Yeah,
and Venusaur
the,
did have
the
a lot of
recent
success back in the
variants
day.
have been starting to pop up, but Sirix just
Hmm.
opting for the bulky attacker, because with Pokemon like the Incineroar and with the Giga Drain on its own, it can just exist to be more so there to be very annoying for the opponent, being able to threaten interesting damage, because the Earth Power is quite the option against Pokemon like Glimmora, which is becoming more popular, and obviously King Gambit, which has been a bit of a problem. And also grass damage in general is on a bit of a premium right now, because there's not that many historically strong grass types in the format, Venusaur and Rotom being like the 2 strongest options that we have access to in general. So honestly, quite interesting to see it pop up now, especially since it's starting to fall a bit out of favor in those sun compositions, as we have seen.
Hmm.
But it is now time to get to our finalist, Pyro, making a very impressive run with the Delphox, Choice Scarf, Garchomp, and Mega Floette team, with the King Gambit that refused to go down. That was
Yeah.
quite a thing to watch. Very tanky in Gambit. Perhaps this might be what we see more of in the meta in the near future.
Yeah, I think this is probably like one of the examples of just a really solid standard build. Floette and Delphox really complement each other as a mega duo because, the fire types and fairy type cover each other very well. So if there's a matchup that's not good for Floette, Delphox is usually a very good Pokemon to have in those
Mm.
cases, and vice versa. And we also just saw how absurdly strong Floette is. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, even in matchups where it even didn't even look that good, like if you just get one Calm Mind up with Floette, like I don't even think I saw Floette try to even set up more than one Calm Mind.
Mm-hmm.
But we saw those Moonblast just doing a ton of damage, and yeah, this is probably one of the better supporting casts around it. Just filling your team with some of the best Pokemon in the format, and yeah, just letting Floette do its thing. And yeah, we also saw plenty out of Delphox just being a fast attacker that can hit on two really good sides of the spectrum and has access to a lot of great support moves that you can slot into that third slot. So also Choice Scarf Garchomp that you can pair with something like Corviknight and the Levitating Delphox. So you can again set up those positions where you're able to click those powerful spread moves in
Yeah.
tandem.
Focus Sash Basket Legion is also a really, really interesting option on this team because the functionality is quite unique since this team doesn't really rely hard on the speed control, which some other Basket Legion teams like that might. It is more so a fact of like just trying to be a bit annoying, being able to slot into those Aqua Jets and chip away at a lot of stuff because a team like this, being able to threaten a lot of good fast damage, sometimes just needs a little bit of extra so the Aqua Jets become a bit more of a utility than they usually would, which is what dissuades you from committing to the choice scarf, which other teams like to do. So that was an interesting choice in team building that I do think paid off quite a bit for Pyro. So that was interesting to see. But, Eric, it is time to look at the team that won the tournament, and we have a Mega Manetric Scizor winning the ZGG number 2 tournament. What do we have to say about this team that wasn't said throughout the course of the tournament? This is truly creative team building, isn't it?
This team is awesome. I think this team is very, very 2018 coded when a lot of those bulky Manectric teams were kind of running around and dominated a very specific part of the format back in the day. But it just kind of brings back memories of the Mega Manectric Tapu Fini Incineroar cores that were so
Oh,
popular
good
back in the
times, good
day.
times.
Yeah, it's like we have Tapu Fini at home. It's called Primarina, and then you also have a dual Mega that you can support with it with Scizor. They also worked really well in tandem with one another, with not even, both of them not even needing to Mega Evolve. You can kind of just pick and choose on the fly. And I think you just have two really solid setup options with the bulky Swords Dance Garchomp. And, with Primarina with Calm Mind is something that, we saw a little bit of in Reg H, but yeah, it's really well positioned in this format, just having a really nice offensive typing, and with the added support capabilities of an extra Intimidator, with Snarl to also hit on the special side, and also Incineroar and Sinistra. Like, you just have a lot of really great lines into a lot of common stuff in the format. I think C
Yeah,
really,
all
really
this
played
damage
well.
mitigation in conjunction with the healing that Sinister represents. I mean, we saw that very much in the on-stream matches we had just now, how potent it is to keep Primarina alive, because it can come back from even just going down into like the single digits, as we saw in, I think, the semifinals against Xerox, where the Primarina was almost down because it had to tank this single target Matcha Gacha and making it all the way back to almost full just by virtue of leftovers and hospitality alone. A very, very well constructed team with a very clear game plan that it managed to execute expertly and bringing in a well-deserved win for C27. So please give it up once more for our top 8. All of those teams have done massive work, and looking forward to seeing those in other tournaments, because remember, this is a weekly series that's going to happen every Saturday. So do make sure to check out Ericko's channel on YouTube and be ready for the next time on the next Limitless tour. So
Yeah,
yeah,
thanks so much for Ericko for having us. It was a pleasure casting with you, Casey.
likewise,
Make sure,
Eric. Likewise.
yeah, make sure you guys check out Ericko's channel. Make sure you guys follow KC. Make sure you
Yeah,
guys
make
check
sure you
me
follow
out.
Eric.
And if you guys want to play in this tournament, there is another one happening next week. This is a weekly tournament series and a great way to get practice in Pokemon Champions. So make sure you sign up for the next one and tune into the next stream, because these streams will be happening pretty regularly as well. So thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been an absolute blast.
Yeah, and with that, I suppose we're going to say goodnight, because
It's
that
late for this
was all
guy.
for. Yeah, it's late for me, but this was all for this week. We'll see you all hopefully next week, and until then, stay tuned, champions in the making.
Have a good one.
And the stream is over.
Sweet.
Nice. It was very interesting. Again, the Minatric and Scizor.
Mm-hmm. Oh, my neck. Oh.
But again, not to over